It's like my entire childhood.
I know.
Widow
I'm
Lankiewicz?
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my childhood too. I saw him live when I was 7 years old.
Down in the
that's
workshop
awesome.
where
I'm
the elves
jealous.
are making toys.
Speaking of live,
For the good Gentile
hello.
girls.
are
and
we
the good
live,
Gentile boys.
Spoon?
Yes.
Yes. Hello,
When
everybody.
the boss busted in and nearly scared him half to death. With a rifle in his hand and cheap whiskey on his breath. From his beard to his boots, he was covered with ammo. You can stop. You can stop me, by the way, because I'm just gonna recite the whole fucking thing because I know from memory.
All right, it's
Oh,
time
I
to
was
stop.
enjoying it. Yeah, I
Well,
was like, yeah.
Rob Walker was worried that, or I guess maybe hopeful that the Ukraine war would end before the stream started, and it's always a possibility. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our regular Wednesday stream. We are stereotypically, as is our ways, tardy and homosexual. And we are joined tonight by Arthemesia, who is, well, perhaps right now is not accurate, but a fellow creator here on YouTube who recently got a second community guideline strike for misinformation. Now,
Otherwise known as
hello.
speaking the truth.
yeah, have you been on? I think you've been on with us before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Right, I thought so. I was pretty sure, but then sometimes my brain no work no good. But
We've done like 50 episodes, so that's fair enough.
I have 57. So
Holy
yeah,
shit,
it's been quite a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's been just well over a year now for significantly. We started in January of last year, I think, Spin.
Sure.
Anyhow,
Also, Holland said, Taser Matrix said, yes, I'm a fan of Weird Al. My first song that I've heard from him was Trigger Happy.
I've heard.
Nice.
That is the first time I heard about the constitutional right of Americans' right to bear arms.
Really
Yes, I was like 7 years old.
nice.
Like, you can't take my guns away, I got a constitutional right. I remember the line, I feel that kitty cats are full of lead, I'll have to use them for a pencil instead. Like, that still makes me laugh to this fucking day.
Bruh. Did I say UK war instead of Ukraine? Is my brain that broken tonight? It might be. I forget. Let's get into gear. Starting off with. So, you got a claim for a community guideline strike for misinformation, for reporting on what we're about to talk about here.
Chuck Schumer watched your channel and he was pissed off.
I watched the video, and Spoon did too. And also, I've linked the specific video in the pinned comment if you guys want to watch it as well. It's about 20 minutes. I asked Spoon what he thought the problem that Mr. Susan, nobody cares to learn his name, had with the video. And I think it's because you did say something about the tampering with the votes stuff, which seems to still be like
the
an
F
ultra
word.
no. It seems to
Exactly.
even stuff that's been completely.
No, not the 6-letter F word, the other one.
Oh,
Isn't that also 6-letter?
yeah.
The one that ends with a D, not the one that ends with a T
there's
that I
5
enjoy
letters
saying.
in that one. There's 5 letters in FRAUD. Is that what you're looking for?
That's the one.
Well,
That sounds fun.
so I think that's why, because look, there's tons
Which means
of
it's true.
Tucker's videos
Exactly.
about this. So I think I called this somewhere leaks. Technically all these videos were leaked, I guess, by the US government to Tucker Carlson. So leak may or may not be an apt word to use. But Tucker Carlson the other day
Bestowed, granted access to.
sure. Yeah. Well,
Sexy language.
Leaks are on my mind because there's also the Twitter lockdown, or not the Twitter, the lockdown files that were leaked and the stuff that was going on in those.
Yes, Matt the F word Hancock.
Matt Hancock stuff. So I guess it's just this week, to summarize, this week and a half or so, has been an absolute unmitigated series of just enormous L's for the left. I mean, every narrative that they have
For
clung
the establishment
to
regime.
so hard for the last half of a decade in some cases is collapsing in real time. And
That's
certainly the
great.
last 2 or 3 years, it certainly is. But the thing is, and this is, we'll talk about the transgender stuff near the end, because it's, you talked to me about this earlier, Spoon. You don't like talking about the culture war stuff. I do think it's actually very important, but culture war stuff, I think,
just the true and shite. Like, that doesn't interest me at all.
I
like
think
other
it's-
culture shit, but like just not that. Like, that just makes me go like this. Like, this is a level of insanity that I'm checking out.
It
Like-
is important though, because it's clearly going.
Like,
it's
I'm
gone
reading about a 17th
in a weird
century
direction.
freaking king, And like we're discussing like, should we really give hormones to children? I'm like, you are so stupider than I am. Like I don't even like. I am IQ level 9,000. Bitch, you are graded in the minus here. Fuck out of my face.
I'm sorry, the way you framed that, give homos to children. Like it's like, hey,
Hormones.
Timmy. Oh, hormones in the
No, hormones, not homos. Fuck it, I'm not saying like Herbert the pervert should be making like a fucking sales pitch here.
Oh my god. Oh wow, we are already we're already yellow flagged on the stream. That's okay. I knew it. Hopefully though, we won't get taken down.
Does that mean I can say the F word?
No, don't make it worse, please. I'd rather
Why?
Because we do have a warning on this channel. I'd rather not get a strike. Also,
Hey yo, chat, should I say the F word?
Well, technically, both us and Arthemesia could be in a little bit of tough waters here. I don't think you're in any trouble. Maybe, I don't know. YouTube is so weird about this. For coming on our channel while you're,
Chat's like, yes.
because you currently can't upload videos.
Game Awards.
When does it's 2 weeks that your suspension drops, right?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm probably not going to upload anything for 3 weeks because I want that first strike to be completely gone before I start posting anything.
Yeah, and you had the previous strike. What was that for again?
So that one was about the video was titled "Judge that signs warrant on Mar-a-Lago raid linked to Jeffrey Epstein's."
You can't say that guy's name. We're probably screwed just for saying it. Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, well, you can say it, but YouTube really doesn't want that in titles. It
say
doesn't
Epstein.
They just don't want. YouTube's very sensitive about that dude and his island.
Well, that strike actually came on a very interesting day.
Yeah.
It was the day that JP Morgan found out he was getting sued for running money to the island and not reporting it.
Very interesting timing on that, huh?
Yeah. Using this master as an F word pass for spoon. Are you an F word yourself? Is that why I can say that phrase?
Oh, a Dutchman who's been a member for a month. Thank you, Dutchman. Says I'm using this milestone as an F word pass for spoon. I mean, I'm half of a gay, so again, like I should be able to say half of the word, which is the operative part, right? The first 3 letters, but I don't think I'm allowed to. I won't get into some of that as we'll move into the transgender issues because the Michael Knowles stuff has continued. We did cover that last week. Please tell me you muted yourself.
Maybe.
Chat, did he mute himself? Did he mute himself or did he say it? Oh my god. I can't talk too much crap. When I was talking to Adam and Stitch a couple weeks ago,
you said that you dropped the F-bomb like gloriously.
Because we were talking about real political issues, and then
you apologized. That was the worst thing.
we were talking about the monarchy thing seriously, and it was like, yeah, but what about Joffrey from Game of Thrones? And I just went, I don't care because, I realized just like, what the, like my brain just broke a little bit. And I had an instantaneous rage, not even rage, just instantaneous, like, why are we talking about that F slur? No, the chat's not going to tell me the truth if you said it or not, Spoon. But it was it irritated the shit out of me.
Look at it. The chats are horrible, by the way. Instead of being honest, they're like, maybe. Like, thanks for pissing off my co-host, by the way. Which I totally did not do for any particular reason other than my own amusement. But when you guys do it, it's horrible. Like, when I do it, it's fine, because I'm real-world communicating. But when you guys do it in the chat, you're horrible.
Oh, no. I think it's the other way around, Spoon. Sorry.
Fuck you.
Anywho, shall we get into... Now, I think I found out part of the issue that Cuck Schumer and KJP,
Shuck and Chuck, as I like to call them.
Shuck and Chuck and all these other losers have with Tucker Carlson's reporting in terms of why you may have gotten that strike or why they call it misinformation. Because I found they always find a vector of how to spin shit. By the way, conservatives do this too. It's how news reporting and media works. There's always spin.
It's gay.
Yeah, but the spin that the left has put on this is that, well, there was rioting, there was violence. On the other side, there was what looks like rioting for sure. So yes, Mr. Daddy Susan, there absolutely was violence that occurred at the Capitol. However,
instigated by the cops.
The January 6th committee, for some reason, didn't show any of this stuff. And what's interesting, and interesting is the wrong word, what's criminal, truly criminal, is that people are in jail and have been in jail for 2 years, and no one saw this footage. We've all seen all the other footage. We saw it from day one. We certainly saw plenty of it during the Jan 6 committee hearings, which, of course, nobody watched. People are watching this. That's why they're pissed off, because people are watching this, because this is actually interesting. So...
Yeah, I made the point that nobody was watching the January 6th committee from CNN, even they themselves admitted it. And now, one fucking report, only one from Tucker, and these people lose their fucking money. You had how many godforsaken fucking weeks to peddle this crap? Nobody watched it. One episode from Tucker, and you know how you know these people are fucking lying? Because they didn't say what he said was wrong. It's just like, no, we shouldn't be showing that. It's like, why? Why? Tell us why. You lying fuck.
Again, the narrative that they have chosen to go with, because their narrative originally, their initial narrative, which is
death.
Their initial narrative was, of course, that January 6th, and we'll get into it because KJP.
It's a horrible insurrection. Oh my god, it's a threat to our democracy. Fuck off.
Not only was it an insurrection, it was worse than 9/11. After this segment aired, as we're going to watch, Karine Jean-Pierre compared January 6th to the Civil War.
Ah, yes, diverse female character, as Drinker would say.
So they're not stopping that. Like, even in the face of overwhelming evidence, and yeah, January 6th committee hearing was so boring that NBC cut to golf.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty bad. It's because everybody knew, on the left and the right, on one rare moment of unity. And that was because everybody knew that it was bullshit, that it was a sham trial. They had already made up their conclusions as to what they were going to do.
Yeah,
they knew what they were going to do. Yeah, absolutely. Let's we'll watch the Tucker clip. It's 5 minutes long. Tucker and Fox are usually quite cool with you playing stuff. Do you have music in the background, though, Spoon, just in case?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I have funky, weird jazz things.
I know that some people don't like the music, but one of the reasons we do it is it does help a little bit with the
Everyone likes the music. It's kind of weird.
No, I've had a couple of people, like, actually I think just one has complained about the music, but
fuck them.
No. All right, let's watch.
If there's one viewer and then there's many others, by the very nature of democracy and the fact that they pay me, you can fuck off. If you want to get your way, pay me more than the other 99% combined. That's how this works.
I'm gonna pay you $500
what you pay for.
To fuck off.
I mean, if someone were to pay me $500 to end the stream right now, I probably would. But that's
wouldn't.
Really?
All right, Tucker time. Let's just watch this. I know we've all seen it, but just to play it so we can actually see the footage, because one of the things that we're gonna see is that the other narrative is don't believe your lying eyes. KJP,
which is insane,
almost
by the way,
exactly said that, by the way, about this, which is astonishing. So here you go, guys. Let's watch it and don't believe your lying eyes. The things that you see happening in front of you. Oh, there we go.
Within hours of January 6th, literally hours, you began to hear that day described as a deadly insurrection, and not described by one news outlet or one politician, but in unison by all of them, almost like it was coordinated. A deadly insurrection. That's how history may record January 6th. But the tape that we reviewed from within the building on that day proves it was neither an insurrection nor deadly. Here it is.
All right, so here's the context, Daddy Susan. Yes, there was violence that happened. There were people fighting on the other side of the building.
Yes. And considering what you people think is considered violence, which is mere words, yeah, there was a lot of that.
Sure. The QAnon Shaman, who I believe was put in jail for 4 years, I think is exonerated, however, in this footage.
January 6th. When an estimated 2,000 rioters breached the Capitol building, causing the deaths of 5 police officers.
Certain dates echo throughout history.
I'm not laughing at the deaths of police officers. I'm laughing at the absolute lie
September
of that.
11th.
No, absolutely. That did not happen that way.
Nope. Sure didn't. Yeah, Rob Walker, Susan is out. I just don't know the new guy's name, and I don't care to learn it, so I'm just calling it him Daddy Susan. Also, he's not CEO. He's just president. Whatever.
Bragg Ogwell 2.0.
Yeah, whatever.
The mob beat officers with anything they had on them. Hockey stick, flagpole, a fire extinguisher.
Lies.
Police officers died.
Donald Trump supporters.
Oh my god, is that Tim Pool in the window there to the
left? Oh my god, that really looks like Tim. Good. Oh, whoa. Nice catch. Dang, Tim
But
said he
that's
wasn't
what he was
there.
doing.
He said he wasn't there, but there he is. There he is.
Who, of course, rioted and killed police officers.
By the evening of January 6th, the Democratic Party and its publicists in the national news media had settled on a description of what had happened that day. They distilled an enormous number of highly complex events that even now we don't fully understand, into a single emotionally laden political slogan, which they've repeated for years with remarkable discipline. January 6th, they said, was
Look
a
at all those
deadly
Nazi
insurrection.
flags.
There was a deadly
Right.
insurrection that the right wing is trying to cover up.
He incited a deadly
There was a deadly insurrection at the right of trying to cover up. I cannot unhear Mark Das's voice.
Insurrection
Yeah, I
that happened
know.
9 months ago. It was about white supremacy, in my view.
A
Oh,
deadly
shut the fuck
insurrection.
up, you senile old fuck.
Doddering old coot.
It's about white
Everything about
supremacy.
that-
Fuck off, you
Actually,
cringe.
I got a new video of him getting lost on stage again today for us as a treat.
Phrase is a lie. Very little about January 6th was organized or violent. Surveillance video from inside the Capitol shows mostly peaceful chaos. But the slogan worked.
Wait a minute. I don't know about that phraseology, Tucker. Peaceful chaos is a bit of an oxymoron, but okay.
No, chaos just means there's no order.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Deadly carries enormous emotional power, which is
Chaos
why
is
they
negatively
used it.
loaded, though.
To prove the insurrection was deadly,
Yeah, especially if you're called the
propagandists
Joker.
pointed to the death of an officer called Brian Sicknick. The mob killed Officer Brian Sicknick. That's what they said. It was their single most powerful indictment of the January 6th.
Yeah, cute how that happened. Nice of Tucker's team to bring up that they originally said that 5 police officers were killed, and then moved it
Right.
back to it was Brian Sicknick, and then we knew even back then, within a week, that he did not die because they said someone beat him over the head, and then we found out that he died.
Naturally,
I
like
think
2
of a
weeks later.
cardiac. No, it was like 24 hours later, 48 hours later, at home. In a dictionary, I'm talking about the so there is an implicit, there's an explicit definition, an explicit meaning of words, and then there's implicit meaning. I think chaos has an implicit negative loading factor on it, but that's just me, maybe.
A forest is not peaceful chaos. A gay nightclub is peaceful chaos.
Protesters and of Donald Trump and of Republican voters nationally. They repeated that claim for years. They are still repeating it.
Here
At
we
first,
go.
they told the country that Officer Sicknick was murdered with a fire extinguisher.
Officer Brian Sicknick died after being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher during the fight.
That story came from the
Was
New
it a
York
stroke?
Times, which is
I'm
effectively
sure
the
Tucker says.
assignment editor for most of the rest of
I
the
did watch
British
this already.
media.
I linked it
was
in
a
the
lie,
Discord here.
untrue
Oh, thank
in
you.
any way.
No problem.
But only after that lie had hardened into conventional wisdom did the newspaper bother to retract it.
The New York Times has quietly retracted its story about the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick.
The damage had been done. Brian Sicknick, himself a Trump voter, had been transformed without his consent into a political martyr of the left.
That part is so sickening, right?
He capitalized a
is.
man's death.
That they turned him into a political martyr, even though they didn't care. Like, the only time that they don't care if you're a Trump voter is if they can use your death or something else about you for personal political gain. And I think the other thing that has become really, really overtly evident about the left, and I think it's why they're having, like, Twitter's been nuts lately. Like, everybody's having melties, but the left is just losing their damn minds because
Right.
it's been raining L's, hallelujah, and they have no idea how to react to it other than to just triple down. And I really am starting. Look, all politicians lie.
What do you mean
All
they
the
don't know
time.
how to react to it? Like, all they do is take L's. You should think they'd be good at it by now.
Right? Yeah, but it's been worse than usual lately because it's just been drop after drop after drop of. And some of it, like the transgender stuff, that all started after Hogwarts Legacy over a dang video game, and that is all on them. No, all of it is actually on them because they're responsible for all of the crap that they've done. But that stuff is specifically on the trans community for choosing to act like lunatics and harass people. And then it's the total stick in the bike meme where the guy, puts a stick in his bike wheel and then falls off and goes, conservatives did this, it's every time. But you have no way
I'm
to
in
blame
favor of them doing that,
yourselves
by the
for
way.
this. I mean, I gotta say, I was really hyped to do this stream. I told you that earlier, Spoon, because I'm actually feeling a little bit white pilled, which is rare for me.
Yeah.
This is just,
very.
it's so.
Wow, who would have thought that people whose entire worldview makes no fucking sense, has no function whatsoever, would eventually crumble? Wow, who couldn't see that one coming?
Because it can only be propped up by lies, and the lies are falling apart. Now, I said I'm feeling white.
Great.
Well, I said I'm feeling white-pilled, but whenever I see stuff like this happen, and it happens all at once like this, I start to think, is something else going on? Like, what? Why? Why is this happening? Why is this all coming out at the same time? Like, again, the transgender stuff, I think that's just serendipitously that it happened at the same time. But it's the transgender thing, the January 6th thing, and the COVID lockdown files, all of it within a week and a half, 2 weeks. It's been
great.
It's been a lot.
Really sexy.
Yeah, we're gonna probably go for also Arthemesia tonight. So
not gonna lie, some of the news that I've seen. Some of the news that I've seen, I'm like, oh my god, I have an erection. It's just it's very good. It's very entertaining.
It's my reaction to it is not like that. I mean, I don't have the
Well, you don't have a penis.
Parts. Well, I'm just saying, yeah. Well, did you just assume my gender?
Yes, I did.
I hope that's.
Is my assumption correct?
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
But dang! Now I lost my train of thought. Oh, I was trying to explain it earlier, and it's like, no, is that it makes me enraged to watch how they're trying to explain away all this stuff. But at the same time, it's why I used the image I did from Starship Troopers. It's afraid, right? I mean, how else do they're clearly afraid, and I hope that it is a real white pill and this isn't some kind of elaborate ruse cruise as to why this stuff's all coming out. But it's, I mean, of course, the left won't cover any of it, and they're still on Twitter living in lunatic fantasy land and ignoring all this stuff. But I don't think regular people can ignore it at some point. Anyway, we'll finish this.
Memory was shamelessly
By the way, if the chat's wondering right now, that tune sounds familiar. Yeah, it's because it's Salty's background.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
One thing that
February of 20.
Yep.
One thing that just really bothers me in general, though, is the fact that this guy died. He does not know that the left is using him in general for their gain, and this dude was absolute opposite to them. He didn't want to be a part of them in any way, shape, or form. And now that he's gone, it's just kind of the fact that he doesn't even know about that just really bothers me.
Right. It's not even spitting on his grave. It's using his corpse as a puppet for political tool, as a political tool. And that's truly beyond the pale of sickening. It's not the first time someone's done that. It won't be the last. Sorry, you cut out for a second. What did you say?
Oh, I said I just can't fathom the thought of what his family's going through with this.
Well, they haven't been able to speak out, because if they do, they'll get harangued.
Absolutely.
And it's just,
I imagine they're miserable watching this go down like that.
Hopefully they.
Are you guys surprised the left have no shame?
Solace. No. And I think that's what we're really seeing now. Like I said, all politicians lie. Political people lie all the time. The media certainly lies on both sides to a certain degree. As we'll get into with Russell Brand.
Lie. If they didn't lie, they wouldn't be the fucking media.
Right? But I think we really have come to a point where it is undeniable that that's all the left in America in particular does, is lie. They have no truths, no compunctions other than to lie. And Vosh has talked about this, and I think it's become the mainstream Democrat narrative, which is that it is moral to lie because in their minds, our enemies, the right, are evil, so it is acceptable for us to do any amount of evil to beat them. That's their paradigm, that's their mindset. And I think that's become overwhelmingly obvious. But got a couple minutes left on this. I have the article up about Sicknick, but I don't know if Tucker Carl covers it here. Tucker Carl covers it. Got those words a little mixed up.
2021, Sicknick's body lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda, where a parade of unscrupulous politicians made use of it. Here's Joe Biden.
Breaking down the doors, trying to overturn an outcome of election, and killing several police officers in the meeting.
Nope. One, they weren't trying to overturn the election. They were there.
If they did, they already sucked at that.
They were trying to make sure that it was looked at properly and asked their government to do its freaking job. Two.
See, this is actually. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go. No.
I was going to say this is exactly what I was talking about in my video, in the sense of, whenever you pointed out why you think the reason that video got banned was because of saying the 4-letter word there, or 5-letter word. Yeah. Anyway, so I wasn't even necessarily saying that I believed in it per se, even though I do, but
Mhm.
I wasn't saying that per se. What I'm saying is those people were there for the reason of wanting to get the courts involved because they
Yeah.
believed in
Yeah.
voter blank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the point. And that's just what sucks about YouTube strikes is they don't pick up the context because it's all AI.
It probably is AI. And one thing that you and I talked about earlier on this Arthemesia is that YouTube and people in the audience probably know this at this point, but some people might not, is that if a video of mine gets a copyright strike, I get the exact timestamp of where the copyright claim, not strike, a copyright claim. I get the exact timestamp of where the copyrighted material is, and I have an option to go in and remove the content. Just click a button and you can just delete. It takes a while. It takes like 12 hours or something, but it will just delete that segment. You can also, if it's a music claim, you can mute it and replace it with other music. That doesn't work so great, but whatever.
But
it's also very frustrating. Yeah, it's also very frustrating. Or you can appeal it. With a community guideline strike, such as the one that Arthemesia got for misinformation, they would not tell you what part of the video was misinformation. They will not elaborate upon it at all. You could maybe hope to tag YouTube support on Twitter and they might look at it again, which I think I talked about this a couple weeks ago, is that a random live stream that I had done 5 years ago was struck for hate speech. And luckily Team YouTube looked at it and went, okay, no, this is fine. And that's rare. I think it's very rare for that to happen. But why did that happen to me? And so your appeal got rejected. How long did it take them to reject the appeal, would you say?
It was actually abnormally quick.
It's not abnormal. If they've decided they want it gone, it's fast.
Right. Well, I mean, like I've had strikes before in the past, and usually it takes like 3 or 4 days. This was about 12 hours later.
Which means they didn't look at it.
Right. Pretty much.
And that's what that means to me. And that hate speech thing that I got the strike for, that was on my main channel, a strike for hate speech. When I appealed it, I got back a denial within about 2 hours. So there's first of all, it's a 5-hour long live stream or something from 5 years ago. No way you looked at it within 2 hours. The live stream's longer than that. Now, maybe you have the timestamp. I don't, though, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that's what's frustrating in general. They will not tell you, they will not communicate with you, and they do not care. I mean, the first strike that I have, which is just ridiculous, it just says community guidelines. And whenever I click into it, it says inappropriate.
Yeah.
And it's like,
great.
Okay, that's what, how? First of all,
Disco does the same
Thanks,
thing.
moral arbiter. But
exactly.
Well, yeah, my warning, and also warnings never go away, which is something to be. The warning, I guarantee that once you get a warning on your channel, you are deranked somewhat in the algorithm, and warnings never go away. So it's a permanent mark on your record.
I'm screwed then.
There's a warning on this channel. There's a warning on my channel, and I'm doing all right. There's been a warning on my channel for 4 years, and I've been okay. But
my warning is the most ridiculous warning ever.
Mine kind of makes sense. Mine kind of makes sense. It was when the Christchurch shooting happened. I was really emotionally upset by that because I was on 4chan and I saw the footage and I was just like, crying because it was so graphic and disgusting. And I made a very emotional video, which this is why I don't make videos quickly. One, because I do research and they're research heavy videos. And I moved more into doing documentary style stuff essentially. But 2, because I really need time to, a lot of times I'll have emotions about things and I need time to remove all my emotions from a subject. Because what I was saying is that in that video, I said there were like 3 options. This is real. This is someone who does not hold these opinions and is doing it because they're crazy and it have been so politically captured that they want to frame the right, which was a possibility. I said I thought the reality was most likely it was just a real lunatic, which I think it was. But then I can't remember what my third option was. But because I put it up as an option and then I said I didn't think that was the case, that made it a conspiracy theory and blah, 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 So just because I put up that it could have been that, but I didn't think it was. The just floating the idea and then saying I didn't agree with it is that was enough. Why was yours so ridiculous? What was your warning for?
So mine was in March of 2022, and it was me watching the Democrat debate live, and I had moments before did a live stream of me playing Call of Duty. So I changed the title, I changed all the tags and everything. I put my entire all my links in the description that I normally do, and then started the live stream. Somehow it messed up. It kept the title, but it reverted the tags back to Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, and CODMW. You know, Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
So they got me with a warning about 2 days later. I didn't even know the tags had switched back. I think they switched back because the video posted after the live stream. I think they were the right tags during the live stream. I'm not sure how it happened, but they got me for spam, deceptive practices, and scams.
Oh my god. Well, I often forget to change the tags. I usually am pretty good at it, but every once in a while you might notice that on some of our live streams I've forgotten to change the hashtags. What ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, I was just like, I wasn't trying to scam anybody. I was like, it's not my fault. Your system sucks.
And they'll never take that away. They'll never take that off your channel, which is the most everybody gets a strike at some point, unless you're, well, I don't know. Unless you're a leftist channel, then you don't ever get strikes for anything. You can be Vosh and call for death constantly and just be
your
fine.
music channel making your own music and you don't have a label. But if you have a label, you'll get stricken by your own label.
Isn't that crazy? You know,
oh God, it's awful.
There's a song I wanted to use as like a theme for the show that we could play. We do play as an 8-bit cover of Centuries by Fall Out Boy, because we're a monarchist channel. I thought that was kind of appropriate. But there's a band called Tyr, and they have a song called Take Your Tyrant. And I was like, ooh, this song is perfect.
Oh, you mean TYR?
Yeah.
Metal. Oh yeah, Toyer.
Folk metal. I think it's pronounced Tyr. It's
Icelandic. No, I've actually talked to them before.
Is it really? I have too.
Yeah.
And I asked them.
Oh really?
Well, I emailed them, and their newer guitarist responded to me really quickly too. And I said, could we use your this song? And he was like, yeah, absolutely, that's cool. And then we used it and got a copyright claim. And basically, what he told me is like, we don't have any control over that whatsoever. Like, I can give you all the permission in the world. The band themselves gave us permission to use the song. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, because the record label owns the fucking title as well.
Yeah, I ran into them. I saw them live actually opening.
Oh, that's awesome.
Who were they opening for? I think it was Elevati. And I asked him how to pronounce it. And Elevati?
No, Bill loves. How do you pronounce it then? I've been pronouncing it wrong.
Oh, Toyer.
Toyer.
Yeah, I guess who is Toyer? I think it's a god. But yeah, he told me it's pronounced Toyer.
Oh.
And I was like, that's really weird. I did not expect that.
Thor is spelled differently. It's spelled with this Icelandic character that only exists in Icelandic. It looks like a P, or like it's a line, and then it's got like a half circle in the middle. It's like a mix between a P and a D. And so you're right. Thor, as in Thor the god. Maybe that's another spelling of it that I'm just not familiar with. That's awesome.
Oh, it's a German god. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
He's an Old English German god. Huh.
That's awesome. I had no idea. That's so cool. I'm not surprised actually that you're familiar with them. But yeah,
I didn't even think. I guess it's pagan in some sort. I mean, I guess so is technically speaking Viking lore is pagan, but it's all. They all have weird different things. Yeah, that's interesting though. Yeah,
but they were really the guy I talked to was super nice. He's their newer guitarist. The one that he's only been with them, I think, for like a year and a half or maybe 2 years now. Well, yeah, I emailed him about it last year, so probably 3 years. I don't more than that. I don't know, but yeah, he got back to me like within 12 hours probably, and said it was fine, and then said, but he also doesn't have none of them have any control over it, which is the music industry is so insane. Sorry, spoons ... and I'm thinking let's move off the music. Let's
I was gonna say, I just love it in general whenever people that have a good following are just so like ready to speak with the people with their fans, and they don't feel like they're above them. That just makes me really happy when people do that.
Yeah, I do too. It's really cool, and most people have been so cool to me. But I would go off on some other stuff about other people who've responded to me, but let's get on. No. I mean, like, it's someone I look up to extremely responded to a random email I sent them. People who did comedy albums from the 60s, Firesign Theater. I emailed one of their few living members, and they also got back to me within like 24 hours and told me the same thing.
I thought it was going to be a story of like they were a jerk to you.
No, I'm just trying to get to
Can I get
speed up.
autistic for
I've
like
had
2
that happen
seconds?
before.
Of course, Ben. We've been autistic for a few minutes, so
Yes,
go
because
ahead.
like Alex is in the chat. Alex, tell me how the audio is before you fucking freak out on me again.
Alex Karras, if that's what you're asking about, just gave us $5 and said you can use any of my music or have me write some. I'm self-produced. Alex, if you'd like to make music for the channel or let us use your stuff, that would be awesome. Definitely. Thank you so much, and thank you for the $5.
Yes, but I still, because like Alex he messaged me earlier and just said like your audio is out of funk and it's pissing him off. I'm like, okay, so tell me whose audio is off, Alex.
Okay, real quick, since I'm reading the super chats. How's
Yes,
Alpha
on
for
Discord,
5 says,
so.
Aiden probably got the lousy half of the word for being bi and just got the got. All she can say is got. Yeah, that's it, right? And then Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Nothing short of physical trauma will break these people out of their delusions. Look, it's I'm still, I want to be a pacifist. I don't like the idea of violence ever. And if we can find any way, again, peaceful divorce, I'm on that. Clearly we can't get along because they don't want to, but I don't think that they'll
Because they're
let us do it.
rampaging homosexuals.
I don't think they're going to let us do it peacefully, and that's the part that scares and horrifies
Thank you, Alex.
me. And why I stay up at night and pray for things to not be that way. But, and I do think God listens to those prayers, but you people have free will, so they will do what.
Yeah, that's
wills.
unfortunate. You know we blame for that?
No,
Fucking
I'm very.
Eve.
No, free will was. We've always had free will. That's the important thing about all of this, is having free will to do evil.
Stupid Eve.
It's a
tempted
test.
by a snake, which I'm pretty
It is
sure
a
was a
test.
metaphor for a penis.
Life is a test, and these people don't.
No,
think and pass
alcoholism
it.
is a test.
Nah, as I drink my.
What was that? What was that joke? It free will just reminded me of that joke where this person's like walking past these what looks like protesters, and they're all holding up signs like around a jail saying free will, and the guy just automatically assumes they're all like crazy people who think the government's infiltrating their mind. But it turned out they
Instead
were
of,
just wanting their friend Will freed
I
out
was
of
just about
jail.
to say, is the guy actually called Will? It's
Will.
like, free will.
Exactly. So they're all going free will, and this dude's like, "Oh, these nutcases," and he walks off. And then, as it turns out, they were actually wanting their friend released. I can't remember what that was from though. Oh God.
This sounds like freehand version of South Park.
That's pretty good. Let's get through this because there's a whole bunch of shit to do tonight. We'll get off topic so easily. Let's go.
Meantime.
But Brian Sicknick should not be reduced to a prop for the political ambitions of the Democratic Party. He was a human being. The facts of his life matter, including how he died. To this day, media accounts describe Sicknick as someone who was, quote, slain on January 6th. The video we reviewed.
The only thing I was slain on the
that is
January
a
6th was the
lie.
truth.
Here is surveillance
Yeah.
footage of
Well
Sicknick
said.
walking in the Capitol
Thank you.
after he was supposedly murdered
There
by
he
the
is.
mob outside.
He had already been hit
By
in the
all
head after
appearances,
this.
Sicknick
Wait,
is
well,
healthy
and Ashley
vigorous.
The person who died on January 6th as a result of the actions that occurred on that day specifically was Ashley Babbitt. Never forget her name. She was shot in the head by a Capitol police officer.
Yeah. Black
Now,
one
for
as
some
well.
reason, they don't want to ever talk about her.
Exactly.
Interesting.
He's wearing a helmet, so it's hard to imagine he was killed by a head injury. Whatever happened to Brian Sicknick was very obviously not the result of violence he suffered at the entrance to the Capitol. This tape overturns the single most powerful and politically useful lie the Democrats have told us about January 6th. And it was indeed a lie. The January 6th committee knew perfectly well that Brian Sicknick was walking normally through the Capitol after he was supposedly murdered by Trump supporters.
And they did their
know
show
that
trial anyway.
because they saw this tape.
Exactly.
We can be sure because the footage contains an electronic bookmark that is still archived in the Capitol's computer system.
Oh, she was shot in the neck, not in the head. Close, fairly close to the head. Then I misremember some of it, like the details. I'll never forget the details of who Kyle Rittenhouse shot because it's real. Jesus Christ, take the AR, because it was a pedophile in the groin, a wife abuser in the heart, or a woman abuser in the heart, and a thief in the hand. Like, you can't make that up. Like, it's really easy to remember the Kyle Rittenhouse.
I didn't know that.
You didn't? Yeah.
I
Isn't
didn't
that
know the location.
insane?
That's amazing. But also, what are the chances where you fire into a crowd pretty much, like, not
And
actually
you
fire
hit
into a crowd,
3
but
criminals.
you hit yeah, exactly. You
It's
hit 3
called
criminals who were
shooting
of the
into
darkest
Antifa.
side.
Yeah, and they're all white. Shooting into a crowd of white Antifa members, and every single one's a criminal. What's the odds? Pretty good, I'd say. But
Exactly.
Ooh.
That's the meme anyway, but of
Yeah.
course he never did shoot into a crowd.
Neon
But
Suspenders got that old spicy bicep. Sorry. Oh, Kyle, you gave me the spicy bicep. Sorry, it's just a meme. Let's finish this, and then I'll get the super chats afterwards.
Well, now he's got a strong
Investigators
hand.
working for the Democratic
Oh, that's
Party
true, yeah.
reviewed this
My
tape.
strong hand.
They saw it, but they refused to release the tape to the public. Why? Because this tape would shatter the fraud they were perpetrating on the country. Because hiding the truth served their political interest. They lied about the police officer they claimed to revere.
Mm-hmm.
If they were willing to do that, then their dishonesty knew no limits.
Yep. 3x39 Hello for $5 says, I have seen AA, I think you mean academic agent, has begun to embrace the machine god. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about that. I've seen that happening though. This is new and exciting. It will usher in proper appeal to authority for a king. Will you bow?
What, like an AI?
Yeah. And I brought that up before too.
What, an AI overlord?
AI king, it's too scary for me. It's too scary for me. So I mean, part about being a king that I think that we all agree on is that it has to do with progeny, and AI can't reproduce in the way that hereditariness, and also living as a human, I think, and is part of it. I don't know if an AI could probably make better decisions in that way, but in some ways, I would say very, very mathematical decisions, but not moral decisions. I don't think very well. 3x3 Nihilo also says for 5, this appeal to authority seals your monarchy argument as the only logical position. Round 3 versus Sitch and Adam is yours to win now. Yeah, well, I'll have to look into it more and see exactly what AA has said. I'm not surprised that he's come to that kind of conclusion, because I know that AA was reading some of the same literature that Spoon and I have read about the monarchy stuff. So
I can understand from the position. Basically what people want is Mr. House.
Mm-hmm.
That's like from Fallout New Vegas. That's basically one. They want someone that doesn't have the corruption but has the vision to carry the state-like business.
Yeah.
That's basically what you want. And like he says, like he's stuck in the tube. Like he has no earthly desires because like I just want progress.
Yeah. The article basically just reiterates the clip we watched though, which is why I thought we just watched the clip. Particularly, some of the footage that's come out shows the QAnon guy. He's led through the building.
Yeah.
Is this the additional clip of this?
Several cops, yeah.
It was several. It was like an hour-long segment
of January 6th.
Is this the same clip?
Many people and
Is this the same clip?
Probably.
Is it actually? I don't. Oh yeah, no. Here we go. Here's the QAnon stuff. Yeah, it's a different clip, but let's just.
Someone opened the doors, and many hundreds of others just walked in.
They're gonna make that the story.
Of course, they did make it the story. And at the center of it, the single most famous person arrested that day was a Navy veteran from Arizona called Jacob Chansley, often referred to as the QAnon Shaman.
The so-called
Roseanne Boyland was the other one killed on Jan 6. I've never even heard her name. What the heck? Have you guys?
Whose name was it?
Roseanne Boyland.
Roseanne Boyland. No,
I've never even heard the name.
at all.
Rioter trampled in stampede. Let me find. I don't trust any of these sources. Let me hang on. Let's see. I have never heard her name. That's interesting though. The fact that I haven't heard her name probably means why have I never heard of her?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Crushed to death.
Oh, no, never mind.
A DC medical examiner ultimately ruled her cause of death was an amphetamine overdose. This is CNN, so I don't know. But if it, I mean, we're trusting a medical examiner for Sicknick, so.
I'm not trusting anything comes out of CNN.
I don't. Well, that's what this says. So...
There is a black homosexual on that network, therefore it is untrustworthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here on even Vanity Fair saying that
Roseanne
it was
Boyland
an overdose.
was beat to death by the cops. Find the vid. If I I'll look it up off the stream, guys, because I've never heard of this woman, which is astonishing. Actually, not astonishing, predictable.
So I think I had a commenter who was really adamant about me checking out the other deaths, and I just didn't get around to it. And apparently there are, he said there were 4 deaths that took place, but I can't remember the other 3 circumstances, but apparently it had something to do with the police that were there.
Okay, well, geez, guys, I had no idea about this. Aiden doesn't watch HB Confirmed Solomon Merch. I do. I just oftentimes he streams really late here in the UK, so I often don't catch his stuff. But thanks. I guess I'll have to look into this.
I'm surprised people like the southern accent. That's just me taking the piss.
Well,
it seems to be very amusing to all the people in the chat.
Let's.
It is a pretty good southern one there.
It is good.
Thank you very much.
I'm a southern boy myself, though.
And me. Well, girl,
my good
you
sir, I hope you don't find it too offensive.
Just suit my gender.
I live in Oklahoma.
Oh, nice.
Where the winds come sweeping down the plains, and so does a lot of cousins.
We'll finish this off and then get into Cuck Schumer.
QAnon Shaman. QAnon Shaman.
Someone named Q Shaman.
Jacob Chansley became the
They
face
missed
of
the
January
opportunity
6th.
so hard there to call him the QAnon. What did they call him? The QAnon Shaman? They could have called him the QAnon.
I mean, that's like, it's pretty good.
You're
but
asking
it's a
these
little,
people to be witty? Like,
yeah, they can't be witty, and also it's.
they can barely do the fucking news, let alone comedy.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And I also sometimes trying to put 2 words together doesn't work. Like for a while, I was playing around with calling it like Newsin or Tuzin instead of Susan or Jiski, but I don't know if they work.
Yeah.
QAnon. If you trunk,
I don't know why
truncate
it just
them.
it
sounds like the name
bothers
of
me
a
those words
pharaoh.
altogether.
It sounds like the name of a pharaoh or something.
A dangerous conspiracy theorist dressed in outlandish costume who led the violent insurrection to overthrow American democracy. For these crimes, Chansley was sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison, far more time than many violent criminals now receive. What did Jacob Chansley do to receive this punishment? To this day, there is dispute over how Chansley got into the Capitol building.
Well, we're going to
But
find
according
out.
to our review of the internal surveillance video, it is very clear what happened once he got inside. Virtually every moment
Literally
of his
gave
time
him a little
inside
pour.
the Capitol was caught on tape. The tapes show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. They helped him. They acted as his tour guides. Here's video of Chansley in the Senate chamber. Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to open...
And you know why this was, right? You know why they picked this guy in particular to escort around?
Scapegoat.
Because he was the flashiest.
He was the flashiest. And yes, as a scapegoat, but also because he was the flashiest, he was going to make the pictures stand out of like, look at this lunatic,
Yes.
right? He's got all the... Now...
Even though he looks like literally every fan you'll ever see at a baseball game.
Yeah, but he's got a bunch of like Norse pagan tattoos. I think he's got a Volknut, isn't he?
Base.
They pretty much took the person that
he's
looked
got
like he was ready for war.
The upper one here, the triangles, that's a Norse tattoo, and then that's Thor's hammer there on his in his abdomen. So he's got...
So? It's not a fucking swastika.
No, but a lot of people associate Norse paganism with
Far-right ideology.
with Nazism, because Hitler did as well. Not with Nazism, but he was also obsessed with the Norse.
Hitler also liked
shit.
water and to breathe. That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, I know, but and
I
there
always
are some...
hate that fucking argument. Hitler did. Yeah, Hitler was also a vegan and liked animals. What does that tell you?
I know, right? But
Are all vegetarians terrible
there-
people?
there-
Well, yeah, that is true, actually.
there is a section of... So one of the reasons when I was a Norse pagan, I was Norse pagan for about 5 years, and one of the things that often I would get accused of was white supremacy or white identitarianism or stuff like that.
Even though
And
that
I
has
never
nothing
actually...
to do with anything.
Some people who follow Asa True do think that you only white people who are of Nordic descent can worship the Norse gods at all. That is a real thing.
Yes.
It is often people who use the term Asatru, which is why I stopped using it, only because of the negative association. Didn't affect my faith in any way. But I was careful about using the term Asatru, which means true to the Aesir. That's like Odin and Thor and Freya. There's also the Vanir. Actually, no, Freya is Vanir, actually. But Odin and
Aiden
Thor.
the pagan. That's pretty good. That's nice and snappy.
Yeah, I became Scandinavian for 5 years. No, I don't know. I was like in a rough point in my life, and at that point, it helped me a little bit, or I felt like it helped
Aiden
me.
Scandinavian, that works too.
Then I found Christ, and that's way better, in my opinion. I still like a lot of the Norse paganism stuff, and I don't know if I've totally stopped believing in it, but I don't think I really have actually. But whatever. People get a lot of people think that Norse pagans are white supremacists, and some of them are. That is. But there's.
I don't think they're white supremacists because they're pagans, though.
No, I don't.
They're
think
just
that's
pagans
why.
who happen to be white supremacists.
Yes, they're exactly.
Locked doors for him. We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley. Not one of them even tried to slow him down. Chansley understood that Capitol Police were his allies. Video shows him giving thanks for them in a prayer on the floor of the Senate. Watch.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving the inspiration needed to these police officers to allow us in this building.
Contrast the reality of what Jacob Chansley did in the Capitol building on January 6th, the indisputable facts recorded on video, some of which has never before been seen, with the depiction of Jacob Chansley that you've seen in the media for more than 2 years.
Yep.
He's a terrorist, they said. He should be
Look,
killed.
they're photographing him.
Shoot him.
Exactly.
Like, you burst into the United States, if he was dressed like Bin Laden, would you have shot him?
Shoot him. Shoot him.
No, because that's racial profiling, so probably not.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
And the video proves that. But you would never have known from the media coverage.
I mean, I was going to say it's unfathomable, but it's not. What we're saying consistently is that this is not unfathomable. This is what they do. They just lie constantly. A Lamented Guide for 5 says, the only other place I've heard of Asa True is in Crusader Kings 3. What's on the menu, Crown Crew? Well, we're going to be talking about January 6th for a little bit longer because...
it's funny and dumb.
I don't know if it's funny. It's certainly fucked.
It's funny to see the left go fucking apeshit. That is funny.
They're having a real melty over this.
Yeah, that's why it's funny.
Well, let me actually, my Twitter has been a fucking mess. And it's mostly because
there's a lot of tragic shit, so you may as well find it funny, Aiden.
I guess so, but where was
One thing I definitely have to say about Tucker's video here is I would say that his was probably a lot more provocative than mine ever could have been.
Oh yeah, of course.
YouTube has no problem with Tucker's.
Right. And you didn't play Tucker's video. I think that was the problem. That
No, I played it part of his video a little bit.
You also played some of the just unredacted footage. I think that YouTube is
right.
Look, they're clearly censoring this because it's a threat to their ideology and their narrative and their framing, but they can't censor Tucker as much as they'd love to. They just can't.
Yeah, it's a lot tougher. But
they would look like state propagandists.
That they thought they wouldn't get caught. You know, it's like I could understand. I already so I talked to Chrissy Mayer about it a little bit, and
nice.
She
awesome.
said that she's really good. Who did she say? Do y'all know who Mersh is?
Yes.
Yes, unfortunately.
They also got for the same thing got stricken.
Really?
Yeah.
I have my issues with Mersh, but that's he also. I mean, he's leans to the right, so yeah, I'm not shocked.
I actually, I know Chrissy told me about him last time, but I still have yet to check him out. So I actually don't know him.
He's a bit of a character. There's a
to say the least.
There's a documentary, I guess you could call it, from a guy called Beige Frequency on Mersh. Watch that if you want to get an idea. Okay. But look, anytime you watch a documentary on another person by a YouTuber on another YouTuber, I'm saying is about to release my 2-hour-long video on Eliza Blue. As soon as I finish it, it's been so much work. It's been a month and a half of work. Probably out on the 15th, guys. But just conservative time frame. It's taken so long because of all the clips and all the searching through all the podcasts and all the things she's been on. It's taken forever. But I think we're nearing the denouement. Anywho, always be a little bit skeptical when a YouTuber reports on another YouTuber because I mean, if they've got all the sources and stuff, which Beige Frequency does,
especially if their name is Ethan Ralph.
Oh, well, not hard to do. So let's look at
kind of a big target.
Well, literally, yes. He's quite large. He's got that big gun. So
Yeah, that's a
tell
cheap
Tucker
shot, but I
Carlson.
don't fucking care.
Tell Tucker Carlson not to run another segment of lies about Jan 6. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, that's our
begged-
job.
That's our job. to
Yeah,
lie.
it's our job to do it.
I
Exactly.
resemble that remark. Begged Fox News owner Rupert Murdoch to prevent primetime host Tucker Carlson from continuing his relitigation of January 6th riot using newly released security camera footage tonight, calling the night's program one of the most shameful hours we have ever seen on television. I don't think I've ever seen a primetime cable news anchor manipulate his viewers the way Carlson did last night by showing them the freaking video. Let's listen to Cuck himself.
Last night, millions of Americans tuned in to one of the most shameful hours we have ever seen on cable television.
Shut the fuck up, Chuck.
With contempt for the facts, disregarding the risks, and knowing full well he was lying to his audience, Fox News host Tucker Carlson ran a lengthy segment last night arguing the January 6th Capitol attack was not a violent insurrection.
It wasn't.
There was some violence. We talked about 2 people who died. Neither of them were cops.
Or insurrectionists.
I would not call them insurrectionists.
I'd call them angsty tourists.
Yeah. Well, okay. My mom was there. She wasn't in the Capitol, but she was at the rally. When Trump spoke on the big screen and stuff. And she said it was extremely positive vibes, which has always been my experience when I went to Trump events. I think people were very mad that day. Clearly, people were very angry, and they we know that they did do violent and destructive actions. Now, compare it to your average Antifa protest, as we'll get into here in a minute. I don't think it lines up.
That actually was a peaceful protest.
Comparatively.
I had a friend there who was live streaming it to Facebook, and I was
you
live
mentioned that.
streaming it onto the channel. And
Yeah, you
that was
mentioned
a
that.
wild time. Yeah, I remember
nuts.
hearing he put his phone down, and I just remember him saying that they're gassing us, and off running and got out of there.
Did he go near the Capitol? I'm not gonna ask if he went in or not, because that's
No, he didn't manage to make it in. He was really close though. He was to the front, and they just started gassing the crowd, and he didn't see it coming at all. He was like, I don't know what's going on. He's like, they just started gassing us. He goes, dude, and he's at first he was telling me that he was hearing gunshots, but he was hearing the cans pop. So he was
the
freaking
cans
out, dropping down. He took off. I couldn't see anything because he put his phone away at that point.
Right.
And I was just like, and I'm sitting there yelling at the mic. I'm like, dude, are you okay? And of course he can't hear me at all. So
right.
yeah, but he got out of there and he pulled his phone back out. I think he ended the stream, and he ended up actually just calling me on the phone saying that his stream went down. He couldn't get it back connected, and something to do with the signal was dropping. And yeah, I don't know what was going on, but he managed to give me a call.
Jeez.
It was pretty wild to see.
Yeah. That is insane.
But it was the fact that he didn't know it was coming.
Right, of course not, because this was now we can see that all of this was a setup.
Exactly.
The whole Q Shaman thing was a freaking setup. And here's Cuck Schumer complaining, and I think that he's actually making kind of an implicit threat.
It seems so.
Ordering Tucker Carlson to not to stop talking about this.
Or
Stop
else what?
showing or else what? Let's hear what he says.
Do you know what Chuck Schumer
Cuck?
looks like? You ever played Half-Life 2?
Yeah.
He looks like the G-Man 30 years aged.
It looks a bit like the G-Man. Looks a bit like
It's
the G-Man. I
weird
can
as
see
he
that.
reminds me of one of the very first boss battles in Final Fantasy VIII. The
Oh,
one with the
yeah.
zombie. And you throw
Yeah.
holy water at him and he dies instantly, and I never knew that, so I would take my time
Yeah,
really
yeah.
using a lot.
Definitely a zombie. That part's for sure.
By diving deep into the waters of conspiracy and cherry picking from
Cherry-picking?
thousands of hours of security.
Well, we've seen
What do you
all
mean?
of
You
your
did the
shit.
same fucking thing!
We've seen all your shit. You had weeks to show all of your evidence at your hearing that
And no one
nobody
paid
watched,
attention to the shitty crap you fucking did.
where you selectively
propagandistic
showed
fuckwit.
shit. Why didn't you show any of this? Why was none of this shown at the fucking hearing?
But Tucker
Selectively.
did show. He did show the violent parts of the footage
did.
right at the beginning.
He did.
So what
Exactly.
was cherry picked?
So yeah, what was Tucker absolutely showed the violent parts. Nothing's
Oh, I
been
know what
cherry
was
picked.
cherry picked. The rest of the peaceful footage that he didn't have time to show.
that they forgot about for some reason. Whoopsie, oopsie, poopsie. This is embarrassing. This is beyond embarrassing. They got caught. That's what's happening. They got caught, and now they're spinning their wheels trying to figure out how to react to it.
Your side is cringe, gay, and frankly, they suck.
One man has been in jail and is sentenced to 4 years over this. How many people in total have been in jail now without even trial? There are still people in jail who have not seen a trial 3 years later.
Exactly.
Or 2 years later, sorry. Unbelievable. That is not just an obstruction of justice. It is a violation of everything that our justice system is supposed to uphold. There's no due process happening for these people. Selectively showing just certain clips. Okay, sure, cuck.
Footage. Mr. Carlson told the bold-faced lie that the Capitol attack, which we all saw with our own eyes, was somehow not an attack at all.
It wasn't.
Did he actually say that? No, he didn't. He was pretty clear. I think we just watched the freaking footage, cuck. I know that you can lie to your constituents because they don't watch Fox News because they're terrified and think it's a terrorist network because you tell them that shit too. But we just watched it here. I don't think he said anything about it. There not being anything wrong with it. Just that you didn't show this part of it. Now, did you? And you put that man in jail for 4 years. And there are people who have not even been charged yet sitting in a jail cell.
By the way, if he's in jail, so my law is not my strong point. But if he's in jail, shouldn't the officers who didn't do anything also be in jail?
Yeah, they should be, I guess.
That's exactly one of the points I wanted to make too.
Very good. Yeah, if they assisted. They assisted in a felony crime. They're saying this is felonious crime. The officers who led, just for example, Q Shaman. Q Shaman's given 4 years. Well, the officers led him through. We have footage of them leading him through peacefully, walking him from room to room. If what he committed was a felony, then the officers are all complicit in that felony and should be charged with a felonious crime as well.
And Ray Epps.
Yep, and Ray Epps, absolutely.
He tried to argue it was nothing more than a peaceful sightseeing tour.
It was.
No, he said that's what was happening inside the Capitol, which he showed footage of, not outside. He said specifically, we just watched it, he said footage from inside the Capitol shows what looks like a peaceful sightseeing tour. Cuck Schumer has to have a law degree, right?
I don't think so.
I mean, that's how most of these people end up in power, is that they get law degrees as politicians. But whatever his degree is, maybe you should study up on the freaking law, dude. No, re-look at that. Stop lying. They can't stop lying, though. It's so caked into everything about their politic and their identity is that lying is an intrinsic part of it. Again, Vosh said the quiet part out loud. It is okay for us to lie constantly and perpetually because our enemies are so evil, right? And it's one of the reasons I don't always like using the word evil, but I think the left outright is at this point, you know?
I do too.
There's no other way to describe
always
it.
Have
I think
been.
They're overtly outright evil. I mean, again, Vosh said the quiet part, that it's okay for us to be evil because our enemy is more evil. And I'm not saying there aren't evil people on the right. Of course there are.
There are not.
Of course there are.
We are all the goodest of boys.
I know, we're all angels, right? But of
Yes.
course there are evil people on the right.
I just have some devilish beliefs.
However, the evil on the left seems endemic. It seems to be part of the politic.
Well, yeah, because you're just power-hungry psychopaths.
Yeah, it's all about power. Always about. That's what Vosh said as well. He should never have said that quiet part out loud, because now I can always cite it and be like, look, like the biggest commie on this platform just explained your entire political paradigm. Whoops.
Can you imagine? A nonviolent demonstration, a perfectly fine and appropriate instance of people expressing their
Wait a minute, I want to retract. To the biggest commie on this platform. I'm good friends with a communist on YouTube who's a really cool and decent guy. So, but
I don't actually think Vosh has any ideology. I think he just goes where the money is.
That's what I wanted to reframe what I said as, is that, yeah, I don't think Vosh actually believes in fucking anything. I don't think most of these people believe in anything.
I think he believes in his paycheck.
Other than power and money, yes.
Opinion.
And fucking gremlins.
So many others who were here in the Capitol, And millions
Oh, he's
and
got in common
millions
with
of
Cenk, then.
Americans are just furious with Tucker Carlson and Kevin McCarthy.
Oh God, yes, we're just furious. We're just
Furious
seething
with
with rage. Just oh my God, just the blood is just coursing through my veins. I'm turning to stone. I am so fucking.
For those who don't know, McCarthy
Really?
is the guy who is the one who gave Carlson the footage. Which means the government has, of course, the government's had access to it, but just to reiterate, the government has access to this footage the entire time. It was not brought up during the weeks and weeks of litigation during the January 6 hearings. So you knew about this and you lied. You're angry. It's always like this. You're not angry because, you're
angry.
only
Your
angry 'cause you got
propaganda
caught.
didn't sink in.
You're angry you got caught. That's it. It's like when a child, you're the only person here who's a parent, Arthemesia. So, if a child
Exactly.
lies, they're not, and tries to cover it up. It's like they're upset they got caught. That's what it's about.
Exactly.
You gotta teach them to be upset about
hate you.
to be angry about lying, or not angry, but to understand that lying is wrong, not that getting caught lying is wrong. And
At
that's
this age, their lies are actually more hilarious than they are frustrating.
I'm sure.
'Cause they just so I say they. My oldest just turned one yesterday, or my youngest just turned one yesterday.
Oh.
And she doesn't know how to really say very many words yet.
Mhm.
But my oldest is just now kind of learning how to. And it's more of like, hey, did you eat that cookie up there? And her face is just covered in chocolate. No. Really? Where did this come from?
Exactly. But that's Chuck Schumer. His face is covered in cookie crumbs, and he's like, "I
Exactly.
didn't eat the cookie. It was that big mean man Tucker Carlson who just
Well, we all
put
know
cookie
that.
crumbs on my face."
We all know that Chuck Schumer is going to have to give Kevin McCarthy a real good firm spanking for him, going against the grain there.
That's
'Cause
just
God
their-
knows they're buddies. They're very tight buddies.
That's just like their weekly meetings, though. Is one of them spanks the other. Yeah.
Pretty much. It's just embarrassing at this point that he's even acting like he's mad at Kevin McCarthy. He knew, and
Oh,
what
I
it is
meant
is
literally.
just
I
giving
meant
them-
physically spanking him because
Oh
they're
no,
all,
I'm
they're all
aware of that.
weirdo
Yeah.
degenerates like that. So
They're insane.
yeah, he'd
All of
like
them.
that.
Politicians do
They really
shady
are.
shit behind the scenes. No.
What?
Oh, but
Many of
so
my
I gotta
staff
actually
will
get
do
my I gotta go get my girls up out of bed now. Though
Okay.
they're getting a little past their nap time.
Yeah, I
But-
figured you only have a little bit of time with us. But yeah, thanks for popping by, and everybody, I still have the video in question on Odyssey, and check out Arthemesia's channel, which is linked in the description. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Thank you all very much for having me on. I'll have to try and come on sometime whenever I won't be crunched for time.
No problem, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll
Yeah,
see y'all
bro.
later.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that was fun. It's nice that Arthemesia is a really cool guy. Always nice to have him on. Let's get back into Cuck then.
At the Capitol on
I
January
hate you.
6th. Their lives were put in danger,
No, they weren't.
as were the lives of many of my colleagues.
No, they
as well
weren't.
as police.
No, they weren't. You
Maintenance
lie.
staff,
Stop lying.
Keebler, thank you for posting the video. I'm not going to show it on screen if it includes violence, because we're already teetering here on showing any of this stuff. So,
Countless others.
but thank you. I will watch it later.
At one point,
That's a good point.
I
What
was
what
within
Galactic just
30
said in chat.
feet
Galactic Emperor Schlurm for $5 says, Schumer spoke at my graduation in 2016. Oh, God, I'm sorry. He kvetched about Trump being a fascist. Now he's trying to order Carlson off the air. Yeah, cute, isn't it? Cute.
He
Because
does
remember-
look evil as fuck.
He does.
It's
Remember,
it is the angle though.
if these people didn't have no standards, how's it go? If they didn't, if they didn't
If they
like,
had no standards, or if they didn't have an instant, they would have no standards at all.
yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have, right. I'm screwing up the quote. My brain's a little frazzled tonight for some reason. I don't know. I have no idea why, actually. I think so. I have to
It's
drink
because
coffee
I'm here
now.
and I'm very intimidating.
Oh, I have to start drinking coffee now, and I think that's it. Is that I've had to start, because caffeine always screws me up. But recently, ever since I
You
had
didn't even
that,
acknowledge my joke. Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
You're
I had
mean
a-
today.
I am not. Am I mean?
You need more coffee. Pay attention to my jokes.
No.
No one else is gonna laugh, for
I
God's sake.
don't. I actually it was interesting. Bill and I had this flu, and it was the flu. It wasn't COVID. We tested for COVID even, but we had this flu for like a month. If they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all. Thank you, Elder Gusto.
Yeah.
Thank you. We had this flu for like a month, which is another reason why the Eliza Blue video is taking so long. We were both sick as hell, and then since I've gotten over it, I still have a cough, a little bit of one. So does Bill, but I have been so tired and like I can't wake up. I'm exhausted. And I was talking to Bill's mom today, and she said that she knows several people because they had the flu also, the same thing, the same time, and she knows several other people who got it, and all of them are experiencing the same thing, just like this long flu effect, I guess. But it's not COVID. We tested for COVID, and just all of us are like exhausted. It's just got this. Whew. So I have to start drinking coffee again, which I think muddles my brain a little bit but I have to drink it or else I'm gonna fall asleep. I've literally fallen asleep in my chair editing, which has never happened to me before. It's insane. Anywho,
Do what I do. Have tea.
you know, maybe I should switch to tea because it's like a middle ground.
Roy Boss.
Bill got me some kombucha today, so I'll have that tomorrow instead of
What the fuck
coffee.
is that?
Kombucha? It's
Yes.
fermented tea. Oh, they didn't have any? Oh, never. He didn't get me any. He didn't have any. They make a local kombucha. You are not responding. I feel like you're disgusted somewhere. That you're not happy with that phrase, fermented tea.
I
Spoon?
am not amused.
I figured that you were sitting there trying to process it. It's a white girl
Fermented
drink, Spoon.
tea. What,
Yes,
a white
it is
girl
a white.
drink?
It's super white girl drink.
Oh, someone in the chat said it's a white girl drink. Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
why.
$0. It's no, I like
I have
it, but
I have managed to get Aiden to drink straight whiskey.
yeah, because that whiskey you told me about, Balmora or Balmore's.
Balcones.
Balmora is a city in Morrowind.
Balmoral, yeah, Balmoral's yeah. I thought you said Balmoral for a second. Like that's a fucking hotel in Scotland.
And Balmora is a city in Morrowind. Whatever, Balcones, that was really good. I like the taste of kombucha. There's a local.
Or the
like,
other one the other South African one that I got you to drink.
Yes, there's a local Guernsey kombucha that's actually really. Oh, that's not a whiskey.
No, the other one, man.
The
liqueur.
cream thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that stuff. What's it called again?
Amarula.
Amarula, because I've been drinking that I've been having that mix. I mix it with ice cream and coffee. That's what I've been drinking. That ice cream and
Oh,
coffee.
but yeah, that's part of
Dang
the
good.
drink that we have.
Yeah, it's freaking delicious.
Do you have a blender?
Yeah.
Okay, so get this is something that we call Dom Pedro.
Mhm.
So get Kahlua.
Oh, you call. I know what Don Pedro is. I've got Kahlua.
Yes. So get a
Actually,
cup of
got
ice
Kahlua right
cream,
here.
a cup of ice
Good
cream,
answers.
a shot of Kahlua, and blend that.
Wait, Kahlua, whiskey, and Amarula.
No. Just the ice cream,
Uh-huh.
a shot of
Ice cream.
Kahlua. You can maybe choose
Kahlua.
whiskey if you want as well, and add a kick to it.
Where'd I hear whiskey? Where'd I get whiskey from? I don't know.
And then just blend that. That's called
Just
Dom
Kahlua
Pedro.
and ice cream?
Yes, it's called Dom Pedro.
Yeah. Here's what I've been doing. That's extra delicious. Amaretto, ice cream, orange juice, vodka. Holy shit. Oh, and Bailey's. Holy shit.
That's just sugar.
Oh my god. I know, but it'll wake you up. It's so good.
Is that what
No
alcohol
one-
does to you?
What?
Alcohol just makes me sleepy.
Not if it's Kahlua. I think has caffeine in it because it's a coffee liqueur.
No, like nothing. Like any alcohol just makes me like knocks me the fuck out.
No, often it wakes me up. But
Okay, alcohol
I'm a
does
se-
like if like you remember the Louis C.K. said in one of his stand-up specials where he had was like what he says. You see in the movies, you see like a bunch of like executives or like senator like, "Huh, you're gonna play boys." So like, how is it like? How is the next scene on all of them just sleeping? Like
I
that's
know.
me. Like I'm the exact same way. Like if you give me a shot of whiskey, people are like, "Oh, we're gonna get fucked up." Like, bitch, you give me 2 of that, and I'm lights the fuck out.
Yeah. Oh, also, Nick's the Bailey's. I was getting it confused with another drink. But yeah, Neon Suspended sounds like a dream bar. It is. The amaretto, vodka, orange juice, ice cream. It tastes exactly like those
Drinks
creamsicles.
Four Loko.
I do not drink I have had Four Loko. It is undrinkable. It's sickening. Porch for Two says Amarula is god tier. I miss it since I went on keto.
Yeah.
Bruh, I'd never had it until about 3 days ago. It's only 15 pound here, and which shocked Spoon.
I was like,
But
what the fuck? How did
Yeah,
you
I
get
just
out
saw
of it
it-
for 15 pounds? I hate you.
I saw it at the store, and I was like, I was like, oh, I'll try something new.
Like
It might have been,
€30
it might have
here.
been 17. It was between 15 and 17, something like
That's
that.
still cheap as fuck.
I just saw it, I was like, oh, this looks interesting. And I picked it up, and I was like, oh shit, it's South African. I was like, okay, well now I have to try it. And of the cream liqueurs I've tried, I think it might be my favorite. Because it's
I like the way that
really...
when you messaged me, I asked you, have you ever had this? And I said, that's like asking a Texan, have you ever had a burger?
I know. The thing that...
It's like probably one of our national drinks.
If you've never had it, then what I would say, and you're not a big fan of cream liqueurs, it has a fruity flavor to it, though, too, and it's really hard to describe.
As good as it a fruit.
Yeah, it is a fruit, and it's a chocolatey but also fruity. Really difficult to describe if you haven't tried it.
It's quite sweet.
Yeah, very sweet. I say like less sweet than Bailey's, but yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's the sweetness is more fruit oriented than it is just sugar.
Yeah, very good. I quite like it. That's my new thing.
And it makes you go, woo.
Yeah, it's.
Or at least that's me
very,
anyway.
You can definitely drink it straight. That's for sure.
Yes.
Any cream liqueur you can drink straight.
That's the fucking problem with it.
Yeah, yeah, cock.
Of the rioters. One of them, I was told, shouted out, "Let's get him." Before my detail pulled me
What the
away,
fuck does that mean?
And we ran
Who knows?
in the other direction.
Get the fuck out of
To
here.
say
You mean...
January
No,
6th
stop. Chuck, do you mean to say someone said, let's get him, and they pulled you? Shut the fuck up. No one believes this crap.
No one believes
you
it.
You lying sack of old
again,
shit.
What
fuck
he's saying
off.
is, do not believe your lying eyes. You're not allowed to watch Fox News. You're not allowed to watch Tucker Carlson show you video footage because it contradicts our narrative. I mean, like, this is the most egregious I've ever seen, right? This is the most egregious. The most egregious. Because they're literally saying, no, don't watch it. Because your eyes are lying to you. That's what they're freaking saying. It beggars belief.
It's not violent, is a lie, pure and simple.
Oh, how?
I don't think I've ever seen.
You're a politician, of course you would know what fucking lying is. You do it every fucking day.
How is it a lie? How is video footage from the Capitol building security cameras a lie, cuck? Explain that one to me, please.
News anchor manipulate his viewers the way Mr. Carlson.
Is that what they're going to say? Are they going to say that McCarthy gave Tucker Carlson deepfakes? I actually think that might be a pivot. I bet if I go to Twitter, there are people saying that right now who have bought into this hook, line, and sinker because they've got so much cognitive dissonance. They're wound up in it, and they're going to have to make up excuses in their heads because they bought into the scam.
Also, I want to know how, if you think he's wrong, Chuck, why do you not show your footage? Like, don't all of you have access to this shit? You had access to it for fucking months in the sex committee, and you didn't get shit.
You didn't show any of this.
Yeah. No one paid attention to the dumb shit you fucking do because no one believed you.
Literally, their only argument is, but he didn't show the footage we wanted to show. That's the entire argument.
You could have showed that in the fucking January 6th thing. And you
showed
did, and no one fucking cared.
It's all
because no one believed you, you dumbass.
Yes.
And then now there's a reason why. Like, oh yeah, the reason why we didn't believe you first, and now we see it now. Yeah, we're vindicated for why we didn't believe you because you were fucking lying.
Yep.
Carlson did last night. I don't think I've ever seen an anchor treat the American people and American democracy with such disdain.
I don't know about you, but I hate democracy.
Disdain. My God, the absolute irony. You've lied to people for 2 years. You have disdain for the. You think people. Well, yeah, just about this for 2 years. I'm going to get into this more. It has become overwhelmingly obvious that the Democrats and the left, and I mean, I'm saying the left more broadly, as in globally, hate you. Chuck Schumer hates you, average person. He has open contempt for every single one of us here, both Spoon and myself and everybody in the chat. He has contempt for, and it's not just him, it's the broader left-leaning, academic-ish or academic adjacent paradigm. They hate all of us. They think we're plebs and at best useful idiots, if not cattle. That's what they think about all of us. I will play a clip later that shows it outright from Kamala Harris. Oh, is it the Kamala Harris one?
I'll be honest, I don't really mind because the American elite right now are not exactly very special.
Yeah, it's all right. I hate you too. Cock. Fuck you.
Stupid
and he's
shit.
going to come back tonight with another segment.
Good, base.
Fox News should tell him not to. Fox News, Rupert Murdoch, tell Carlson not to run a second segment.
Or else what?
Of lies. You know it's a lie.
Or else what?
You've admitted it's a lie.
Or else... What? Excuse me?
What do you mean it's
They
admit it's a
admitted
lie?
it's a lie.
What
No,
the
they
fuck
didn't.
what the fuck does that mean?
They did not admit it's a lie. And if Fox News does, if Rupert Murdoch doesn't do that, what then, cuck? That is a threat. What then, cuck?
Chuck, are you familiar with this thing called the First Amendment?
No, First Amendment only applies to leftists when they're peddling nonsense and propaganda.
For a second, I thought you were being serious. Like, oh crap, I'm gonna be wrong about something? Oh no.
Culpable as Mr. Carlson.
Culpable.
Speaker McCarthy's decision to share
Try and sue him then, cuck. Go ahead. Try it. I don't think you'll win.
No, I think you'll lose quite badly.
Yeah.
security footage with Fox.
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch doesn't run the show; his kids run it. But go ahead and try. I mean, I don't think so. Tucker Carlson is Fox News at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's the reason people watch Fox News is for Tucker Carlson.
Well, him and Greg Gutfeld, basically.
Gutfeld's more on the funny side, but
Yes.
in terms of news, it's Tucker. It's Tucker 100%. So no, I don't think so. I don't think that the Murdoch family is going to destroy their cash cow because you don't like him telling the truth. And by the way, like
Especially
that is
not for
part
you,
of it.
Chuck.
Yeah, exactly.
like a mistake from the very beginning. But after last night, it looks like a disaster. Speaker McCarthy
Dude, this is so
played a
cringe.
treacherous-
This is like, no.
a treacherous
really is.
game by catering to the hard right. He's enabled the big lie.
The big lie. They're still using that term. Big lie. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Do you remember in 2016, you fucking moron said that Russia stole the election for 4 fucking years?
You remember? And then that got proven to be false, and that you lied to the American people for 4 years. Remember that one?
You know what I
You ever apologize for that one?
you know what I
No.
could never understand
Aw.
about that? The bit that never made any sense to me is that
What?
Trump was not even in office, but
I know.
somehow you think the Russians were able to permeate the American State Department after Obama said there's no one in hell they could do that. They somehow did without Trump even being there. And then when Trump is in there, they can somehow not do it again. But he was also
Weird.
working for the Russians. Like, how the fuck does that make any
so
sense?
Bizarre how the Russians couldn't hack 2021. I just don't get it.
Like, that doesn't
almost
make
like
any
it was
fucking sense.
It's almost like it was disproven as nonsense, made up mostly by a lunatic, Steele, and his piss fantasies about Trump. Binary Super for £5 says there's no talking our way out. They hate us. There is no voting our way out for fortification. This ends one way now with one side imprisoned or dead. I hate to be that black pill about stuff. I would really like
I don't think that's particularly black pill. I actually think that's just the kind of white pills. Like, hey, look, you don't have to bother with the fucking gloves anymore. You can just take them off and just like fucking swing.
El Gusto, what did Adam banish me for mentioning? Sorry, I was reading this.
Adam banished you for mentioning what the fuck?
What I don't think he banished me for anything. But I
Which
might
Adam?
remember. I'm guessing Brendan, but I don't know.
What did you do?
I don't know.
What did you
That's
do
right.
to piss him off so I can congratulate you?
What? I'm not sure. Odagusto, if you have a second.
I like when you piss people off, by the way.
I don't ever mean to. I'm
Except-
always
except
trying to
me.
be like. Oh well, yeah, you, because you're my bestie. So of course I want to piss you off.
Basically, that's how you're good friends with Aiden. Like, if Aiden does not want to piss you off, you're not good friends. If she wants to annoy the living crap out of you, that means you're good friends.
Actually kind of true. But I think that's true of all friends. Like you want to fuck with your friends. You don't want to fuck with somebody you're not really good friends with.
Well, yeah, because they can take a joke.
Yeah.
And I'm very good at taking jokes. Also, I overreact to them because people seem to think it's funny. Like, if I'm not calling you the F word at least twice a day, like, I think you're like a pleb, basically.
Oh, I was banished early from the 200th episode. I do remember that, but I don't remember for what. I was also really drunk, so maybe that's actually why he kicked me. I think that's why he probably kicked me, because I was getting real fucked up. But yeah.
Yeah, and also we can tell when you get drunk.
Yeah.
Because your
it's really
voice
easy to tell.
changes.
Yeah, it's really easy to tell.
Yeah, your voice goes
higher.
up. Your voice goes up a pitch.
Yeah.
Like a better octave or a.
Did I bring up Jan 6 or something? Was that what it was? Oh well. Whatever.
Eroded away
I don't think there's any hard feelings. No hard feelings for me, at least.
at our precious democracy.
Oh, fuck
When
your
people
democracy.
Don't believe elections are on.
When people
There's
don't
that
believe
word
elections.
again.
Oh, yeah, like
Ding,
2016.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Well, maybe if you didn't people don't believe elections because you told them that 2016 was stolen by the
Russia.
Russians. Gee, I wonder why the American people don't trust in the electoral system when the entire Democrat apparatus spent 4 years saying that democracy was over and had been stolen by the Russians. You absolute shitbag. God damn.
How do these people have any credibility?
They don't.
Like, it's
just
just fucking weird.
There are people who are in, look, their filter bubbles exist. There are some people who only listen to Fox News. That's true. But the people who, and there are a lot of people though who also only listen to this nonsense and they take it uncritically. Because as I've said many, many times, it takes a lot of cognitive energy to be able to actually process things. It takes a lot of inertia. And due to that reason, literally, it's energy, and we are evolved to expend as little energy thinking as possible.
Can I point something out, though?
People don't think.
I want to point out, if you didn't watch any of the leftist news and you just watch Fox, would you actually suffer in any way?
I don't think Fox is not far right. They like to say it, but they're not.
Right, but like I'm saying, like as far as information goes, and considering how much the left lies, like are you actually in any way worse off? Because I think the answer is no. And that's kind of worrying, because like everyone's like, because I remember I did a video about this like months ago. People said, oh, you need to watch both the left and the right to get it balanced. You're like, no, that's complete bullshit. I don't agree with that at all, actually.
There's actually something I want to say about that specifically tonight. So it's interesting you brought it up serendipitously, because oftentimes I will try to find articles from different sides to show on the stream. Not tonight. I'm real pissed tonight. Not pissed. What's the right word? I'm
upset.
I have a righteous fury.
Oh,
How about that?
Okay.
Which is that about all the stuff that's been coming out. And I didn't bother to look up the left-wing sources because when I looked them up, and by the way, it's hard to find a lot of this stuff, guys, via Google. Even DuckDuckGo, it was difficult for me to find some of this stuff.
I use Bing.
Because it is being... DuckDuckGo, I think, is better, but Bing is also quite good. You have
Bing
to know
is surprisingly good for being Microsoft, therefore it's being cringe and gay, but like whenever I want to look for like videos, Bing is surprisingly good. I have to admit.
Yeah, but I had to know the exact phraseology to look up to find a lot of this stuff because it is actively being hidden on all platforms because all their narratives are falling apart and they're losing their minds and they're expending every last bit of capital, social or otherwise, financial,
like
to try and hide all of it.
That should kind of tell you something that it's actually true.
Me on suspenders, I used Brave search and I was not finding this stuff.
Yeah, Brave.
I've moved entirely to Brave. I'm using the Brave browser right now, as you can see, and I couldn't find it on Brave.
I like the Brave browser.
I do too, and I had to use. Well, I'll tell you what I like the best is just being able to go over and switch it into to Tor mode. That's great.
I've never actually done that.
I had to when QB Farms was down.
Oh, okay.
So, also, you know, real ups. QB Farms is the reason I was able to make the Eliza Blue documentary. So I don't give a shit, and I don't give a shit. People might get mad.
Morning Brew. I don't even know that.
Morning Brew? Morning Brew is good. They've been a sponsor of my channel before. They're a news aggregator.
Oh.
Anyway, let's get back to this. Yeah.
That's the beginning of the end of this bold experiment in democracy.
Oh my God! Please get rid of it then immediately. Fuck that.
Yes. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's end this experiment.
100% in favor of that.
Yes, we've had enough time. We've collected all the data, and the data are pretty consistent. It's kind of shite. So
Yes.
Let's end the experiment. Let's go.
Precisely what kind of customer Mr. Carlson is. He's not surprised by this outcome. What a low point for Speaker McCarthy. What a low point.
God, this is like the worst like theater.
What a loser.
Reporting on the Dominion
Yeah, it is theater. You're right.
Yeah, it's like it's really shitty theater. You're just reading from a fucking script.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, if you disagree with me, it's literally the Reichstag fire. Good luck, Chuck. Yep. Or good God, Chuck. Yeah, exactly. You disagree with me. I mean, that's how it is. It's awful.
Yeah.
When Sidney Powell went on the air to push the stolen election narrative, Mr. Carlson...
When all of you went on air and pushed the stolen election narrative in 2016, stop this. Don't you ever sometimes feel like you're taking crazy pills because they constantly lie and reframe and gaslight?
Yeah, but I'm kind of used to that, so I'm not really that bothered by it.
I know. Son of T-Matt, did I watch the Tactical Consumption's documentary on kiwi farms? I did, and it was fantastic. It absolutely was. That's the the Italian finger thing, but it was Kino. And if you want to learn more about kiwi farms, because it has been heavily misaligned. Look, people there don't like me. They don't like anybody. That's kind of the point of the site. Duh. But if you want to learn more about kiwi farms, check out Tactical Consumption's documentary. It's like an hour and a half long, I think. Maybe 2 hours. It's quite long, but it was very good. I listened to it while I was working on my Eliza Blue video.
Told fellow anchor Laura Ingraham that Sidney Powell is lying. His words by the deposition.
Oh, now you believe him.
Mr. Carlson.
Oh, how cute, right? How cute.
I don't like him when he said something I disagree with, but the moment he said something I will agree with, then I will agree with him.
Yeah.
Funny how that one works, Chuck. You fucking inconsistent fuckhead.
Absolutely. Again,
shameless prick.
if they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all.
Yes,
That's
agreed.
how this works. These people do not care about truth. They only care about power, and they don't even care to hide it anymore. That's what I find to be the most fascinating thing. I mean, they've been doing it for years, but I think over the last 2 weeks, it's become so overt that they don't care about anything but power. That there's no way to freaking hide it. They don't even. They're not trying to hide it. They're just being like, yeah, openly, we're just gonna lie. We're gonna lie to your face, and don't you believe your lying eyes?
Quote, I don't think there is evidence of voter fraud that swung the election. They know full well they've been lying.
The fact that you tell me that makes me think you're lying.
Mm-hmm.
And there probably is.
Yeah. Galactic Emperor Schlurm for $2 says, getting criticized by a literal hobgoblin. I know. And Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5
He
says,
does look like a gremlin, actually.
He does. You're not allowed to say that. Remember how J.K. Rowling got in trouble for having the goblins who represent the Jews, allegedly. They look a little bit like Chuck Schumer. Just saying.
Do they?
Have you seen the goblins in Hogwarts Legacy?
No. I'm not a nerd. I'm a reading sports dude.
You've never read Harry Potter?
No.
Really?
I was out
Not even-
playing with, like, freaking squirrels and shit.
All right. Tell me, Spoon. Does this look a little bit like Chuck Schumer? Wait, this one's better. This one's better. Yeah. That one's got this pointy teeth. Might not be too accurate. How about this? What do you think?
Yeah, there's definitely a similarity there.
It's a little similar.
He looks like one of the freaking orcs in Lord of the Rings.
Well, this is considered anti-Semitic, by the way.
He looks like the one that just says, what about them? They're fresh. He looks like that guy.
Yeah. Very anti-Semitic of you.
That's a very good accent, by the way.
Yeah.
We all, Americans, of all types.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for $5 said, since you brought up the subject, is Fox actually controlled opposition? It's a good question. I don't know the answer. If the answer is yes, then can Tucker Carlson be trusted? Genuinely asking here. I'm not sure. However,
I don't trust anyone.
I am being careful because I'm saying that other people said that the goblin was anti-Semitic. I don't think the goblin's anti-Semitic. I just think it does look a little bit like cuck.
Do they like a lot of money?
Oh my god.
If the concern is the currency, yeah.
As to the question about Fox, I think it's a very real possibility that Fox is controlled opposition. But right now, Tucker Carlson is reporting on the truth, and it's clearly rustling their jimmies, so I like that.
And stripes and
also, hold on, can I pause for a second?
Yeah.
People in the chat saying the orcs are black. The orcs are not black. You know how you can tell the orcs are not black? Because they're organized.
Spoon, they're memeing on you because there was a horrible video that came out from a YouTuber called Extra Credits, which does like they do. Like,
I'm aware
D&D
of the
stuff.
meme, but
Okay,
I think it's complete bollocks because they're too organized to be black.
It's oh my god.
What?
This is
Organized? Like that's the way. That's
explicitly spawn of evil. How about that?
Oh, that's not. I don't give a fuck about that.
Corrupted elves. Lance for 5 says, what an absolute milquetoast declaration of, quote, rage. Schumer needs to take lessons on being angry from Alex
The
Jones.
fact that the whole chat is currently laughing at what I said is good. Because it's funny, but I stand by that statement, by the way. Fuck you. I'm not going to take it back.
Maybe then he's more believable. Yeah, it's very clear that this is theatrical and it's faux outrage. Binary server for £2 says it's always production with the left, no exceptions. Certainly seems to be the case now.
I'm going to judge you, chat, by how well you took that fucking statement. If you agree with me, based shit. If you disagree, it's because you don't have balls to admit it's fucking true. Because it is.
Yeah, we're gonna get in so much trouble for the stream, bro.
Why?
Republicans, independents.
You say that people are disorganized? How is that offensive?
Not say that. We're all equal. Spoon.
Basketball teams are organized. Do you know why basketball teams are organized? Because the fucking owners and coaches are white.
Ooh, dude, disavow. Bro, you're going a little spicy.
Someone tell me I am wrong.
This isn't a cuck.
About Mr. Carlson's conduct for what it is. A dangerous,
insulting a group of
attempt.
people.
Yeah, Hasselhopper does bring up a good point. How is insulting a group of people offensive? Spoon 2023. Oh my god.
To destabilize our democracy and rewrite the history of the worst attack on our Constitution.
The worst attack on our Constitution. Rewrite our history. That's what you're doing. They always do
2016
this,
was
they
worse.
always accuse you of that which they are doing. It's literally, it comes right out of Rules for Radicals. It's Saul Alinsky. It is to the letter what Saul Alinsky wrote and told them to do. He said that, but you know who else said that? Was oh shit, which Nazi was it?
Goebbels?
Always accuse your, it was Goebbels, yeah.
Yeah.
Goebbels said, always accuse your enemy of that of which you are guilty. That is what they're doing right freaking here. It is Saul Alinsky, and interestingly, it's Joseph Goebbels. Cute.
What's it?
Very
you
cute.
So it's it. You can always buy some fried chicken and make up for it. If you think I'm gonna share fried chicken, you can fuck off.
I haven't had fried chicken in a minute.
Yeah. Can you tell us the name of the HP Lovecraft cat? No, I can't.
We can't. Not on YouTube, we can't. But
What is the name of the cat?
you don't know?
I don't. You want to message me it?
Yeah. Oh, hang on. That was Bill. Bill definitely knows the name of the cat.
Yeah, of course Bill fucking would.
What does that mean? That's the name of the
It's
cat.
because Bill is good people.
Oh, I posted it in the group chat, but
Oh.
yeah. It was a black cat, to be fair, as Lightning and C elucidates.
Yeah, I don't think I could
Spoon
say the
learning
name of that.
No, you can't say that. Spoon learning the name of Lovecraft's cat.
It's yeah, it's it's ever so slightly offensive.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It was 19 like.
It's kind
10,
of offensive
though.
to the
Come
cat
on.
though.
Oh, it was a black cat, like I said.
Still offensive.
Those who don't know can guess. Porch for 5 says I've been playing
Porch
D&D
kitty.
for like. I've been playing
Kitty
D&D for like. I've been playing D&D for like 20 years now, and I haven't heard about the Orcs equals Black connection until that extra credits video. So bizarre and revealing. It wasn't revealing it. Well, it was revealing of how racist they are. That's for sure. And EF for 5 says Orcs also delete each other in high numbers. Also true. Back to cock. Back
And
to
they
you,
tried to
cuck.
rob each other over shiny shit.
Back to you, cuck. God damn it, guys.
It's an insult
We're gonna get in trouble.
to every police officer who was on the scene that
Why? It's
terrible,
just reality.
fearful day.
Get over it.
It's an insult.
Oh, Bill says orcs don't eat each other.
Didn't I say this before that racism isn't real?
Do you want to explain your reasoning behind that? Because I know you made a video about it, but we didn't talk about it here on the channel.
Why racism isn't real?
Yeah, would you
Well,
elucidate?
I said basically this: if you were to look around the world, you would notice that different people live in different regions. So Europeans live in Europe, Africans in Africa, Asians in Asia. And all of these places have subdivisions of regions, right? Where you've got different types of, land, the terrain, the weather type, the animals, the wildlife, the plants.
Plants, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got these, the resources like minerals, whatever. So you've got all of these
See if I got the
different
minerals?
variables. Yeah, there's like coal or iron, that kind of stuff. Gold,
Sorry, I was
silver.
quoting Snatch.
Right. Yeah. So you've got these different variables in these places, and these things account for the type of culture that can grow up in the regions, like the kind of development that people can have, right?
Yeah,
and
I've talked very frequently about Cold Winter's hypothesis,
Yes.
for example.
And you've got people next door that argue with each other, freaking back and forth over cultural issues, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So you've got this kind of disagreement. And people don't disagree with each other for their skin color. They disagree because of what they do, right? That's the reality of the situation, right? So how
because
is
of
it?
behaviors. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So how is it then, right? So what you're saying when you have Group A who doesn't like Group B from a different continent, all you're saying is, I don't like your region code. That's all you're doing when you're being racist. So like the example that I gave is, why is it, for example, right, that Japanese people can dislike Chinese people as an example for like a cultural difference, right? And within the local region, that's fine. But if I dislike Chinese people for the exact same reasons Japanese people, I would be considered racist, even though the only fucking difference is my region code. That makes no fucking sense. That's just dumb. Racism is complete. It's political crap. It should be done away with because it's fucking bollocks.
I don't know anything about this Strabon's antiquity race theory, but I'll look that up. Let me say that in the chat. Patricia's. Thank you, Patricia's. I'll look that up. I'm not familiar with that theory. Because he says that that's essentially what you're ascribing to. Strabon's antiquity race theory. I'll have to look into that. Thank you. Look, I think I agree largely with where you're coming from. I would call it cognitive heuristics.
I'm the future for race abolition.
Cognitive heuristics are people make snap judgments about other people for large evolutionarily other people and animals and things, places to know what things they should be afraid of and what things that they should feel safe around, right?
Yeah.
It's a
But
basic part of
that's what
evolution.
I'm saying. Like, you just do this for, like, it's an instinctual DNA thing. It's not a political thing.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like, okay, I'll just be really spicy for a second. If I see Group B, you can probably guess what that stands for, commits a high amount of crime, I want to get the fuck away from those people because they commit a high amount of crime.
Thanks, Scott Adams. But yeah,
But like, that's just
I do
common
understand.
sense. That's just like survival. Like, if it wasn't for fucking politics, there would be no reason for me to like in any way that's a controversial statement. That's just common sense.
I think I did find it. Patricia's, although no, I don't think I have. found
Orcs
that
are very
name,
musical people. Yeah, they like drums.
Bruh.
Oh.
Let's finish with Cuck, because I have so many other things I want to get to.
By the way, in case you guys don't notice this, we do have a Heartstrings clip later.
We do it, yeah. I want to get to so much other stuff. So
Which is
Or do you think we've litigated Cuck enough, or do you want to? We got like a minute and a half left. Let's just finish it. Let's just finish it.
To the memory of every single person who perished in connection to the attack.
Who?
Like,
You want to name them?
the people in prison?
You want to name Ashley Babbitt? You want to name? I'm sorry. Who is this other woman again? Shit. I just looked it up and already the name has escaped my brain. Dang.
Yeah, that's like Patricia's. What Patricia just said is fucking
Roseanne
true.
Boyland.
Yeah.
Roseanne Boyland? Do you want to talk about Roseanne Boyland? Do you want to talk about Ashley Babbitt? No.
Racism is common sense. It's a retarded concept that expects no one to disregard reality. Like, yeah, it's true.
Yeah. They also don't want it. He won't even name Brian Sicknick because he knows the Sicknick narrative has been debunked. So who died? Who died? Who got killed by the protesters? The rioters, whatever you want to say. I don't care. Use your framing. I don't care.
Also, goddamn, you guys in the chat are fucking horrible.
Bruh.
Especially.
And you think I'm fucking bad? Jesus.
Yeah, Romo, Grey Wolf, I agree with Spoon on that one as well. Skin color
Yeah.
is just geographic adaptation. Humans
Yeah.
are no different than any other species on the Galapagos Islands. Yep, we.
Yeah, that's what I.
The reason why Africans have higher melanin levels, which makes their skin darker, is because they're living in an area that has
Closer to the sun.
Closer to the sun. Well, sort of, but it due to a number of reasons. It's hotter. It's drier. They get more. Melanin helps them adapt and survive.
Yeah. Otherwise, they would
So-
die.
Right. And it's whereas in the frozen freaking north of Europe or in much of China, for example, in the east, that wasn't as useful as an adaptation. Now, I've seen some recent evolutionary research that has kind of debunked the out of Africa theory and instead kind of shows that that people probably came from like the Caucasus, actually. Humans
Caucasus
evolved there.
Mountains?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that the first humans were actually Europeans.
The Caucasus specifically, which is like the mixed area of
Yeah.
in the middle of Middle East and Europe and Africa and Asia. It's like right in the center, right? Which would make the most sense, to be fair, just from a pure spreading out from the center kind of. But I mean, humans have spread to every corner of the earth, even remote islands. So I don't know. I don't know where. I don't think anyone knows for sure where humans evolved at. The out of Africa theory, though, it does appear to have been waning in anthropological support, but that doesn't really mean anything, does it?
No.
People evolved one way or the other because it was used. It's the same reason why people have darker skin in Australia. Australian Aboriginal people
Closer to the sun.
moved to Australia 50,000 years ago. And they developed darker skin because it's hotter, sunnier in
Yeah.
Africa, so they developed more
It's
melanin.
called a tan.
But it's I don't know. It's so bizarre that evolution, that the people who claim to trust the science all the time don't believe that evolution and science applies to humans for some reason, as it concerns race. And to me, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think that it makes one person or one race superior to the others, obviously, but it explains the differences in some way that we see across groups of people very broadly. Now, you should always judge individual people based on their individual characteristics, of course. Anyone who says anything to the contrary is being racist, in my opinion.
I think racial superiority is a bit of a weird term.
Yeah. However,
I just want
to finish my thought here. We talked about this last week, but I no, it's fine. But I do understand where Scott Adams was coming from when you see a poll that says that half of Black people don't think it's okay for you to exist. I mean, that is we went over the specific data there. But I understand why he would be like, well, then I don't want to live around Black people, just out of the the coin flip chance that they don't think I should be allowed to be. And that's
that's why I said it's a grift. Because if your whole I said before that the reason why these people do this right now in this kind of political environment is because there's social capital in doing so.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
Because what these people want to do is they don't really want white people to fuck off. What they want is they want white people to be a scapegoat for their problems because they suck.
They want white people to pay them. Fuck you.
Yes.
Let's watch. We'll do the reparations thing in a minute.
Yeah. But that's my thing is that what you basically want is you don't want white people to leave. You want them to just be there for you to blame for something. That's all you want. Because if they leave entirely and they're like, yeah, we're not gonna be part of your narrative. Fuck off. And then you scream racist like. You say you hate us, and if we fuck off, like, isn't this what you want?
Yeah. And then
if
like,
you say
no,
then it's like, okay, so what the fuck you want us for around then? You claim to hate us.
White flight. Then they call it white flight and say, what, you want me to come back and pay for this? Like, what?
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
There's, again, everything that people believe in is a contradiction. It's constant mental gymnastics. Lamented Guide for 5 says, that makes sense. Mount Ararat, where Noah's Ark landed, for your biblical tie-in, yeah, absolutely, is around modern-day Armenia, just south of the Caucasus. Now, I'm a Christian, and the more I read about it, the more I read and the more I learn, the more I am convinced of certain things from the Bible. So that I didn't even think about that connection until you just mentioned it, Lamented Guide. But I have read some research that shows that that maybe humanity evolved, modern humans evolved more around. What's the Göbekli Tepe I can't pronounce this city. Göbekli Tepe or something like that.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Göbekli Tepe. You never heard of this?
No.
It's in Turkey. It's the oldest city on earth. Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe. Gang.
Sounds like an Afrikaans word. Actually.
It's in the Anatolia region, Turkey, Caucasus.
It sounds like small tin technology.
I'll show you a picture. It's fascinating. You should see the Steelies, however it's pronounced. This is the.
I was being racist.
No, that's what they're called. Here's one of the Steelies. I don't know, and I always pronounce that word wrong. Here it is. So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like these images, and they're on big stone structures. This is how old do you think? I'm going to show you another picture of this, and I'm going to ask you to guess how old. Well, okay, so let me just show you that picture. This is advanced art, right? It's carved into stone. How old do you think this is, Spoon?
Millennia?
Like in BC. So like the height
Oh
of the
God, I have no idea.
the height of the old kingdom in Egypt, right? So the kingdoms of Egypt, talking like the first, development of the Egyptian dynasties and the Egyptian civilization is about 4,000 BC, 5,000 BC at the oldest. How old do you think this is?
Older than that?
This is from 8,000 BC
God damn.
in Turkey. Yep.
How do they know that?
Fascinating, isn't it? I'm very interested in archaeology. It's just a hobby. I'm interested in everything, though. So not everything, I guess. But
Yeah, not sports.
No, I like studying humans, though. I'm a communication scholar, so I love learning things about humanity and our species. I think it's fascinating. But yeah,
Why South Africans like to watch people just knock 7 shades of shit out of each other?
well, no
Chasing a
detail.
ball.
No detail if you buy the Nihilo. It's 10,000 years old. It's been worn down a little bit, I think. It probably had more detail when it wasn't 10,000 years old.
That's kind of fascinating. It's lost
Isn't it?
10,000 years and it looks like that still.
I know. It was
Makes
only
me
discovered
think that our ancestors were a whole lot smarter than we are.
it was only discovered, I think, maybe like 50 years ago, maybe not even that long ago. It's a relatively new discovery. And it's not the only one. They found a whole bunch of these all around Turkey and Armenia. Yeah, it's fascinating. Which I think does also make sense. That's why I say the Caucasus, because that's what the newer research is showing, that civilization, modern humans, come out of the Caucasus. I don't know for sure, but that
Man,
seems
even the fucking "We Was Kings" narrative is gonna get fucking shafted. And that's gonna be fucking rough.
Right.
And it is also gonna give the certain people who believe in superiority even more fucking ammo than they already have. Damn, that's gonna be fucking rough. That's gonna be fun fucking memes though. Oh my God.
I want to get
memes
into
be
that Hodge twins clip here in a moment.
Oh,
So
that's fucking
you know what?
good.
I'm just fucking done with Cuck. We got the picture, I think, didn't
Yeah.
we?
Oh,
Should we finish it? It's another minute.
no,
and a half.
fuck it. Go with the
Fuck
Hodge
it.
twins.
Do you want to go to the Hodge twins? Because
Yes.
I do always put my stuff in order. So
Okay.
I'm gonna do. Let's finish up the J6 stuff. I'm tired of it. I want to play a couple clips though because they're funny as fuck. Let's watch Whoopi.
Oh my God.
Because it's hilarious.
Oh, the fucking view.
Oh, hang on.
By the way, I realized something earlier today. AOC is basically someone who should be on The View with a congressional salary.
Yeah, exactly. Well put, huh?
Thank you.
Last night, Tucker Carlson took a page from George Orwell's 1984.
Oh, shut the fuck up! Oh my God, no! Fuck no! Fuck no! Fuck off! I'm fucking done. Fuck that. No, I'm out. Fuck no! Fuck that. No, I'm out. Like that. Oh my God! No!
But wait, let her explain. Let her explain her point. Let her explain how telling the truth is actually Orwellian. Let her explain how you can't believe your lying eyes, and if you, it's wrong think. It is wrong think to watch video footage. It's wrong think. Oh my God.
I hate everyone. I hate everyone.
I know.
And told his viewers to reject the evidence of their eyes and ears.
Tucker told you to reject your lying eyes.
Have you
by
noticed
showing
this is
you
the exact?
video footage.
You noticed this is the exact same
Oh
thing that Chuck
my
Schumer
God.
said.
It is. You can tell that they're all reading from the same script. They
Mm.
all get a press release. They get told what to do and say. Hers is just more egregious because she's an idiot.
You know, I don't know what he's playing at, but people saw what they saw.
The truth.
They saw what they.
Yeah.
Yes,
footage
and they
that-
arrive at their own conclusions.
the footage that Tucker Carlson played on his show. They did see what they saw, didn't they? Don't believe your lying eyes. Curious, cute, huh?
They saw, and they've seen what's gone down with it. And no matter what, you can't put this monkey back in the cage.
Oh,
the jokes I want to make. My God, it's like a baboon's red fucking ass in front of me saying "kick me." It's like Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, come on.
Tucker did respond. I don't know how much of it I want to play. They're all on the same side because
in the Senate.
Mitch McConnell, Turtle Man Mitch, he also got
Cocaine
all mad about
bitch.
this. Yeah, this is another 5
Mister,
minutes.
I'm
I
wearing
won't
a
play it.
fucking Ukrainian tie all the bloody time now.
Yeah, just Mitch McConnell, of course, who is a faux conservative rhino. He also
With
called
no
out
neck.
Tucker. Yeah, he also called out Tucker Carlson. Whatever, who cares? Now here's part of the response, by the way, from the left, because they don't have any arguments as always, has been to claim, well, Tucker Carlson hates Trump. I don't care.
Yeah, I did see that as well.
I don't care. He said, this is in January of 2021, a leak. I want nothing more. It does feel very close. I imagine things will get a nice starting around mid-February. Tucker says, I hate him passionately, referring to Trump. I blew up at Peter Navarro today in frustration. I actually like Peter, but I can't handle it much more of this. I don't care if Tucker Carlson hates Trump. Is this really your pivot?
Yes, Laura Loomer's.
This does not change. Yeah, of course, this is Laura Loomer. Of course. Of course.
I do like her, though.
Really?
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
Because she pisses off Ron DeSantis.
I cannot stand Laura Loomer.
I like her. She annoys people that I don't like, and I like that.
She is one of the fakest people I've ever seen.
She calls out Ron DeSantis.
I don't care.
I like that.
She's completely fake. I don't like her. I don't trust her. And I nope. That's a hard pass for me, hombre. I don't like that.
Nah.
And I also don't care if Tucker hates Trump. It has nothing to do. This is again how they're spinning it. Because she's a leftist agent spin.
What, Laura Loomer?
Yes. Why do you think she calls out Ron DeSantis? Because she's always been a leftist agent.
By calling out a neocon?
You think Ron DeSantis is a neocon?
Yes.
Maybe. But
I look at his voting record. His voting record is a lot more
his voting
lines.
record. I'm looking at what he's doing now, though. Also, look, I understand. I've seen his voting record as well. I agree with you. But
So
I do
yeah,
not
so
like
did
Laura
Bush
Loomer,
in the
and I think-
90s. Bush was also the same fucking thing.
Yeah. He probably is a neocon, but
And
I
also,
do not trust Laura Loomer at all.
like I said to you before, is why the fucking hell are you running now, Ron? You could easily run in 4 years from now when Trump is gone, but you are running now. Why? Why are you doing it now, you fucking asshole?
Yeah,
You are
also have questions about this.
significantly younger than Trump. You could easily wait another 4 years and then run. Like, fuck that.
Yeah, he could wait many years into it.
Yes.
Aiden, please, Viker Dance. Aiden, please tell me you at least respect the way she called out Jack Dorsey. She was 100% correct about that. Yeah. I also like a lot of the things that Candace Owens has done, but I don't trust her either.
Yeah, I don't trust her either.
So
I don't like Laura Loomer completely, but I like that she is willing to like punch certain people. Like I like that.
yeah. Also, something to keep in mind about the Trump DeSantis thing is that Trump and DeSantis cannot run as running mates, so they have to be rivals. The 12th Amendment makes it so that they cannot because they're both from Florida, they're both citizens of Florida. That Trump and DeSantis cannot run on the same ticket, so they have to be. I think that actually provides a lot of context to the Trump DeSantis feud. A lot of it, I think, is just Trump's ego. Maybe Laura Loomer's gotten better. I just haven't. I don't even remember why I didn't. What gave me pause about her in the past, but it left a sour taste in my mouth. Whatever it was, it's been years. Maybe she's gotten way better. I don't know. However,
DeSantis does not need to run right now. That's crap. Anyone who tells you that is a fucking idiot. I don't care who it is. I will defend Trump running now, and DeSantis can fuck off.
Look, I support Trump. I don't know if he has any chance just because of the media apparatus. However,
fucking hell, Trump. No one has the star power to Trump.
That is probably true. What I would say though is that I don't care if Tucker Carlson hates Trump. I don't care. Okay, this comes out right after Tucker releases this Jan 6 stuff. I don't care if he hates Trump. I don't care. It's not relevant.
So DRG is saying, Spoon, I'm letting you let your feelings rule you again. Let me explain to you something, sir. I never let my feelings rule me because I have a penis. So I'm automatically immune from having my feelings rule me. That's some woman shit.
It is. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre reacting.
Oh god, this bitch.
To the Tucker Carlson footage.
Her face right there explains a lot, actually.
Oh, I know.
Severely downplaying the events of that.
This is someone who totally agrees with her, totally agrees with the left, has bought the total leftist narrative. I don't know who this man is.
By the way, this guy has the whitest accent for a black dude I've ever heard in my entire life.
But I assume he works for some leftist rag, you know?
So he's not really black then.
He said the mob was orderly and meek and that they were tourists
They
instead
were.
of insurrectionists.
True.
What's your response to Carlson and to Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who granted him access to that video?
That's what they're really mad about. You see, both Cuck and this dude, they keep focusing. Why? Why did McCarthy?
Yeah,
let
listen
him
to this
have
loaded
it?
question. Yeah, it's totally loaded. Shit.
It's yeah.
It's so funny as fuck though.
Yeah, hang on.
Anybody who watched that video would strongly disagree. Anybody who watched that video with their own eyes in a real way.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's
in a
the
real
same-
way.
Again, you see, they all have the same script. You have to watch it with your real eyes. Don't believe your lying eyes. You have to watch it with a certain
Fuck is
perspective
real eyes.
of
fuck does
them
that
leading the
mean?
Q shaman around and giving him a little tour. Not just him, but hundreds of dozens at least of other people that they're just letting walk around. Not just letting, but giving a little tour for. But you have to watch it in a real way. This is the most insane propaganda I think I've ever freaking
It's
seen.
also really bad propaganda.
It's awful.
It's
Yeah, 'cause
really shit.
It is legitimate gaslighting. The things that you saw, you didn't really see them. You didn't really see them.
Like, what the fuck is like your real eyes? Like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like,
I know.
dude, it's like,
Yeah,
it's
real
just
eyes.
nonsense.
Zero fucks is real eyes, real eyes, real lies.
God. Can you read that super chat?
Porch for Five says Spoon is the only person I've seen that can have a heated stoic moment.
I want to know what that phrase is so I can do that more often.
Yes, look with your special eyes. Thanks, Karine.
That kind of sounds like you're suggesting people are brain dead.
Oh, you've never. It's a meme. Look with your. It's a meme. Don't worry about it.
What happened on that day would disagree with what was just stated. The president has been very clear.
What was stated, not with what they saw, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, that's an important distinction.
Cute.
January 6th was the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
They've moved past 9/11. Remember that for years it's the worst. It is the worst since 9/11, and
Worst
now
attack
it's
since
the worst
democracy.
since the Civil War.
So like, fuck Pearl Harbor. Yeah, that's
unbelievable.
And we should be focused on making sure that never happens again.
by getting rid of
And
democracy.
So we are
The Civil War, in terms of population loss in the United States, is the bloodiest war in modern human history. She is relating two conservatives getting killed and a cop dying a couple days later, unrelated to it, from a stroke, to the Civil War, the bloodiest conflict in modern human history. In terms of I mean, obviously, you know, numbers totally lost. World War II is far worse, but as an internal war, percentage-wise, people who died, in terms of population, I had to be really clear. Percentage-wise, for the population, the Civil War is the bloodiest. I believe that's correct. I mean, World War II probably gave it a real run for its money, but the Civil War was
a good question.
devastating. Yeah.
Yeah, it says, like, out of curiosity, how is the media in your country talked about it, if at all? Generally speaking, the media where I live is a lot more plain and newspeaky, whereas America's media is more
propagandistic.
It's more a Hollywood.
Yeah, very Hollywood, very Hollywood.
Yes, it's very actory. Like I said this before in one of my videos, is that you could replace any any news anchor with a Hollywood actor, and you'd be the exact same fucking thing. It's like the news anchors are basically just actors.
Serbia and World War One. Yeah, maybe that might give the Civil War. In terms of American lives lost, though.
Yeah.
In terms of American lives lost, per number of total Americans, the Civil War is by far the bloodiest conflict in American history. I should reiterate. Or sorry, I should.
I've wanted to ask
Someone
you
will clip
this.
that and take me out of context. The bloodiest, in terms of American lives lost, per capita, per population, it's the Civil War.
I'm gonna ask you this. When you were in the UK and you watched TV, did you notice that the level of intensity between your adverts and the ones in the UK are fucking drastically different?
I mean, I don't really notice. Like, okay, to be honest, the
You don't watch
television
TV?
here, I don't watch TV, but when I'd be like down in the kitchen or something, and there'd be the TV on, because we used to live in an apartment above Bill's mom's house, and then we got our own house. But when we used to live over there, a lot of times the TV would be on when I'd be cooking or doing something, and so that's the only time I'd listen to British TV, and because the average age of Gurns is like 65, all the adverts would just be for like how to die in peace. Here's funeral services, and here's someone to write your will. It was all like death stuff. It was really fucked up. That's what all the adverts were. In between breaks were all about dying.
I was in America.
And senior care and shit like that, you know.
I was in America in the mid 2000s, and something that I noticed is that the adverts are like way more flashy and aggressive.
Oh yeah,
compared
for sure.
to
That part's true,
ours.
yeah.
Like ours, I was like, wow, our adverts are like really calm and conservative, and yours are like a fucking salesman is trying to scream at you from your fucking TV. It's fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
I did notice that there's a level of aggressiveness in your adverts that do not exist in Europe.
I don't think European companies are allowed to advertise the way American ones are. So I think there's laws in place
Like
across.
trying to
the
give you an
EU.
epileptic fit. That's pretty much the
Yeah.
vibe I got from it.
Oh, it just. Have you seen the infamous Grubhub ad?
I've not.
Oh my god, hang on a second. Guys, I'm sorry. Do you want to see like pure distilled Globo Homo?
Oh god. I mean, I've already seen Klaus Schwab's face.
This ad has become a complete meme. Grubhub. Because it's sorry. I've already heard it before I bring it up. Look at this. Look at this is made by
Oh,
some
God.
yeah, wait.
Instantly,
No,
I
it's gonna get so
dislike
much.
it.
It's gonna get so much worse. I think there might be
That
music
kid
in
is
it,
high on crack.
but it's just pure modernity filtered down into whatever the hell this is. I know people in the chat are upset. I know, but Spoon's never seen this, so let him experience the Grubhub delivery dance.
Grubhub perks give you deals on the food you love. The kind of deals that make your boogie.
I can't play the music. Look at this. Look at all the diversity, Spoon. You even got a pregnant Asian woman drinking a milkshake.
Get the food you love with perks from.
What do you think about that? I think he's speechless. Yeah, it's corporate art style incarnate, isn't it?
How long was that advert?
30 seconds.
Okay, there's 30 seconds in my life I'd like to get back.
Sorry. Here, listen to Karine Jean-Pierre instead.
Oh god, that's not much better.
We agree. I know Minority Leader and Senator Schumer have already said this, and would hope that keeping the Capitol and Congress safe and secure remains congressional leaders' #1 goal, and that should be our focus, and that should be what should be considered here. Again, it was one.
How about you consider the people who have been arrested and locked up for years without having trial, and then the person that you gave 4 years in jail?
I just this woman.
And you don't care about them, though, do you? Just ignore that.
This is something that I've noticed. In case this isn't massively obvious, the more I look at this kind of shit, the more I am starting to believe that these people want white people to think they're better, because every person they put in as a person of color sucks at their job, and it makes white people look way better by comparison.
That might be part of it, accidentally, or not accidentally, incidentally. I
Because
don't know.
so
Or maybe
many
it is part of
times
the
I look at this
scheme.
and go, why is it that every time, with the exception of like fucking Joe Biden or Chuck Schumer, but like everyone on the left, like it is an ideology. It's more ideology than it is, yeah. But it seems to me that they want to accrue cultural appearance of diversity.
Of
Without
course.
actually, yes. So, but when
Well,
you
that's
do
why they
that,
hired Sam Britton or whatever his name was.
yes,
Brighton.
but the thing of it is, if you do this, you're not putting anyone in charge that's competent. So if you're just putting constantly diversity in, you make every diversity hire look like shit, and you make
That's
white
what's
people
wrong.
look better by comparison.
They don't mean to do that, but they do it on accident.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way in hell you don't know you do that. Like, come on.
I actually think they are not aware. I think that they kind of don't get that part because they're so inculcated into their ideology. I'm gonna play the rest of the video. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
What?
Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to pause it. Give me 2 seconds. Hang on.
One of the darkest days of our democracy.
Shut the fuck up,
All you
bitch.
have to do is watch those videos and see how horrific it was. You see how
Yes, it's very horrific that a bunch of police officers walked a dude with rhino horns.
happening in 2020, and we got
Or bullhorn, sorry.
to the bottom of what happened. Again, it was an attack.
You lied. You lied.
And I'll just leave it there.
God, the amount of jokes that I want to make, but I'm on YouTube, so I can't. I'm trying to get Aiden to stream on Rumble at least once. Then I can say the F word a lot, as well as some other words that I probably can't say on here. How the hell does this woman still have a job? Can someone please explain that to me? Because she's like really sucks at it. Like in fairness to her, there's no one else she can actually do her job well. Because you are running cover for the most incompetent administration of like the last what? When was Carter? It was pre-Reagan, so 1976.
Yeah, it sounds
Like,
about right.
yeah, so like almost 50 years, which is how long Biden has been around.
Yep.
Like,
Well, in
fuck
politics.
me.
In
Yes.
politics. Not just been around. He's been in politics.
Yeah.
He's a career politician. He's a scumbag. Yeah. That's what it comes down to. Let's go back to what I have next. Oh, Hasselhuppa for 5 says, you like strawberry? Well, how about rawberry? Made with lightning, real lightning, science, energy, made with electrolytes. Yeah, it's awful, right? So it's really cute that they're freaking out over the Jan 6 stuff being revealed because maybe they're trying to cover up this a little bit. Now, of course, they're very upset about this in terms of like that this is an injustice. How dare
training
this
center.
happen? Have you not seen this?
No.
Oh my goodness. So Antifa showed up at a police training center and threw
Oh.
Molotov cocktails at it.
They can throw?
Well, they limp-wristedly tried to toss Molotov cocktails at it. Yeah.
That was so pretentious.
I mean, it's true though.
You limp-wristedly tried to toss. Like that's. I'm almost proud.
Let me see. Does this actually article? I didn't check. Do they have the? Let me pull it up. The people who are arrested. Antifa.
I will give Antifa credit for one thing. They do make the Second Amendment look really necessary.
Here it is. Well, I picked this article because it was Reuters. Again, me trying to be fair and show
Fair.
you know,
Fairness?
because Reuters is a relatively like center-leaning outlet. Here,
Yeah, Reuters is like
now I
reasonably
would say this about this is that these are actually some of the better-looking leftists I've ever seen, which I'm guessing is because they're from they live in Georgia rather than if you see the people from like Portland and the Portland arrests, it's just woo lad. I'm not saying these are like these people still look dysgenic. I mean, look at the come on, like they're
Half of these things don't even look human.
this one though. Jack, look at this one. You have a cute girl. Jack April Beamon, of course, is transgender or non-binary. I'm guessing of some sort, right? The only like the one girl who like actually looks cute. Well, they're all trans. There's clearly a correlation here, right, between lunatic political behavior and transgendership. That's become overwhelming.
No.
Now, I would like to draw your attention down here to Thomas Webb Jurgens in the lower left-hand corner. Do you see him? Like the one guy who doesn't look totally dysgenic?
Okay, what
The
about him?
curly hair? Let's learn that. So, they went and tried to firebomb this police training center in Georgia.
I love the
Now,
way
you're not
that
seeing
even they have their token black guy.
Right, right, right. So these people went and tried to
Oh my god,
firebomb.
the jokes I want to make right now. Oh.
They went and tried to firebomb a police training center in Georgia. It's not even built yet, by the way. They're still building it. They just... Where's the attention on this? This was actual legitimate terrorism, right? So, well, real quick, they've been charged with terrorism. Fascinatingly, they have been, which is why, yeah, the Reuters article. But
Andy
so-
Warski in the top left.
So 24 people faced domestic terrorism charges after they were arrested during violent clashes between officers and protesters at a police training center construction site, authorities said on Monday. I think we got the point. These people are violent, but nobody cares, comparatively, right? I do have a video of it, but I've decided against playing it. Excuse me.
They care if they
Is
got
it-
shot. Well, actually, no,
is
they're
it-
white, so probably won't.
Uh-oh. Alleged Antifa member arrested on domestic terror charges related to violent attack on Atlanta, Cop City, is attorney at Southern Poverty Law
He's an
Center.
attorney?
Yes, where Soros-tied MISOS Jocelyn Benson was prominent board member. Here he is, as that same guy, Tom Jurgens. Look, they were just setting shit on fire. There's all their faces again. It's this guy with the curly hair and the green. That's him. He is a lawyer at the Southern Poverty Law Center, which used to be a decent organization like 100 years ago at this point, 80, but is now a complete leftist organization that just shills and lies for left-wing talking points. So the SPLC is no stranger to unethical members, some of whom have already been arrested for crimes, and others like Jocelyn Benson, who continues to fight a lawsuit after lawsuit for unethical behaviors as well as breaking the law.
I like the way that like there's a distinction between the two, as if it's not the same fucking thing.
I know. Jocelyn was called up by the Daily Signal editor Tyler O'Neill for a leading role with a hate group. Benson's SOS Twitter account, which Benson frequently tweets from, responded with a lie. Upon taking office as Michigan Secretary of State, Secretary Benson informed the SPLC leadership that she would be stepping down from the board. Her responsibilities in Michigan are her priority and focus. Oops, Benson, who is known in Michigan for her dishonesty, was caught lying again. Not the quibble, but why was she listed on the SPLC leadership page yesterday? So we have another person. Just the SPLC is full of these lunatics who are violent terrorists.
Yeah,
Violent terrorists.
we're not surprised, are we?
I think that the SPLC used to stand for something. I'll put it that way instead, guys. I think they used to maybe claim to stand for something and at least alleged to do something about hate. But they haven't done it in many, many decades. They are just another arm of the leftist establishment, and they will do anything, including terrorisms, to advance leftist political ideology. Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey, dynamic duo. Oh, that's nice. I happen to live in Atlanta, and when I heard about this, all I have to say is Antifa didn't learn their lesson the last time they came. That's very true. Very true. Link the vid instead. Oh, fuck. The vid was posted, I think, in the chat. It should, if you're in the Discord, it should be in the Discord. I can just actually, I'll post the video in the Discord. I'll post it in general right now. It's you can find it very easily. It's not difficult, but here's more of the full video. They're just setting shit on fire. Post it here and there we go. It should be fine for me. Look, it's a YouTube video. Actually, should be okay. So let me just post it here as well. That's the video of the violence that occurred and them blowing stuff up. How cute. Now, we're running late, so, well, I told you we were going to late. What would you rather do next, Spoon? The COVID stuff? We're going to have to do 2 streams, okay? Like, we're just
Probably.
going to have to. Like, there's no way. There's too much shit that happened this week.
Twins.
What? Twins. Do you want to watch the... Okay, Hodge Twins video. That's it. That's in my Clown World general segment.
There's some
So-
things I want to say on this video, so I have to be
Yeah, let's watch this, though.
very, very careful with how I frame this.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
And you know, if I'm the one saying that,
Yeah.
this is gonna be.
I'm gonna put it in the watch together. So
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
dang, man, I'm coughing up a storm tonight, bruh. Okay, here we go. Here's. Let me know when you have the. Let me know when you have
Fucking
the.
Kevin.
Yeah, you can already hear him. When you have the
What the
watch together
fuck?
up.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, go up.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna be
Got a
good.
new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. This black woman, she is so sad. She's gonna be a slave again. Check out this video.
He was like, fuck it out.
I was trying to say before this gets going, I actually feel really bad for this woman. She has bought into such extreme propaganda. And this is the point. They want to make you terrified. They want to make you afraid. They want to make you so emotionally captured that you can't think straight and you start crying about shit that you shouldn't actually be upset about. And I know they'll say this about the right, like, oh, why is the right so upset about the fact that we just want to let kids be exposed to pornography? What's the problem there? Wow, they're so nuts. No. They're going insane. They're so ideologically captured. No, no. Shut up.
By the way, we should do a test stream on Rumble.
Sure.
Yeah.
This is ideological capture. Not people on the right being like, hey, could you like stop performing sexual strip shows in front of children? Could you please stop putting pornographic books in elementary and middle school libraries or high school libraries for that matter even? And I don't mean like showing anatomy. I mean pornographic books. Please stop putting
You
porn in
demented
libraries.
perverted bastard.
Please stop taking toddlers to drag it in as a matter of public school education.
My God.
And they see this is because again, like
Troll,
it's
you're
all,
horrible.
It's all projection. Hang on, let me see.
He's kind of cute. Give her a house job.
Oh fuck! But it is all
God
projection.
damn. I'm sorry, by the way. I feel like I set a precedent for like this is how far Spoon can be pushed now. And I was like, hey, we could like say kind of semi insane shit with him around.
Just a little bit fucked up shit.
Yeah, a little bit. Let's
But,
do more of it.
to finish what I was saying though,
Never apologize.
the left is
No, I'm
also
around.
driven that all they do is project constantly.
Yeah, true.
And that they're solipsistic. So when they are freaking out about something, you said this earlier to me, I think, which is that it's because they think that that's how we feel, but that's solipsism. No, we don't feel the same way you do. Unfortunately, like you've made this shit up all in your head. Like you think that you know how we think.
Oh,
But-
the way that the right is like everything that left actually
Yes.
are. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's in my video that I'm gonna do.
Right, that
Yeah.
the left thinks that the right is everything that they actually are because
That was a
it's
really good
projection.
point, by the way.
It's solipsistic. And that's why this woman is freaking out the way she is, because she's bought into the lies that the mainstream media narrative has sold to her. And that's why she's crying. And so I'm not mad at this woman in any way at all. I feel really bad for her because she's been propagandized to such an extreme degree. Now,
I like
again,
the
they'll
way
claim
that
it
her
about
face
us.
is essentially
I'm
four
not crying.
ethnicities.
I think she's pretty. But I'm
Of course,
sad.
you
I'm
have
sorry.
jungle fever.
Rude. I think she's objectively pretty. But it's sad to me that she's been
I have
propagandized like
standards.
this.
It has just come to my attention because I didn't know about it just until today. In Mississippi, there was just a law passed like 5 days ago that the Jim Crow laws are being reinstated.
Run, nigga!
That shouldn't be happening at all. And I know you may be wondering, this is like not my normal content on here.
It just
but I'm
came out of
sorry.
nowhere.
I just have to make this known because
Yeah.
what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Why?
Run the
Why?
camera.
I really don't understand why people do not like it.
Holy shit. I love the hot string so much.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be good. Go on.
It's fucking Watch Together doing this gay shit again.
Do not like us.
Play.
Because of my color of skin. I don't understand. I really don't fucking understand. What the fuck did I do?
Cut off. You black, that's the problem. See, this was on TikTok. So there's, all this left. Shut up. These liberals, man, they're so naive. It's so easily to. Well, the left-wing media is putting out there this
Yeah,
narrative
exactly.
that Jim Crow is coming back to Florida. I mean, that's the title of all the articles. I think the black people should be happy about that. You get to have your own water fountains. Y'all don't have to worry about white people anymore. Y'all have your own black schools, your own black parks, your own black car dealerships, your own black malls.
Hang on.
Houses.
That is the Scott Adams thing.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
based on the Rasmussen report, that's
what you want.
To be what like about half of black people want.
Yeah.
They do not like white people. They don't think it's okay to be white. So I absolutely understand. I mean, is that an unreasonable position to take? I think it's unreasonable in terms of.
Do you know what
reality.
I think is quite weird? Like, you know the one that went viral like right about the same time, Scott Adams thing, which was when they just said like, what are white people good at? And they just said like conquering, being horrible.
Being awful,
yeah.
yeah.
And you know what's really weird to me is like, if you think we're white supremacists and we're awfully violent, why are we trying to get away from you? Yeah. Why are we not trying to conquer you if that's the case?
Kevin and other Kevin, it's Keith.
Yeah, it's Kevin and Keith.
Kevin and other Kevin. I mean, they are twins, so obviously. Yeah. I often get them confused. That's
Keith is on the right, Kevin's on the left.
Yeah, yeah.
And projects are everything black. Don't y'all want that? Y'all don't want to be near these white supremacists?
Yeah,
you should be happy.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
I mean, how do you answer that? Like, if you keep saying that you don't want to be around white people, you hate white people are evil, white people shouldn't even exist, so wouldn't you want segregation?
Yeah. Because that seems to be what you're advocating for.
It does seem to be, and I don't have a good answer for that. Like, why wouldn't you then, if you think white people are so evil and you hate them so much, why wouldn't you want to be segregated from them? Yeah. Why wouldn't you want your own? The thing is, the leftist paradigm is full of requests for segregation. We need our own. They'll say it like, you know, there's all these
segregated dorms in college, but yeah,
segregated
exactly.
Dorms, that they say that they want segregation, and then which Jim Crow is not coming back, by the way, but the second that they hear that because they heard from some leftist rag, then they freak out. But it's wait, but which is it? Which do you want? Do you want to be away from white people because they're evil and you hate them, and it's not okay to be white, or is it the worst thing ever? I'm not sure.
It's not a lot of consistency.
No, certainly isn't.
Okay, so you see how easy it is. I don't know why it's so easy to dupe people like this. Like when Joe Biden got in front of that black church, if Trump comes back in office, they're going to put you back in chains. They say stuff like this, and I don't know why black people believe.
That's wrong.
I'm sorry. Zero Fucks in the chat says collectively they have 6/5 of a vote. Oh my god.
God, that's yeah.
Oh. Bill just yelled based up the stairs.
I heard that as well.
Leader stuff. So hey man, this ignorance is only found in the black community when it comes to politics, man. Yeah. That's why
we vote. I don't know. I think there's ignorance everywhere.
But the Democrat.
Fuck. However, I do think that there's a lot of, again, ideological capture that happens in the black community, and not without good reason. Because of course, they were slaves, okay, and they weren't under Jim Crow. I can understand why they don't trust whitey. By the way, I don't think that's inherently wrong. It's a little bit frustrating when, again, they will demand all this stuff from white people and then be like, but I hate you and I don't trust you.
Yeah.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, and fuck off. Don't actually fuck off.
No, don't actually fuck off, because we need you to pay into taxes and stuff here.
Yes.
Again,
they just want white people to be scapegoats.
Yeah. Cold War Mac 5 says she's crying because she's realizing she will have access to worse versions of everything available. I don't think she's actually thought that far ahead. But yeah.
Oh god, I love the chat. The chat is like horribly spicy. It's great.
It is great.
Man, I don't think our reading comprehension is as good as everybody else's, you know? No, it's not.
And I want to say also, just because we're talking about it, is that Kevin and Keith did respond to Michael Knowles, and did bring up that Michael Knowles is not Michael Knowles. Sorry, that was about the transgender stuff. About Scott Adams. Excuse me. I have Michael Knowles on the brain because he's like next in the topic line. But and said, you know, Scott was also kind of talking about people like them, but Scott was speaking statistically.
Yeah. And also they like white people.
I can absolutely understand why they would take offense at what Scott said. I thought that what Scott said was like, oof, dude.
I thought what he said was base as shit.
It was not incorrect.
Yes.
But I don't like. Look, I truly wish that because I said this last week or whenever we covered the Scott Adams stuff. Black Americans are not Africans. Okay, they can't go back to Africa. Their culture, their everything about who they are as people, how they've grown up, how they've lived their entire lives is not African.
Yeah.
A lot of Africans are quite based. I worked with a woman from Ghana when I was in doc school. She was another doc student.
Oh yeah, you told me about her.
Yeah.
He gave no fucks.
He gave no fucks.
Like
But it's
fucking
a
hell.
totally different culture. Obviously, it has nothing to do with Black American culture. So it's not like just let's just go back to Africa. That stuff's so stupid. Because they're not Africans. They're
They've never
Black
been there, yeah.
Americans.
That's like telling me to go back to Europe.
Right. It's
I've
nonsense.
been here 250 years. What the fuck are you talking
These
about?
people, the Hodgmans and Black Americans, they're Americans. They are Americans first and foremost. They don't,
I wouldn't even
it's
call them black.
Well, they're mixed. So, but
Yes.
whatever, it doesn't matter.
Like if they were to South Africa, they wouldn't be called black. They'd be called coloreds.
Mm.
And that's not like a racist thing, by the way. Like in South Africa, people who are mixed or like part of the Western Cape, they're called Cape colors. That is like a race of their own. So if they were there, they look like them. They would be called coloreds.
Gary Thomas for 10 says, allow me to help you in your confusion. My people are freaking out because they know your people are the only ones who will tolerate their foolishness. No other group will tolerate them. Dang,
Including
dude.
other blacks.
Well, bruh. I guess that's it. Like, because, yeah, other black people won't tolerate this foolishness.
Or any other group that's actually fucking true.
It is true. Even other black people won't tolerate that kind of fucking foolishness. They constantly, because it is foolishness. It's nonsense, and I don't like that kind. I understand why they were frustrated with some of the things that Scott Adams said, because I also had some issues with it, because he did very much expand on what the statistics illustrated. I understand why he said it. I explained that earlier, but I wouldn't have any problem living near Keith and Kevin. I'd obviously, like, what the fuck? So using a broad brush to paint all people is always a very dangerous thing to do.
I think I would. I think I would laugh and never get anything done.
Yeah, right. Just have a good time.
I would just be like trying to listen to the shit they'd be saying. And I'm like fucking laughing my ass off constantly.
But again, people, you never judge an individual person based on statistics. I think it's one of the main points of my channel that I've made over the years.
Yeah,
statistics are what they are, but don't judge individual people based on statistical averages. And that's where I think Scott crossed a little bit of a line. However, I don't think he was wrong by saying, like, well, I don't want to live near black people if it's a coin flip on whether or not they think it's okay for me to exist.
Yeah, like a quarter of them? Like, that's high as fuck.
It was half, though, if you included the not sure. And I think the not sure leads in a negative loaded factor, as I explained last week when I went over the statistics in detail.
But like that's the bit that fucks me up. It's like if I'm just looking at this like from a statistical perspective, it's gonna be what kind of people do I want to be around? And if I'm looking at it from that, I'm like, if there's a quarter of a chance of me being around people who don't like me, like why would I bother?
Well, I'm actually an article about South Africa tonight. Do you know the reports that it's headed for a civil war?
Well, they've been saying that for fucking years.
Yeah, I know. I got a new article though about it. It's about the energy crisis. But Dreadnought 5 says, yeah, Ree Knowles. The nice thing about the Troon genocider is that you only have to do half the work. Just joking, of course, Susan. Yeah.
Play it right. You don't even have to do that.
Exactly. Again, you don't have to do anything. It happens of its own accord, and then they blame you for it.
No, I was thinking something else.
Oh, oops. All right, let's
Yeah,
go back
you
to
know the way the bricks were left like during certain places.
Right, where they left bricks. We're
Yeah.
gonna have a little bit of a
replace it with a different
peaceful
instrument.
protest. We're about to have a little bit of a peaceful protest. I'll just leave some bricks here for no
Yeah.
reason.
Replace it with a
Cute.
different instrument.
Love it. Oh,
You can probably guess what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm not gonna acknowledge that remark.
Just out of curiosity, message me what you think it is.
I'm not messaging you because we're out of the group chat. Well, we're still in the group. Is it that? I should post in the group chat. Why not?
Oh yeah, that's the one.
I knew it. Yeah. All right.
Good,
Let's get
because
back.
you're just as bad as I am.
I I know you, dude. You're my best friend. Like,
Yeah,
I kind of know what fucked up shit's percolating in your brain. All
Not
right,
that, Kevin.
let's
It's just that it's the education, man. They can't read that good, you know? Takes them a while. Need somebody to explain it to them. Yeah. How can you be so gullible? Don't say stupid, gullible.
Gullible is
Well,
a better word.
it
Gullible
would-
is,
it-
I think, the
Okay,
better word.
gullible, naive, ignorant.
Yep.
But at some point in time, you have to realize that maybe it's a capacity thing, you know?
That is an awkward fucking pause. That is
Because I
a
think
very...
because it's a really intense question, actually.
Yeah, because you know what he's trying to imply.
Is that she might not have the capacity mentally to overcome propaganda. However, I think that as we've very clearly shown,
No, he was talking about black people in general.
I know, and I'm saying that he's referring to black people in general, but I think as we've clearly shown so far, anyone is susceptible. You are not immune to propaganda. Everyone is susceptible to propaganda. I don't think it's a uniquely black thing or white thing or Asian thing or whatever. Everyone is susceptible to propaganda. And this woman clearly has been captured by it.
Okay, but okay,
You're talking about IQ. That's where we're going, right?
No, that's
Oh, really?
It's a little bit. How can I frame this as PC as I can? Obviously, I don't think these people are intellectually or like
Rigorous.
inferior anyway.
Oh.
No, like, but here's the thing, okay? Because they, Thomas Sowell brought this up. Just because people lag behind at some point doesn't mean they forever will, right? Yeah, because you can see like the Igbo tribes in Nigeria is a good example. And America has produced some very stellar blacks. You know, Glenn Lowry, Thomas Sowell, Walter Williams, Larry Elder. Name list goes on.
Yeah, of course.
The thing of it
Clarence
is,
Thomas.
if you were to look at their culture, because it's a cultural problem, right?
I agree.
But the thing of it is, if you look at blacks in America post the civil rights, they got less civil post the civil rights, which is quite fucked up. Like you saw the resurgence of the white redneck culture that the English brought over like fucking like over 2 centuries ago, right?
Yeah,
and then
it's more complicated than that, but yeah.
yeah, but like if I'm gonna spoil it down, break it down like that, it's from like that moment that like in the 60s it gets really accelerated into the culture again, and like now that's considered like authentic black culture, right? And considering it is a cultural issue, and we've known it's like this for like over fucking like 7 decades now, and the fact that it's still there is what will make people think maybe there is a racial component to it, because the fact that it's not getting any better is maybe giving some credence to that idea.
Okay.
That's the bit that makes me think like that's where this is gonna go.
Okay. So the simple way, like I'm not gonna lie. I one thing I don't do intentionally ever is lie, and I'm mostly a stats nerd. So what I know about the statistics,
I mean
on this-
perception.
I know, but in terms of the reality that we have to be clear about, so the average African American IQ is about 85. It's 15 points lower than the average white IQ, than the average IQ of the rest of the country. So we do have an intelligence deficit. Now, as you said, I think that could be ameliorated, but it's going to take a long period of time. One thing that will not help ameliorate that issue is if the government actively sponsors, encourages, and pays for Black people to not improve societally and socially. Pays for them to have a bunch of kids with Black women in particular, with men who are usually not very high IQ, who are thugs, and that word's racist, but let's be clear about it. You know, they have.
You could have said worse.
They don't like that word thug, but that's the reality. They have no
Rats.
father figures. They have the fatherlessness rate in the Black community is something like 80%. I think it's higher than that. I know people always remind me. I think it's
73
85.
to like 75.
I'll use 80. Is it 73?
It's about 73 to 75, yeah.
Okay, I'm wrong then. So 73. Thank you. So 70. Let's use the lower estimate. Say 73. That's unfathomable.
Yeah.
For 3/4 of Black children to not have a father in their lives. That is stymieing their, as a broad group, development. And when a lot of these women are also, they're doing drugs that hurts IQ. They're,
Yeah, the gap was closing rapidly to the Great
it's a
Society.
massive number of, it's so many factors, but all this political stuff actually encourages all of it. No,
Yeah.
get pregnant and don't care, because then you get money for the government. You don't need a dad in their life. All of this hurts the Black community. It keeps them down. And it is, in fact, in my opinion, a concerted, intentional goal of the Democrat Party to keep Black people down and as on the slave plantation,
They want political slaves,
as Dinesh D'Souza has called it. I think a lot of people hate Dinesh for saying that, and I don't like everything that Dinesh has done, but I think he was completely correct about that one. This is the plantation.
Yeah.
And the abortion rates also insane within the Black community. They are absolutely trying to keep them captured. They are trying to keep them enslaved. They want to make sure that their population doesn't get too big. That's why they push abortion so much in that community. It's
I can sort of understand the abortion argument in their community.
well, you know about Margaret Sanger, right? We've talked about this.
Yes, but I don't really care about that.
Margaret Sanger hated Blacks, and all of the Planned Parenthoods, if you look at the locations of Planned Parenthoods all across the country, they're in historically Black communities.
I'm aware.
And I consider that a genocide. And I know we've disagreed on this, but I consider that to, what I don't consider to be a genocide is people playing Hogwarts Legacy. That's not a fucking genocide. But I do think that putting Planned Parenthoods very, very
It's a cultural genocide. It's genociding the Troons.
To very specifically
Which I'm totally okay with.
Place Planned Parenthood abortion clinics in historically Black communities, I do think is a form of population control, and I would consider not a direct genocide, but akin to a genocide. How about that? Okay, that's just my opinion on it. People are more than free to disagree. Obviously, I'm a libertarian. Disagree as much as you want, but that's I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, and I think it's disgusting and it makes me sick. Anywho, let's get back to the Hodgmans. Then I'll feel better because they always make me laugh.
All right, so this is what she's worried about. News stories like this. Check it out.
A new Mississippi bill is fueling controversy and protest in the state's capital. The bill is aimed at crime, the state facing a higher homicide rate than any state in the country, according to 2020 CDC data, with Jackson's homicide rate increasing 66% from 2017 to 2020, according to policy group Empower Mississippi. On Thursday, controversial elements of the bill were scrapped in the state Senate, but tensions remain. State Democrats initially calling HB 1020 racist and unconstitutional. The original State House bill expands an 8.6 square mile district in Jackson known as the Capital Complex Improvement District, or CCID, growing to over 26 square miles within the city. It also created a new court system in the district where officials would be permanently appointed by state officials and not elected by Jackson residents. And the bill moved jurisdiction from the city of Jackson's police department to the state's Capitol Police.
Okay, give you some context. That bill is racist as hell. They disenfranchised all them Negroes. I don't think it's racist. It may be unconstitutional. I don't think they took away their voting rights to elect judges.
Hang on, that is actually my concern, is that it might be unconstitutional. I don't think it's racist. I think it might be unconstitutional. I agree. I'm not sure. I'm not a constitutional scholar, legal scholar, but I think it might be unconstitutional. So that is, and that's how you should, if you have a concern about this bill, that's the vector through which you should attack it, is through the constitutionality of it, not through it's racist. Okay.
Because I think they took it away because you're gullible. You're not I wouldn't say that. You're tough on crime. I wouldn't say they're gullible. I just think they're stupid. They don't know what they're doing. They're incompetent. All right, so let me bring up his website. Look how many people are murdered there. Okay, look, hours after graduating from Murray High School, Kennedy Hobbs visited the cemetery where her boyfriend was buried, placing her sash across his grave and snapping a picture for Instagram, writing, "For you, baby." Before the night ended, she would join him, becoming as he was a victim in Jackson's record 155 homicides in 2021.
That's crazy.
The highest per capita murder rate in the nation, higher than Birmingham, Atlanta, Detroit, and even Chicago.
What all those cities have in common?
Black people.
Yeah, that story is incredibly sad. That actually brought a tear to my
I was literally about to pause and ask you that exact same fucking question. Like,
about
if
what
only
the
there
cities
was
have in common.
one particular demographic that all of these cities have in common. Like, wonder why.
That's so depressing, though. That story is so sad. That really makes me.
Oh God, I want to say horrible things because my
heart,
mind
though.
goes to jokes.
Oh, it hurts my heart, man. It really does. Fug.
The city with the most overall slings in 2021. Now, see, Chicago is not being fixed because that state is a Democratic state.
It's blue.
Yeah. Mississippi, that's good old boy state right there.
Yeah, them white people ain't gonna let you niggas mess up that state.
I'm so glad we watched this clip. Oh, I feel
That's a good pause right there. Just like it's like Kevin just gives no fucks, none.
I know.
Oh God.
Oh man, dude.
You see why I wanted to watch this?
I know I watched a little bit of it, just the beginning. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Like I was like, do you know how much we could watch this? Because but they do say something here that I think is important.
Well, let's continue then.
If you ask me, I think Republicans care more about Black lives than Democrats do.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm prone to agree.
Yeah,
I really am. Democrats see Black people as votes. They see you as a number. They see you as a statistic. I don't think they see you as people.
They even see your death as a grift.
I know. Hashtag not all, but it seems to be the paradigm of the Democrat Party at large, and that I find to be absolutely repugnant.
Who wants to decorate the trees? Oh my God, is that what I think you mean by that?
Oh God, dude.
God, that was fucked up. Like, damn, like,
Fug, dude. Fug.
So that's why Jackson. Explain it to him, Keith. Yeah. Explain it to these niggas, man. Okay, the reason why they're labeling this as racist because Jackson. Because they stupid.
Did we call him Kevin at first? Did we get them fucked up?
No.
We did. I think we did. Then we called him Kevin. I always get them screwed up. It's Keith and Kevin, but I often get them mixed up because I don't know, they're twins, dude.
They believe anything. They take advantage of them.
Someone would take that and say that's racist. Like, oh man, I can't tell Black people apart. I often can't tell Keith and Kevin Hodge apart.
Exploiting their ignorance, right?
Yeah.
So Jackson is like, I think it's around 80% Black.
Yeah, and majority of those people that's being slayed in Jackson, Mississippi, they're Black.
Huh?
A majority of those people that live there are going. Majority of those crimes is going to be people that's being killed. It's going to be Black people.
The mayor's Black. I think the chief of police is Black. Everybody's Black, and the crime is through the roof.
Yeah.
But this is a Republican state. I mean, it's a.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think these people would be in favor of segregation if it was the Black officials in the state doing it?
They would be on paper until it actually happened to them. Yeah, until they lived under it.
I thought that's an interesting question to ask.
Well, they would do it exactly. What happened in South Africa? Well, actually, because South Africa's still going through it. What happened in Zimbabwe?
He assumed dictatorship control.
They begged the whites to come back.
Oh yeah, because here's an idea. If you get rid of the people in the country who grow your fucking food, you might fucking have a problem if you tell them to fuck off, you stupid assholes.
I mean, and it's happened in South Africa now, and it has been happening for decades. Is that they want the whites to they've taken the.
You don't know how to farm. You will never know how to farm because it is not in your genes. I don't give a fuck who says
I
this.
don't know about
No, fuck no. Afrikaners, no, fuck you, Aiden. Dutch people are known for farmers all over the fucking world. It is the breadbasket of the fucking world, for heaven's sakes, right?
True.
So Afrikaners have a gene for farm. Those are people who've been farming for their entire fucking lives, generation after generation. It is in their genes.
Yeah.
You are never going to come at them.
For 2,000 years, yeah. Only 2,000 years, but yeah.
So again, however, no, that's a genetic thing.
I think at some level it might be a little bit genetic because 2,000 years, it's enough for a little bit of genetic drift, right? 40,000 years, as you have like in Australian Aboriginals, that is definitely enough for genetic drift.
Okay,
but,
look, there's 8 generations of farmer. What do you think the next generation is going to be really good at? Oh, Jesus, fucking take a guess. Farming.
But what's happened to South Africa since the end of apartheid, when now they've been fucking necklacing white farmers for decades. They've and all the whites are leaving South Africa. They've been leaving South Africa for decades as well because of the danger. And the South Africa used to be a first world nation. It is rapidly falling out of that first world nation status.
Yeah. Under which rule?
What's the name of the party? I forget.
The white ruling party?
The party that's in power in South Africa.
On the ANC?
ANC, yeah.
Yes, and they fucking suck.
Yeah. Well, not going great. And it's not like you don't have any examples to go off of. Again, Zimbabwe/Rhodesia is the perhaps key example.
Yeah, it's almost like one demographic is better at running shit.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, we have never actually watched it, but we need to watch it together. I've seen it, and I don't think you've seen the whole movie, but there's always the clips of it that are so fantastic. It's the movie about the Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Empire of Dust, which is the movie where all those memes come from, where it's like the it's also tiresome meme, where a Chinese guy who's working for a Chinese company comes over into the Congo to figure out, because they're investing money into it because of the natural resources China is, and they're having a really hard time with it because they want the minerals, but they're having a really hard time with it because the local Black population in the years since European colonization has, for example, stripped the railroads to smelt on the iron, right? And stuff like that. They've destroyed all their infrastructure. And that documentary is really, really telling. I don't know what else to say, I guess. We need to watch it though, Spoon, together. You and I should. It's I think you'd get a lot out of it as a South African.
They have a strong majority in that state. So the white people, I guess they're looking at, you know what? We're not going to have a Chicago in Mississippi.
No, you put that all wrong. The white Republicans, they came together and said, hey, man, well, what are we going to do about these niggas in Jackson? What's wrong with you? That's what he said. They came in and said, look, what are we going to do about these color folks in Jackson? They are out of control.
Come on.
You know what? But the black liberals that run that area, they don't even care, man. It's not an issue for them. Yeah. Chicago is not an issue for them. It's not that top priority.
They don't live there.
You know what's really funny about this?
They're rich as fuck. They live in mansions outside of the city. They don't have to live anywhere near that shit, and yet they fucking run it. That's why they don't give a single damn.
In a previous video that I did, the Matt Walsh video, I said that what you need in society is a healthy balance of freedom but good order. Because on the one side, that'll spiral off into either chaos or oppression.
Yeah.
Right? And if you go off into either one of these, people will go towards the one thing they think will fix the fucking problems, the state. And now what are they gonna you people keep voting for jackasses, so now we're gonna take your fucking voting rights away from you, and we're gonna appoint our own people because the problems are so fucking bad.
Yeah.
That's what you get. That's what you get when you are so fucking stupid you can't vote for competence. You're gonna take it away from you because you're too dumb. Yeah. Step one to getting a monarchy is get your fucking democratic elements that don't fucking work and tell them to fuck off. Based. Good.
Real quick, Joey Jojo for $2 says, Happy International Women's Day, Eden. Thank you. I have something about that, but I don't know if we'll get to it tonight.
It's International Women's Day?
Yeah, today.
Who cares?
The next 20 minutes or 30 minutes here. I don't know what all we'll get through tonight. We had so much stuff. We're going to have to stream.
If I identify as woman, does that mean I can get special shit too?
Are you okay to stream again tomorrow, or do you want to wait till Sunday? I'd rather do it tomorrow because there's more shit will happen by Sunday. And
probably tomorrow, yes.
Yeah. And then Minnesota Fats for $5 says, as far as I recall, boss, Tim hosted a group that says there's a conspiracy for Black genocide in North American continent, at least. Can't remember their name. Oh, I'm sure that there are. I mean, like the what are they called? The Hoteps, not Hotep Jesus, but the Hoteps. They absolutely. They also.
I like him. He's cool.
I like Hotep Jesus as well. He's awesome. Yeah. But the Hoteps, those are the Weebus Kangs people. Yeah, they probably think that. Yeah. Anyhow.
But Republicans. Yeah, so this is what the white people are doing. The Republicans are doing. They're expanding the Capitol Police to, I guess, overtake Jackson Police. Yeah. Because Jackson Police ain't doing nothing. They're not doing their job. Yeah. They're not.
So they're going to provide some backup, some assistance. They're going to provide them some more coverage, extra help to help bring down crime.
Yeah, so the state police is expanding their jurisdiction in Jackson.
Which is good, right? More police? That's good.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like Jim Crow.
Yeah, and they're going to appoint the judges. So they make sure those judges are tough on crime and not these woke-ass judges. Yeah, see, y'all lost y'all's right to be able to point y'all's own judges because the crime in that area is out of control. You're not tough on crime. Yeah. So you lost your privileges to be able to vote for your judges. It sound like the judges you niggas have been relieved of your duty. That's pretty much.
I mean, like, to be fair, it's not uncommon for judges to be appointed. So, in most states, judges are appointed. In many positions, many judge positions. There's a better word for that other than judge position. There's a more erudite way of saying that. But yeah, voting for judges, by the way, I kind of actually, well, you know my position on voting, Spoon. I don't think anyone should vote for anything for the most part.
Well, yeah, because we're monarchists.
But voting for judges is maybe one of the dumbest things because nobody fucking knows, and nobody knows anything about judges in terms of the average person. They have no freaking clue. I absolutely disagree with the idea. I mean, I disagree with voting in general because we're monarchists. But I voting for a judge, I know it. Look, I don't know. There's problems in any system where somebody's appointed, where someone's voted for. I absolutely think that the worst thing that you can do with a judge is to vote for them rather than appoint them, because voting is just going to be random ass shit. Appointing could likely be corrupt, but I think when you're talking about within the system, they might know that judge and know a little bit about them. The amount of time it takes to look into a judge's background and their decision history, not a single fucking person has ever done that outside of maybe other lawyers who work with them, in which case there is no point in voting for judges. There's just no point in it. People don't know anything about their local judges unless they've either been sentenced by them,
Yeah,
which
they've
case
had
often they can't
personal
vote.
encounters with them.
Yeah, it's just there's no point in voting for judges. People will have no clue what the fuck they're voting for. It's a nonsense position. Sorry, let's continue.
Just because you can't vote for your judge, I don't see why y'all deeming it racist. Like the Supreme Court justices, they're being appointed. Yeah. Like hell, Joe Biden appointed a woman, a Supreme Court justice, because she was black. That's not racist. But when the Republicans want to appoint their own judges, now y'all trying to deem that racist? Yeah, I think it's racist when you pick somebody to be a Supreme Court justice just because they are black. Yeah, that's racist. Yeah. I think that's racist. Yeah. Now, if you picked her because she was qualified for the position, that's not racist. Yeah.
Yeah, but as we've seen, she absolutely freaking is not.
Yeah, she's also an idiot.
She's an idiot. What's her name again? She absolutely has no right on the no place in the Supreme Court.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah, Ketanji Brown Jackson. I get her confused because she also has that multi-part name like Karine Jean-Pierre. Ketanji Brown Jackson, Karine Jean-Pierre. It's even got two K and J in both names. That's why it's confusing me. I guarantee it. Yeah. It's not because I'm racist. It's just because they have a K and J in both their names. We just talked about Karine Jean-Pierre. So
yeah, they just happen to be
Crow.
stupid.
What is Jim?
And I just happen to be stupid?
No, them.
Oh,
you're white. You're smarter.
I don't know about that.
Jim Crow. Man. It wasn't Jim Crow. Shut up. Jim Crow. Whites only. Yeah. White only bathrooms. White only movie theaters. Yeah. White only glory holes. That's racist. Like, that's racist as hell right there. Like, man, I want to go to that white only glory hole, man. I know they got some good horrors back there. hey, but you know what? This is not remotely. This has nothing to do with racism, Jim Crow, anything. Republicans, you know we're tough on crime. And it's not because they're white, and it's not because you're black. You people have let your crime get out of control. Yeah. You don't even care about your own citizens being.
That's the most important thing. They don't, like, you can tell me Black Lives Matter, then why don't you do anything to try and curb crime in these cities? Oh, it's because it's black on black crime in like 80% of cases. So
you know what's really fucked up I thought about earlier?
Yeah.
If you look at Bill Clinton, right? Bill Clinton was known, like in progressive circles nowadays, as the president who locked up more black men than any other president.
Well,
right?
Joe Biden also had as did Kamala Harris.
Yes,
both have had
yes,
very active anti-crime bills.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In the 90s, the crime rate was really fucking high.
Yeah.
And he was really popular with black people. Do you know why? Because he put criminals in fucking jail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the one thing you can actually give Joe Biden credit for, because he helped make the crime bill. And fucking Bill Clinton was popular because of it. Because guess what black people care about? Being safe. They don't give a fuck how black the fucking prisons are, as long as they are not around them. That's their main fucking concern. That's the one thing that like progressives and Democrats need to realize, that, you know, your tough on crime days were popular with black people because they like to be safe. They don't like to be pandered to.
Well, some of them do,
pretty
but they're
fucked
a
up.
vocal minority of activists on Twitter. People need to fucking realize that Twitter is not reality. Politicians, even now, they look at Twitter as reality. It's not reality. Twitter is a bunch of insane people.
Remember what I said
shouting at
earlier
the top of
today
their lungs.
in the thing between the social capital? Yeah, it's that. Like, defund the police is an idea of social capital. In the real world, that's just fucking retarded. Like, straight up fucking dumb.
Derek T is king for $5 says, my dad was a longtime lawyer and was experienced with the duties of the Florida judicial system. He lost the judicial election to a lawyer's wife in 1994.
What the fuck?
Women. Fucking women. Happy International Women's Day. Fucking women. Like, I know that we've talked about this often, Spoon. And you're often shocked that I'm more sexist than you are.
Yeah, I find that offensive, actually.
I think it's not uncommon because women, like, I have to
No,
live as a
women.
woman I have to live as a woman every day. So I know what the problem with women is. I have to live in my own head. You know how frustrating that is?
You're like, my God, I have emotions. Can you just get them the fuck away from me?
Oh, it's and I'm autistic, so like I have a certain.
You think like a man, though.
In some ways, but I also have those pesky emotions that creep in, and then and
but
then
that's why you have me here.
But I know, and because we've been friends for like over a year, and you can tell when like I'm
Getting
as they
emotional
say, in the time, right? And I get more emotional and gay. But it's true.
And
like,
I get meaner actually, because like when you get over the top, like, hey, I'm just gonna smack the shit out of you right now.
But you probably fucking could. You could probably tell. I mean,
Yes.
I bet. Obviously, I'm sure my husband Bill could tell. But like, I guarantee you could probably also tell if it's like, well, what Aiden's having her woman time. That's why she's being emotional and gay right now.
You know why I can tell?
And I don't take offense to that because it's just how it is.
No, you type more.
I type more.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I'm
Your
not
emotional
shocked by
outburst
that.
is like you talk more. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how I know.
yeah, probably.
Yeah. And you always
yeah.
apologize. That's how I know as well.
I always apologize.
Like, oh,
full
I'm
stop.
sorry. Yeah.
Like that's just. There's so many things I want to cover tonight, but we'll if we can't cover it all, we'll get into tomorrow. Let's finish this Hodge Quins. I've done that twice.
Austrian.
What do you want to watch after this? Okay, Jon Stewart, Russell Brand. We've been paid to cover Bernie. I almost said Bernie Mac.
I wish
Bernie
we could get paid to cover
Sanders.
Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac's a
Me too.
shit.
He's awesome. I wish we could cover.
Fucking love
Bernie.
Bernie.
Bernie Sanders on Bill Maher. I think we should go do those videos and see how far we can get through them. Let's finish this up and then
Probably do that one first. I didn't even know it was Rob's in the fucking chat. Oh well, Rob will watch it later.
Yeah. Rob Walker, he was here just a minute ago. Yeah.
Was he?
Being murdered. You don't even care. Y'all got a high per capita murder rate. Y'all got a high per capita murder rate. Why can't I say that? Y'all got a
Probably because you black.
I also was just flubbing my words. Oh my God, though.
Y'all got
we got to slow down when we talk. You know that, right?
Y'all got a higher per capita murder rate.
Yeah, sound white when you do it.
Yeah, than Chicago. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, they gonna let that fly in Illinois because that's a liberal shithole, but Mississippi's not gonna put up with that.
Them white-
You know why? Because it's gonna filter out to all the other cities in Mississippi. They're not gonna put up with that garbage.
Yeah.
Why
And you shouldn't put up with the garbage.
Why do y'all condone it?
Yep.
Yeah. Just because you got black judges, you're happy with black judges, but your streets are filled with thugs, criminals, rapists, murderers. You happy to have a black mayor, happy to have a black police chief, and people are dropping like flies around you. You're happy with that?
Yeah.
Now, see, that might be good enough for black people, but that's never been good enough for white people.
It's not good enough for black people. Is the reality. They shouldn't accept that kind of shit.
I do love how much they skirt along the racial lines, like with a lot of elegance. Like we're
I kind of
we can just say what the fuck. It's great.
I kind of wanted to show that guy in California calling for reparations because of his costume.
Because he's dressed like me.
Yeah, but can I play it really quick? It's really quick. I have to show my
Yeah.
screen again. So
Yeah,
hang
well.
on. Let me bring it up, and let me show my screen, and then we'll go right back to the watch together because I think this is the only thing I wanted to play again tonight, at least that will be on the I'll have to show my screen for. Okay. All right, let me know when you are prepared for me to play this, because this is so.
Oh, this was fucking ridiculous.
California is calling for reparations for Black people. It's an insane amount of money. Let me look up exactly how much it is.
Too much.
Reparations.
Yeah. I thank you, Sargon, for sharing this.
640 billion.
They don't have that kind of money.
Unfucking 640 billion with a B. What is the annual revenue California? It's 248 billion. So that is 3 times the annual revenue of California. 3 times the annual revenue.
To be fair, these people did say math is racist, so it's not a surprise that I don't know.
So they want to pay 3 times their annual revenue. But here's someone who's going to make us some very salient and cogent arguments, I'm sure, as to why they deserve reparations.
First of all, can I sue this man for stealing my outfit?
He did kind of steal your look, man. He stole your drip. It's almost 5 Ukraines. That's right, it is. Thank you, Tiger Burns. Let's hear his salient, cogent, and logical arguments. Even if he's dripped out. He is dripped out. But let's hear.
Also,
reparations. That will stimulate this economy for the 2.6 million blacks in California. There's only one thing that would stop our children from busting into these liquor stores. There's only one thing.
Okay, hang on. There's a lot to unpack here. Okay, 1, it will stimulate the economy. My dude, did you just watch that Boondocks episode about this and took it real seriously? Because that was the Boondocks episode explication. And then, much like with Cuck Schumer, he makes a threat. If you don't give us this money, we're gonna fucking rob you.
Yeah.
But it gets worse. Let's keep going.
That would stop our kids from busting into these jewelry stores, stealing watches and jewelry. And that's reparations. Capital, money, reparations.
That's it. It's a short clip.
So basically, he just said, give us free shit or else we'll keep stealing.
Or else we'll steal from you. It's a threat. It's a literal damn threat. Oh my goodness.
So steal on our behalf or else we'll keep stealing.
Yeah.
At least them, sorry. At least them stealing is a form of actually, getting off their ass.
I guess. What an insane proposition, right? Let's watch
That's just like ridiculous.
Jon Stewart or Bill Maher. Should we start with Stewart?
I haven't seen the Jon Stewart thing actually.
Oh, let's do that then first. We haven't seen it. It's not good.
Are you threatening me, Master Winter?
There we go. Okay.
I'm a strong proponent.
Oh, let me know when you got it up. I'm gonna speed it just a little bit up because it's not that long. It's only 8 minutes, but here we go. So this is State Senator Nathan Dam, which is a great name. Damn, not a curse word, Newsom, but yeah, they're discussing. He's Oklahoma State Senator, and they're discussing the Second Amendment. This is some of the dumbest shit. Now, I first of all, interviews like this is why you should never interact with people like Jon Stewart, because on their terms, because they'll cut and edit their shit up. Not like the videos from the actual video footage from January 6th. But they've been caught doing this like a ton of times now, that they will just cut people out of context. What's that? The cut or whatever. The people who do those panels that we've watched in the past here, they absolutely cut people out.
Oh yeah, the fucking cuts are hard.
Yeah,
and I think it's called the cut. Fucking obvious.
Right. When they do those panels, the vice panels and other panels, they cut people up. I would never engage with Jon Stewart because he's disingenuous and he's a liar. However, I am going to point out where I think Nathan has made some mistakes. I think it's probably likely because it's difficult to respond to things like this. I would not think that I would do better in his position.
Apparently this is enraging footage.
I do not think I would do better in his position. I'd like to point that out. I'm not good at debates. I'm particularly bad. If I was in the situation sitting in front of a bunch of cameras, I'd be freaking out. So I don't know. But he's a politician, so
Amendment. I believe the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's
too fast.
the
Hang
one
on.
right that's listed in the Constitution that uses that very specific affirmative language, shall not be
Oh, it's
infringed.
also the one right that uses the phrase well-regulated.
By what mechanism?
Well-regulated militia. Now, John, what is meant by a well-regulated militia? It means a well-armed militia. Sorry, I'm sorry for yelling. I'm sorry. I hate this shit so much. I'm gonna go pee again,
Also,
'cause
just out of curiosity,
I'm so mad already.
John, because this doesn't make any sense. It says well regulated. The whole point of the militia is to combat the fucking state. If the state gets too authoritarian. So, by the way, I think the implication is it's not well regulated by the state, considering the whole fucking function is to combat if the state goes fucking apeshit. Dumbass.
Correct, when it's talking about the militia and the state.
By the way, just for clarity's sake, I'm not against the Second Amendment. I don't want to ban guns. But you're saying more guns makes us more safe.
Yes.
So when we got 400 million guns in the country, we had an increase and gun deaths went up. So when exactly does this curve hit?
Do you maybe think that it's not the gun? Do you maybe think that if you look at the country and you have a disproportionate amount of guns in the hands of a few people, and there's not a higher crime rate and murder rate in the hands of those people with the guns, it might not be the gun.
Well,
if there's maybe a certain demographic, if there's maybe a certain culture, if there's maybe a whole host of factors beyond just the fucking gun that might explain the disparity. I know this is way above your head, John, because you're a fucking moron.
How about this? Just real quickly. From Reuters, U.S. gun crime deaths surged 35% in 2020, higher for black people. Just a headline I pulled up. The reality is that gun crime in the United States largely is done by and affects, in terms of violence, is done by and affects black people within their own communities. I don't like that, obviously, but the gun crime and the gun deaths that are happening in the United States are largely by and towards black people. It is black on black crime, largely within Democrat cities where these guns are illegal. Explain that one, John. Oh, you can't? And this is where, Nathan really fucks up, because he never brings up shit like that. He really doesn't get into it, because I'm sure he wanted to avoid the race issue, but it is the issue.
That's a good point about DRT King, what you said.
DRT King for 5 says the interview was apparently over an hour long pre-cut. Yep, I did hear that. If I was taking only 8 minutes out of 60, then I could make anyone look stupid. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is why you never do an interview with someone like Jon Stewart. He takes an hour-long interview, an hour-plus-long interview, turns it into 8 minutes. How absolutely brain dead did Nathan make him look in the other, I don't know,
52 minutes.
60 minutes? But you cut. This is why you do not do interviews with these people. They hate you. They're evil. We're going over this. This is the whole theme of this stream right now. They hate you. They don't care if they do not have any compunctions about this. So they don't mind about any of this. And I hope that Nathan calls for him to release release the full unedited stuff. And maybe it doesn't make him look better. I don't know. I bet it probably does. But obviously they will never do that.
You can always tell that is the reason why they won't. Because if you think your opponent is an idiot and you did well, you would release it like, hey, look, here's the whole thing. But if you don't, like, instantly you look sketch.
Yep. If you really thought that he was an idiot and he looked so stupid, release the unedited footage. Oh, you won't? You won't ever release it? Cute. Very curious there.
Sit down. Would 1 billion guns do it?
Let's just run those numbers. 400 million, 50,000. You're talking about less than a fraction of not even 1%, of 1/100%.
But it goes up.
No.
The ownership of the guns?
John, no. The reality is that the number of guns that are owned by people in the United States are owned by actually a very small fraction of the population. That's what Nathan's saying.
Because they own multiples.
They own multiples. They're collectors. the people who are gun nuts, if you want to call them that, are gun nuts. They own a bunch of guns.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of people own maybe a pistol, or some other kind of small firearm in order to protect themselves. The people who that's the vast majority. But the reason why the statistics get skewed is because then you have people who are gun nuts who own hundreds of guns because they're collectors, and so that skews the statistics. Anyone who has
Called the
above
U.S.
a middle
State
school,
Department.
anyone who has above a middle school level education could explain this apparent, according to John, it seems to be a discrepancy for him. It's not. It's just that there are people who own a bunch of guns because they like guns and they're collectors. Dingus.
Not down. So your argument is backwards.
But if
it's not.
So let's come up with a solution. Okay, so one of the issues, a contributing factor, again, I believe it's the individual that is the problem.
So your solution to that is give them more guns.
No, John. He said individual people are the problem. That's the truth. A gun is a tool. Guns don't do crime. People do. How is this confusing? Now, well, Spoon, you and I both live kind of in the British Isles, we'll put it that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
How's knife crime going in London?
Probably not very well.
There is horrific knife crime in London and across the UK, a place where there's no guns allowed. There are guns allowed here in Guernsey, by the way, to a certain degree. If you've owned guns for a long time, you're allowed to keep them. So we're very much that scene from Shaun of the Dead. Not us personally, not me and my husband personally, but where it's like, that scene in Shaun of the Dead. Not Shaun of the Dead. Hot Fuzz, sorry. Where it's like, do you have a license for that firearm? Do for this one. What do you mean this one? And he's just got the fucking sea mine and shit. There's people all around the British countryside who I'm sure do have guns. But, and yet knife crime is rampant throughout British cities. No guns allowed. Is that helping? You can put in all your little breaky points you want on bridges and stuff so cars can't go through them. Is it stopping car crime of people running people over? It's not. It's the reality. People who want to do crime and cause harm and hurt people will do it no matter what. They will find a way. Life finds a way, or in this case, death finds a way, right? People will do it. Guns are the equalizer. They are the great equalizer of ensuring that you can protect yourself against someone who wishes to do you harm. Lance for 5 says, I'm not sure if Jon Stewart is evil, but I do think that John Lebowitz is. Yeah, I don't know. Lebowitz is, of course, Jon Stewart's real name. Original name.
So I'm saying that because people are the problem, we need to look at the problems that those people are facing and how do we address it.
But you've removed the ability for the state to do that.
No, because you're...
If you don't have background checks, and you don't have registration and permitting, how do you know who has a problem in terms of the people who you're giving a gun to?
You want to talk?
You don't realize it's already an issue right now in inner cities, John? People just buy guns illegally. They sand off the numbers, registration numbers. And by the way, this whole, I don't even know who brings this up in this interview. I did listen to some of it. This whole gun, I think he does bring up the gun show thing. It's not real. It's a complete myth. It's a fabrication. The idea that you can go to a gun show and buy a gun without having to give over your information is an utter and complete fabrication of the left. It is not true. I've been to gun shows. No, if I wanted to buy a gun, now I've been clear about this in the past. I was institutionalized for wanting to kill myself at one point in the past, and I cannot buy a gun in the United States because I was suicidal and I was put into a mental institution. I think that's kind of fucked. I think it lasts for 10 years, so I think I still can't, but I think it at least lasts for 5 years. I've been to a gun show in the interim since I was in a mental institution and knew I couldn't buy a damn gun. They file them off, not stand them off, Aiden, you knew. Sorry, I was looking for the right words. I couldn't find the verbiage.
Talk about the background checks first, or do you want to talk about solutions first?
I want to talk about what you're doing is you're bringing chaos to order.
That's your subjective opinion that it's bringing chaos to order.
It's not
yes,
a
it
subjective
is.
opinion. We have
yes,
50,000 gun-related deaths. That's not a subjective opinion.
Okay, so
that's
who's doing it? Who's doing it, John, and where? Where and who? ask yourself that question. Oh, you want to answer that one? Oopsie poopsie. Oh no. Who is doing the gun crime and in what areas? Is it in Democrat cities where guns are banned? Oh no. Or Democrat states where guns are largely banned? Oh no. Fuck off.
Let me back up for a second. In every other place in your life, you want to bring order, but guns are the outlier for you. So let's start with immigration. You want registration, maybe a wall, maybe not a wall. Why do you want that?
Well, one of the reasons is because the fentanyl crisis.
Right.
I mean, okay, but...
you don't know when it's coming across. So what do you do?
But the fentanyl crisis is twice what the gun death crisis is.
Okay, so until the gun crisis gets to the fentanyl level...
Not until it...
You don't...
You disingenuous fuck, Jon Stewart. I can't believe I used to really like this guy. I used to think he was really funny. And sometimes he will say things and I agree with him, but like, this is so disingenuous. Oh, so look, listen. This guy is telling you he's more concerned about the fentanyl crisis. Fentanyl is, we know where fentanyl is coming from. It's coming over the border largely from South America, okay? We know where that's coming from. We know what the issue is. And Jon Stewart is saying, well, why don't you, but wait, you're waiting until guns get as bad as fentanyl? He's telling you that his priority is fentanyl because it's causing more death. And it's from an external source. And if you built a wall, you could at least do something to try and help that. Gun crime and gun violence will be an issue no matter what. Just like knife crime and knife violence will be an issue no matter what. If you ban guns, people will kill each other with knives. People have been killing each other since the first human picked up another rock and hit another human over the head with it. Spoon, are you there? I think he might have went off for a minute. Let's see if it comes back. Let's see if we didn't fall asleep.
don't want to bring order.
No, not until it. But
do you see my point?
If we're going to talk about protecting lives, that's a larger issue in America than guns is. If we're talking about individual lives of ways that they can be protected, loss of life in America, there's loss of life through fentanyl. There's loss of life through obesity. The obesity crisis in America costs 6 times the number of lives as guns.
Right, and
so,
you're the guy saying, you know what would help this? Ice cream.
No. So, you know what would help the problem that we're facing with fire?
What? You know what would help this ice cream? God dang. What the heck, man? What the heck? Sorry.
What?
It's not a funny joke, John. Just saying.
Fatherlessness crisis that we have in America.
Yep, there it is. There's the real answer. There's the real ding dong dang answer. It's the fatherlessness crisis. In my opinion, that's the biggest issue. Fatherlessness is the problem. That's why we have so much screwed up shit in the world. Like, you know, I'm a bit of a degenerate myself. But the reason I think I've turned out as okay as I have, despite, you know, having mental health problems and being autistic, is because I had a really great, and do have, a really great dad. I had a great mom too. I'd have a great mom too. But, you know, even though my parents got divorced, my dad was always there for me. My dad really, and both for girls and for boys, dad teaches you how to, mom comforts you, mom is there to help and support you. Dad is there to teach you and push you, you know, towards actually being successful and functional in society. That's the role of dad. And I truly believe that. So, personal responsibility, yeah, as Ex Nihila is saying, that's what dads teach you. And when one community has like a 70% lack of fathers, 73%, 75%, whatever it is within the Black community, somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder they're having it. Are you awake now?
Yeah, go on.
Did you go away or did you fall asleep?
Go on.
Did you fall asleep?
Right here, go on.
All right, let's get back to you, silly person.
If you look
so
at
early.
the statistics.
Right. Yeah, they're dying from gun deaths.
80% of school shooters either came from a broken or fatherless home.
So you would say no.
Do you maybe think that that was the gun who did that or the bullet?
Well, I mean, are you... But
if you had a guns but no ammo, would you have this problem?
No, of course not. But I think more accurately, the problem is that he's just saying like 80% of people who commit gun crime come from fatherless homes. That's an incredibly important statistic. And John's just going to fucking ignore that. He's correct.
Do you remember what Chris Rock said about this?
Fatherless. Chris Rock came out again and talked about Will Smith the other day. Did you see that?
I did see that.
It's hilarious.
But he said many years ago, this was, I can't remember which special it was, but he said we don't need gun control. He said we need bullet control.
Mm-hmm.
He said if a bullet costs $5,000, you'd have a lot less innocent bystanders.
I don't agree with that at all, actually.
Yeah, but it's more of a joke. But he's like, if bullet costs $5,000, you would like fire someone and take your bullet back.
No, because firearms are also a hobby, and if I want to go,
it's a joke, Aiden.
I know. Like, have you fired a gun before?
No.
Okay. You know what's really fun? Going out to the range and dumping a mag. Just of whatever it is. Like just dumping a huge amount of like. So my ex had a what's it called again? That huge fucking gun that fires like 50 cal ammo. Dang, I can't remember the name of it. But who's a crazy person? Don't look into him too much. He's a lunatic. But oh man, Bill, what was that gun that Merc had called? Barrett M8201. A1, which is Sargon fired it. We got it on camera and stuff. It was really cool. Like, it was very fun. It's kind of a polished shooter rifle, yeah. But Bill says it was designed to fire surplus 50 BMG ammo. Now, the thing about that gun, though, is that to fire it for like just even
someone
10
said a
minutes,
Desert Eagle. There is no way in hell Aiden would fire a Desert Eagle.
Why not?
Because the recoil would punch you in the face.
Well, I have a hard time with the which axis is.
Desert Eagle is like a fucking hand cannon.
Like there's only one X. There is literally only one X in all my life. There's only one X that I don't have a good relationship with, and it's Merc. Like it's just because he's a nutter. But yeah, that gun. Like if you want to fire that Barrett, it's hundreds of dollars to like have fun at the range with it because the ammunition is so expensive. The ammunition is so dang expensive, and it's not that like ammunition is really where you get into the pricey point on firing guns for fun. Because I like to shoot a gun; it's fun. That all rhymed. Wasn't trying to, but it's enjoyable. But yeah, ammunition is where the money actually like. If you want to just shoot one at a range, that's how you blow a huge amount of money. So, no, it's not cheap. It's actually extremely expensive, John. It's extremely expensive to have firearms as a hobby. Now, if you want to also protect yourself, you're also going to need more than. You don't just want one. Now I know you got a shotgun. You know you've got one shell in there, typically, but maybe two, depending on the type of shotgun. But if you've got any other kind of gun, then you're gonna want like a pistol. You're gonna want to have replacements. Most pistols are not, the ammo's not that expensive, but yeah, whatever. What other X's do I have, Aiden? Like a couple, because I'm a 32-year-old lady, but I'm friends with all of them. I'm legitimately friends with all of them. Just it's only one I'm not friends with, despite my best attempts to make that not full of animus, because I don't like negative energy, right?
No guns for fatherless homes.
No, that's not what I would say. I would say that fathers need to be more engaged.
Great. So let's
crime with a firearm if they don't have a father in the home.
Let's put more resources into areas that are poverty-stricken. All for it.
And into fatherlessness, and that's something that we're doing. But
why with guns?
You need to put less resources in them because the state resources is what makes them have less fathers, you dumbass.
Exactly. Well, I don't think the government can do anything about this, by the way.
The government can fuck off.
Yeah, agreed. Yes, agreed 100%. Government can fuck off.
Government is the fucking problem for most reasons in our lives, actually.
Yes. So, government can't fix this. Communities have to fix this, okay?
Yes. Government only makes it worse.
The government, what has the government been doing for the last 60, 70 now years with the black community? Subsidizing them. And yet they have become a community largely infested by criminality, where young black men in particular are in fact encouraged towards criminality because why shouldn't they? Black women are encouraged to get pregnant, to live off of government money, off of their children, and not get a job. Because what would you rather do? I'm saying this as a woman. Now, I've not had a baby. I would like to have one at some point. But let me ask you the question. I know you can't know this, but just saying, you have the option between, are you going to want to work a grueling kind, it's not grueling, but an annoying, shitty job at McDonald's or Walmart for 10 hours a day, 9 hours a day, whatever. Is it, however long the maximum time you can work at a job is now? I forget anymore. It's been a couple years since I worked retail. Let's just say the shittiest job imaginable to make minimum wage or make like $18 an hour if you were to calculate it out by just having a baby, just shitting something out of your cooch. And women, we're designed by evolution to like having babies. So something that you want to do.
I see the way that some of those people have their children. I don't think their children is... You don't have the children for a reason to have a kid. Your kid is a financial tie, so you don't give a fuck about it.
Aiden's
which
gonna
is
try to
worse.
have her... Through the Halo says Aiden trying to have her kid in her 50s. No, it's not about that. It's
No, Aiden would like to have a kid in the 50s.
Yes, exactly. It's more about my, I've got a disease, man. Like, it stinks. But whatever. I'm not. Yeah, I have stage 5 endometriosis, which is I've been a test subject in a bunch of experiments and stuff about the particular disease I have. It's been rough, man. But women love women. It gives them purpose in life. It gives us purpose in life, I should say, which is to raise children. When you ask women, like, what would you ask these women, like, what would you rather do? Stay at home with your baby or go to work? 99% of them say, I want to stay home with my baby. They don't want to go to work. They want to stay home with their baby. Obviously. And they'll be like, oh, being a mom is so hard. It is hard. But what would I personally rather do? Is would I rather go flip burgers at Burger King or whatever, or stay at home and have to change a stinky diaper and play with a baby all day and be and play peekaboo, and teach them? That's the most, oh my God. Being able to teach a little person like about the world is awesome.
Can you say monarchy?
Yeah, but like being able to teach a little person about like.
What's my first toy? A crown.
Show them things about the universe and
say leaden.
Teach about no, I'm not gonna do that shit. That'd be so weird.
Yes, you would.
Like also, like I'm at the point where I have taken all the medicine I can possibly take to try and treat my infertility. So, Bill, we gotta try like real soon because I only got like a year left, man.
I like the way that he's quiet.
He's quiet. It's scary. It's the scariest thing in the whole world.
Oh, there's Rob. What's up, Rob?
It's the scariest thing in the whole world it's crazy to me that some people are not scared by it. Like, but it terrifies me. I know, like the pain and stuff. Yeah, I know. But the pain and stuff isn't what scares me. It's like, I've talked to my mom about this extensively, is that I'm terrified of being a bad mom and like doing something that would like fuck somebody, because you're talking about another human being, right?
You'll be fine.
You know what I mean? But it's another. Oh my my knowledge in psychology freaks me out, right? Of being like, oh god, what if I do some minor thing that I had no idea would have an issue, and then it becomes a major issue, and like.
You think too much.
Yes, I am on stream being weird about this, Bill. Bill just said, "Good Lord." No,
God damn it, Rob! Why did you pick democracy?
I think I'm allowed to talk about it publicly because it's scary. It's really scary to me. I don't want to hurt anybody.
Bad Rob picking democracy.
I don't. The idea that it would really make me horrified to the idea that I could hurt somebody. Anywho, back to this fucking stupid video.
Yes, I did, Rob. We could maybe do it today or tomorrow, because we have other shit to cover as well.
Let's go back to this.
Are you against bringing order?
I'm not against bringing order.
You are. You're also.
What do you mean by bringing order?
Safe for cops.
How?
and for people.
No.
Do you know how to make cops and shit safe?
Absolutely not. Cops love gun owners.
Here's how you make it better.
Yeah. How? How? Spin? Hello?
Look at your chat.
Oh, hang on. I'm not tweeting that.
I mean, that would work.
Oh, I am. I'm mixing up my sauce father. Yeah, I'm not reading that. Oh my god.
I mean, I have heard.
I'll just say what Spoon said. He said segregation.
Well, yeah, I've legitimately heard a black guy say that if you were to get rid of black crime, you would get rid of like 60% of the crime in America, like something absurdly high.
Mm-hmm.
And it would make it like one of the safest places in like the West. Like, holy fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, good question, Ziggy Mac. What's the order they're crying about so much? Yeah, what order? Their cities are all burning down constantly. What order?
When the police go to a domestic call, it's the most dangerous call they can go on.
Mm-hmm. Do you know why,
if they
John?
knew that there were firearms in the house.
John, do you know why domestic violence call is the most dangerous call that they can go on? Not because of firearms. A domestic violence call is the most dangerous call that police can go on. It's because two people are usually involved in beating the shit out of each other and likely trying to kill each other. And once the police show up, it escalates the situation, which means whatever was already happening is going to be turned to 11. It doesn't matter if it's with a knife, it doesn't matter if it's with fists, it doesn't matter if it's with a gun. The reason why domestic violence calls go out of control is because the person, whether it be a male or female, by the way, who is committing the domestic violence, now becomes escalated in their emotional response and then feels like they have to do it now or never. It is a pure animalistic response that happens at that point, and they often kill the other person, male or female. That's how it works, John. It's not because of guns. It's because domestic violence shit is insane. It has nothing to do with guns inherent.
That's a safer call. Is that what you're saying?
No, because police...
Because why?
Because police treat every situation as a potential...
But more guns makes us safer. So why don't, when the police go to a house filled with guns, why don't they breathe a sigh of relief knowing that this Second Amendment that shall not be infringed is being exercised so fruitfully?
Because usually the fucking police are... Oh, fuck off with this.
Woman?
Let me tell you this shit. Also, the police are not... Look, you and I maybe... I think we have disagreed on this in the past, Spoon. I like the idea of the police, but I don't like the police. A lot of police are, in my opinion, pigs.
A necessary evil.
They're a necessary evil. That's a good way of putting it. A lot of cops, though, are fucking pigs. And they are looking to hurt you because they're riding. Because if we've looked at, I've looked at the research on it. Now, I offended apparently Adam on this before in the stream because the research was that people who are prone towards police work are high in psychopathy and Machiavellianism compared to the general public. You know, it doesn't mean all cops. This is another thing that, again, it constantly fucking torments me. I'm saying like, oh, like people who are drawn towards police work are higher in Machiavellianism and psychopathy, and they go, oh, so you think all cops are evil? Like, whoa. I mean, that's not what I said. I said a statistic.
That's the fucking bill in the background.
Yeah, I said a generic thing about statistical averages. People have a really hard time with statistics and not taking them personally.
Do you know how I would have answered this question?
Wow.
The one that John asked him is I would go, why are you choosing this one? How many domestic disputes do you know escalate to the point of gun violence? Because I guarantee the answer is fucking minuscule.
In the broad scheme of things, it probably is. Most domestic violence calls are probably not. Now, I actually, hang on, brain activated. I went into this research.
If you're getting to the point where people are being shot.
Hang on. My brain had to activate. I had to look at my brain had to activate and go into that file for the Amber Heard research that I did. The reality is that the vast majority of I love the fucking fact that my brain's a shitty computer. So The reality is that the vast majority of domestic violence calls are not due to gun violence. They're due to physical violence, and most of that does not involve any kind of what we would consider a traditional weapon. It's mostly non-traditional weapons. Sorry, I hit my mic. By that meaning, it's a shoe or a hand or a fist. Those are, my fists are deadly weapons. They have to be registered. But it's hands, it's shoes, it's other objects that are not sharp or pointy or explicitly dangerous, right?
Yeah, because once you bring guns in, like, that's potential fucking homicide.
Exactly. The vast majority of domestic violence, and domestic violence, of course, happens male on female, female on male, is done with hands and fists and shoes and other objects. It is not done with guns and knives. It's the reality. So even banning knives, you're like, oh, well, you're gonna have to cut your tomatoes.
Yeah, how's that work in the UK?
Yeah, I know. You're gonna have to cut your tomatoes with a blunt
fucking work.
instrument now would not help, because the vast majority of domestic violence is done with random objects, fists, hands, etc. That's the vast majority of it, both male on female and female on male. I looked this up when I was doing my Amber Heard research. It's easily accessible information. Rob Walker became a squire. Hey, welcome to Squire tier, Rob Walker. Thank you so much.
Woo!
In New Jersey.
I'm familiar with a ton of anecdotes.
Yeah,
I'm asking you a simple question.
I don't think you're familiar with facts, John.
These are not anecdotal. I'm so tired of that. The left constantly makes anecdotes, and then accuses the right of doing it, because again, these people they're just liars. Ugh. It's like with the trans stuff, right? So
Don't go down the rabbit hole. Stay on this fucking topic.
I know. Just drill it. I was listening to the conversation that Adam and Sitch had, I believe, last night with two of their viewers. One of whom is Danimal the person, and the other person who I didn't really know that well, but we used to do. Kava. Both of them have been really, in my opinion, a little bit mean to me in the chat. But they're also massive donors to Adam and Sitch. And
Dims.
Kava in particular had some of the most unhinged opinions on transgender stuff that I've ever heard. And the other person wasn't Kava? I thought it was. Oh my god, Zero Fucks, it wasn't, because they cited them in the link on. But they linked to their YouTube as Kava. Oh shit, because usually Kava's actually been okay to me, so I was a little bit confused by that. But Danimal the Bruce is someone who's the other person on the call, I've tried to be quite polite to in private, and who's been a little bit of in my opinion, a dick to me. That conversation was weird. People who really two people who are like mega donors to Adam and Sedge have what I believed to be an unhinged opinion on transgender stuff, where it's, if you say you're transgender, you don't have to. First of all, there's no such thing as gender dysphoria. We shouldn't look into gender dysphoria.
Agreed.
If you say you're transgender, you are transgender, and you should be able to get hormones even if you're 7. It was just like, also all of it's a social construct. It was nuts. I don't know how, like, I actually kind of thought about like reacting to it, but it's insane. Like, it's just, go watch it.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think gender dysphoria is even a thing.
It is.
No, I think that's a complete load of shit.
No.
I think that's political indoctrination. I don't think there's any biological evidence for any of this shit. I think it is pure politics. Fuck off.
But I can actually show you the evidence that it exists.
I disagree.
I don't care. Okay, then disagree. But you can't disagree with the scientific evidence that they are.
I can the word scientific evidence in the last 3 years has been fucking destroyed.
No, this is not from the last 3 years, Spoon. This is from the late 90s, early 2000s. They stopped conducting this research. No, they stopped conducting this research because it didn't do what they wanted to say. It didn't show what they wanted to say it showed after the fact. The reality is that some people, very specific people who believe that they are transgender, have different brain
chemistry and different brain reactivity towards stimuli. That was research that was conducted, I believe, in like 2007, and it has never been reconducted, and there's been no more evidence towards it at all. Because they don't want anyone to look at that, because it would, and in fact, one of the people on there, I forget which one, said, no, you cannot look at the brain studies. No wonder why they're cutting them down. Because even the transgender people who are like, I'm saying like, hey, look, I'm finding physiological evidence that transgenderism is a real thing, that dysphoria is a real thing. And they go, nope, throw that away.
Elder
What am I
Gusso, I
supposed to
can totally
goddamn do
believe
then?
that.
I'm sorry. I don't live in magic land like you. I'm a scientist, for fuck's sake. I'm not going to live in fucking magical world with you. I'm sorry. Get out. I'm not you, Spoon. I'm speaking of these people extemporaneously. But no, I'm not going to live in fantasy land with you. I am interested in the science. I'm interested in the data. I'm interested in seeing how your brain functions. And no, we're not allowed to conduct that research anymore. How interesting that I'm not allowed to collect that information anymore. How fucking interesting. Dang. Sorry, let's go back to Jon Stewart. I just hate that shit. Yeah.
Anecdote,
When
John.
the police
This actually happened.
go to a
She had a
house-
restraining order on her ex-boyfriend.
I
of an
can run
individual.
through
I know we can both run through
hundreds and
that.
hundreds of examples of women
No, you can't.
killed by their domestic partners by guns that were not.
Nope.
No, you can't.
Nope. The most common cause of death in domestic violence is not guns. It is a significant cause. Yes, it is a significant use of force. Yes, it is. It's not the main one. So, John, you are actually citing incorrect statistics. Please correct yourself. Stop lying.
Taken away through the lessening of red flag laws. You're pivoting to anecdotes.
Do you know what red flag laws are, also, Spin? You know what red flag laws are? If they think you're a danger because of some other shit you've done, they'll take away your right to own guns. That's what a red flag law is. So the reason why I can't own guns is because 6 years ago I tried to kill myself. That's why I can't own a gun. Does that seem kind of fair to you? Does it seem like I'm allowed to express my Second Amendment right if I still live in the United States?
Yeah.
Seems sane? No, I was nutty then. I was going through a real rough time. But it's a 10-year suspension on my ability to own a firearm. Does that sound reasonable? If you try to kill yourself, you can't own a firearm for 10 years in the United States. Huh. Just saying, that's the red flag law.
Please say, if we had gun registration, if we were able to track purchases, they have a technology.
You are able to track purchases. Purchases are absolutely. He's using this fucking gun trade show thing, which is absolutely incorrect. It is factually and fundamentally incorrect. You absolutely can track purchases. Every single gun has a fucking number on it. Every single thing is so easily trackable as it concerns firearms. There's nothing more you can do besides putting a fucking chip on all of them, which I guess is what they want. And I wouldn't even necessarily be non-amenable to that.
No.
Put a chip on it. Fine, I don't care. If I just want to use the gun for self-defense or for fun and shooting, fine. Put a fucking chip on it. Fine. But that's not what they want. You see it, they're not making a sensible... Spoon, I just made a very easy and sensible kind of proposal. Put a chip on it, on the gun, when you sell it. That can't be removed. But no, they don't want to do that, do they? How interesting that they don't.
Technology that every bullet would be stamped with an individual.
Why
like
the bullet? Make it the gun.
If we had an ATF that wasn't defunded, we would be able to enforce gun laws more effectively, and we would be able to solve gun crimes more effectively. You're against all of that.
Because the person is the threat, not the firearm, not the knife.
I get it.
Exactly. The individual is the one that is the concern here.
But you don't want anything that could help law enforcement or society determine whether or not a person is a good guy with a gun or a bad guy.
Hang on.
How about the culture of crime, you fucking moron?
Hang on. I know people in the chat just got really upset about me saying the smart guns thing. But, because, look, I don't actually want that. But if this is what they're asking for, if they're asking for bullets to have ID numbers on them, then put it, I mean, already, by the way, like, guns are totally fucking ID'd already. They've got serial numbers on them. Guns are very easily ID'd. So now I don't want it to be like a let me try to rethink what I said there. I don't want it to be, well, I don't know, maybe. Is there a problem? No Wi-Fi. Let's say no Wi-Fi, yeah. Or without the Etherline. No Wi-Fi on the gun, but a consistent tracking number that if needed, we can find out what that gun was used for. And if it was in it, I don't know, man. I'm trying to like find out a way to make this better without also
giving the government an extremely massive amount of power.
You know what, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right. You know what, you're right. Ignore everything I said before. I disavow.
Somehow the government will somehow find to fuck you up.
I really thought that might have been an okay idea. But yeah, the more I think about it, probably not. Smart guns are a bad idea. Yeah. No, I think you guys are right. Yeah. All right. Fuck it. I agree. You guys convinced me. It didn't take very long, or it wasn't difficult. Like it was an idea, and I don't think it was necessarily, well, no, I don't think it was right. It's not because you bullied me. It's actually because I had to think about it for a minute. Because I fucking hate the government, so whatever.
The registry would allow you to have much more effective background checks. So I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's not like anyone can pass a background check and then have some fucking moment where they go off the fucking handle and use the gun.
Yeah. No shit. Exactly. Like, here's the thing.
You stupid fucking idiot. That doesn't make any sense.
No, here's the hey guys. Hey chat. Hey Spoon.
Jesus.
Do you think that I would? Do you think I would?
Dumbass.
Do you think I'd pass a background check if I was going and say my real opinions on things?
No.
Guess what I did? I didn't say my real opinions. I passed one of the highest level background checks that you can have in the entire world, at least in the United States, to look at high tech. I have seen the inside of Mount Weather. I've seen the inside of every single high tech CIA and FBI facility on the face of the earth. Okay? Can't talk about it much, but I have. What was my background check to do that? Do I promise to be loyal to the United States government? That's all I was asked.
Ridiculous.
What kind of fucking background check is that? Just saying. Are you loyal to the United States government? And I said, yep. Well, at that point I was, but not anymore. Well, no, I wasn't even then. Just kind of was less angry then than I am now.
You won't just admit that you are making it harder for police to manage the streets by allowing all of these guns to go out without permits, without checks, and without background stuff.
Even if they did, the people could still commit the fucking crime. They still have access to the firearm. You are not.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh my god, you fucking idiot.
So I lied. No, I didn't lie. I did not lie to the organization. But hang on, sorry, I got distracted by the chat. No, I didn't lie to the organization. I just I was never going to betray the U.S. government.
John, I have a simple question for you. The areas in the United States with the strictest gun crime, or the strictest gun laws, do they have the lowest gun crime? No.
No, they have the highest.
So clearly that doesn't fucking work.
Exactly.
Dumbass.
What are the cities and areas in the United States that have the highest gun crime?
The one with the highest black population.
It's New York. It's Baltimore. It's Detroit.
You know why? Because criminals don't give a fuck about guns.
They don't care about laws. That's what it comes down to. They don't give a shit about the fucking law. So they will break it no matter what. This is what an absurdist position to have.
Hey, you know what we should really ban? We should ban robbery, assault, and rape. Because we never have any of those things ever.
If only we could. They're legitimately like, welcome to, by the way, Women's History Month, but or whatever it's called. But like, yeah, if only we could just ban rape, there would be no more rape. Obviously, it's that simple.
It's like a child's mind analysis.
If only rape were illegal. I'm so sick of it. If only rape were illegal.
Why can't you just stand by that?
Because that's not what I'm doing. I'm defending the individual's right to keep and bear arms.
That's a different argument.
No, it isn't. It's the exact same fucking argument.
Well, hang on. Literally, no, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally the same argument. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you talking
You
about?
just don't like the reason why the gun is being used, you twat.
Okay, well, you may do. Here's what I'm saying. You want to say I'm a Second Amendment purist and I'm making it safer. You're not. You're making it more chaotic, and that's not a matter of opinion.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
That's
It's
the truth.
absolutely a
That
matter
is
of
a matter
opinion.
of opinion, John.
But why
Yep.
take away their tools?
Because certain of their tools that they're using would be infringements upon the people's right to keep.
This motherfucker, not Nathan Dam, but Jon Stewart, doesn't want you to have the capacity to defend yourself against the violent, outrageous mobs who just threw Molotov cocktails in Atlanta. That's what this is about. Let's not joke around. Let's not play pussy about this. Let's not play patty cake. He doesn't want you to be able to defend yourself against a violent Antifa mob. That's what this is about.
Keep and bear arms upon their constitutional rights, upon due
So you're
process,
saying
upon other things.
that registering is an infringement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is voting a right?
It's a.
This is actually an interesting question. So, Spoon, I want to actually, before he answers, I want to ask you: is voting a right? Is it? Now, by the way, this is an insane question, an insane pivot that Stewart has made.
Is it a right? When you say like, do you mean like a human one, or do you mean like one that's guaranteed by the Constitution?
Well, Stewart does not explicate. He doesn't qualify. Isn't it curious that he moves right from Second Amendment being a right into is voting a right? Now, under the original Constitution, voting was only a right for land-owning males. Okay?
Based.
Which is based. I think that was wrong though as well. Now, you and I are of a different breed or whatever. We're monarchists, so
We both
think
are,
all
yes.
voting. Yeah. So
We think voting is cringe and gay.
yeah, and then you have women, and then you have all people of all races and ethnicities.
No, voting is a privilege, yeah.
Voting is a privilege. I do agree with that. Voting is absolutely a
Yeah, it
privilege.
used to be, and then it got democratized with equality, and therefore it just became degenerated shit.
If it was a pure right, it would be allowed for all people of all ages.
Yeah.
And rights can be forfeit. That's also true. So, like, you can lose your right to vote if you're a felon. I also think that obviously you cannot vote if you're under the age of 18 in the United States. And
See, this is why I want to do this on Rumble, because there's so many jokes I want to make.
Yeah. So, voting is, even in the United States, a right. It is not inherent. You are not given. Let's listen to this. But the right to vote, even under our massive extension of what voting should be, in my opinion, even our massive extension of what voting should be, you can still have your right to vote rescinded if you, for example, are a fucking felon. Which Jon Stewart wants to make everybody who has a gun be, correct? How curious. What an interesting coincidence.
Right for citizens, yes.
Do you have to do anything to do it?
Yes.
What do
A
you
right for citizens. Yes, you
depends
have
on
to
the
be a
state.
citizen.
What do you have to do?
Sometimes you have
Be
to
a
be
citizen.
at least 18 years old.
What do you have to do?
And
No,
Be
not
18
sometimes.
years
You
old.
have to be 18 years old. You have to be a citizen. Jon Stewart doesn't think you have to be a citizen. He wants illegals to vote. So he's angry about that part, I'm sure. Like, this is what an absolutely I said this sophist. He is it's his pure sophistry in its most unadulterated form. And it makes me fucking want to vomit.
in some places you have to have a government-issued ID.
What do you have to? You have to
be on the voter rolls?
Register. You have to register.
And?
So you have to register to a right. Is that an infringement?
Does the right to voting say shall not be infringed?
Oh, so this is just a semantic argument now.
No, it's just like a lawful one that's by the Constitution, you dumb fuck.
My God. You were making a semantic argument, and now you're complaining that he made the same argument back towards you. You absolute loser. You absolute fucking loser.
Also, this is like the worst false equivalence ever.
Is it? Oh, that
Like,
you have to register.
voting is not the same as a gun. Like
Right, exactly.
the gun serves a defensive mechanism for your right to be on. Voting is you are tracked to make sure that your vote got counted. That's not the same fucking thing.
Exactly. Because if there was
That's not remotely the same fucking thing. That's just dumb, John.
Spoon, exactly, because if there was no registration for voting, then one person could vote 10,000 times. Couldn't they now?
that's just the
point,
stupidest
John.
argument.
That's the point, John, is so that one person can't vote 10,000 times over because they're a lunatic. Now, I know you would love that, because leftists are generally the lunatics right now. And they would vote 10,000 times over and just get back in line and do it over and over again while crying and seething and pissing and shitting.
No, Jon Stewart's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. I actually am okay with a certain degree of gun registration. Like, a certain degree of it. Knowing that you own the firearm.
My registration is I was born American. Fuck you, give me my gun.
Well, certain degree of it. Just that, like, hey, you own a firearm so that we can track the serial number. That's all. Okay? That's what I
shoot squirrels with my guns.
So you can track the serial number. That's all. If there is a crime that's been done with the gun. In contrast,
you know what's the crime that the government gave me? They told me to register my firearm, you sons of bitches. Jon
Stewart does not want people to have to register to vote, obviously. And he's like, this is such a non sequitur.
No, do you know why he's saying that? The reason he's saying that is because there's certain demographics that are not able to register because he thinks they're too dumb to vote.
Obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. Or to register to vote, yeah.
No, it's not. You believe voting rights can be infringed because it doesn't say specifically shall not be infringed.
Is it an infringement upon a 17-year-old's right to vote since they don't have that right to vote?
No.
Oh, it's not an infringement on them?
No, absolutely not. Because you're the one making the
He just
argument,
got
not me.
schooled. Well done.
I want to go back and just replay that because
nice shot.
Holy shit! Listen to this again. Hang on.
Absolutely not. Why not?
Wait. So, wow, it didn't go back as far as I wanted. Okay, hang on.
Year-old's right to vote since they don't have that right.
Sorry, still didn't get it quite. Here we go.
Is it an infringement upon a 17-year-old's right to vote since they don't have that right to vote?
No.
Oh, it's not an infringement on them?
No, absolutely not. Why not? Because you're the one making the argument.
Is it an infringement?
I'm saying even.
Oh, explain what you're saying.
You're stuttering, John, because you just got your ass kicked.
You got your ass handed to you. Is it an infringement on a 17-year-old's right to vote because they can't vote? It's a good question. Is it an infringement because they can't? Is it an infringement because a felon can't own a gun? Oh, good question. And Jon Stewart now is having a little bit of a melty. How cute.
Even rights have responsibilities, and that within those responsibilities are responsibilities.
Yes, like be a responsible firearm owner, which has nothing to do with any fucking law, you shithead. Because guess what? Laws don't make for good fucking behavior because people still break fucking laws!
Based and true.
You dumb fucking idiot! That's what it's like when I fully yell, by the way.
I like your rage. Excellent.
Oh, God, what a fucking retarded argument!
It's so stupid, isn't it?
It's chaotic. I'll go you one further. You want to ban drag show readings to children?
Yes, as any sane fucking person would.
Yeah, because drag is an inherently sexual performance. I didn't even know that it went into this. I forgot that it went into this in the end, but yeah, of course. I guess I also want to ban drag show readings to children because drag is an inherently sexual performance. I'm sorry, it just is. You can look into the entire history of drag.
No, that was dumb. That was fucking dumb.
It is inherently sexual. You know it's inherently sexual. You are trying to do weird sex shit to kids. Just admit it. Stop lying. And just I just want them to say it. Why can't they? They will, by the way, at some point. They'll be like, yeah, well, but it's good for kids to be sexualized because actually, here's why it's a good thing. They will. They will within the next 5 years. I guarantee you, they will explain why actually children are sexual from the age of like 2, and we need to be able to expose them to sexuality so that they can understand their sexuality from the age of 2 or 3. They will start saying that within the next couple of years. Now,
you should pay me to yell at them. We skip leg day. I'll do that for free. You didn't pay me a damn dime for that.
Wait, you skipped leg day, my dude?
Oh, fuck. I mean, that was so fucking dumb. That was so retarded. Like, I'm pissed at that.
I'm sorry. With the leg day thing or those?
No, what he just said. That made no fucking sense.
I know. Let's keep going though.
Why? What are you protecting?
Why can we prohibit children from voting, those under 18 from voting?
Why are you banning
that?
Answer his question. You evasive fuckwit.
That performer's free speech.
They can continue to.
It's not free speech.
Why? What is with the false equivalence?
They keep doing this. They keep saying that drag performances are free speech.
No, they're not.
Listen, public schools, they are government-funded schools that are supposed to teach educational things. It is not your free speech to go into a school and show your dick. I'm sorry. That's not free. And I am damn near a free speech absolutist. But there's a reason why I'm not. Because it is not your free speech.
It's because your best friend told you it's not a wise idea.
That's not. No, it's not you. I believe this before I met you, dude. It is not your free speech to go into a public fucking school and show your dick. Now, I actually talked to people on Twitter about this the other day. And I said, hey, if you feel so strongly about this, then why don't you just bring a drag queen into your own home and have them perform a strip show for your child if you think it's so great? Why do you need the school to do it? Why don't you just take them to a strip club if you think it's great? And then they were like, oh my God, I can't believe, oh, I'm so upset. Okay, but why are you upset? Why are you upset then? If you think that these things are so great, why don't you take your own children to these strip clubs? You think taking children to strip clubs is fine, so why is it only an issue if you have to take your own children to it and not for a government-funded school to bring it to them? It's curious to me, right? I don't understand it. I've yet to have anyone explain it to me.
Or because the drag queen would charge way more.
I really, really, really love for somebody to
That's
explain
probably
it to me.
that's probably not even a joke. That's probably true.
Yeah. I am begging actually for somebody to explain it to me as to why it's fine for a drag queen to come to a public school and show their dick and twerk and do sexual dances in front of kids, or even just read a storybook while they're in their hypersexualized costume. Because I don't know if you've seen what a drag queen looks like. And you know what? This has been frustrating to me because I like drag queen. I like drag. I like drag queens. I like drag. I think it's fun. I like burlesque. I like it. I like all the stuff. For adults. It's for adults. It's not for children. It's infuriating. So explain to me. They can't ever explain it. They can never explain it.
Rage.
Sorry, let's continue. Play it. Sorry.
To exercise their free speech, just not in front of a child.
Why?
Because the government does have a responsibility to protect.
Because it's inappropriate, you stupid fucking idiot.
It's fucking pedophilic.
What a stupid
John.
thing you do. Oh my God.
And you
John,
know
how are
it
you
is.
this much of a retard?
You know it is. You know it is. Stop pretending to be stupid. This is the part that I hate about leftists. The pretending to be stupid aspect drives me up the fucking wall. Why is it an issue if I show a 3-year-old somebody's dick? Because it's pedophilic, John. It's disgusting. It's degenerate and it's fucked up.
The fact that you even have to ask me that is a worrying sign.
Being a child can be a rough time because you don't really know and understand stuff in a certain degree. But it's also the most innocent time in your life. And John's like, no, I actually don't think it should be innocent and fun. I think I need to show you sex from the time you're like 2
I don't know
or
about
3.
you, but when I was like 6 years old, I was too busy climbing trees like a fucking monkey. I mean, I am from Africa. I mean, I would still climb trees like a monkey.
Oh, I was probably at 6 years old. I was climbing trees as well.
Climbing trees is fucking fun.
Yeah, it is fun. Children should be allowed to be children.
Again,
and
I would
not
still do
be,
it now.
But no, children should be allowed to be children and not be shown all of this political nonsense. Let kids be kids. And I can't believe that is the current conservative paradigm of just please stop putting insane stuff in front of children. Like we're not trying to put anything in front of them. Just stop. Just stop trying to put sexual shit in front of them. That's all we're asking. Please stop trying to sexualize children, please. And we're being called horrible names and canceled and all that shit just for saying, please stop trying to sexualize children.
I think if we're at a point now where we have to say please, it's way too fucking late to say please.
Obviously. Because they want to sexualize children. They clearly do. Jon Stewart does. Here we go.
And the slippery slope Christians were right.
They were
all
right.
along.
They were. They were right all along, which I can't believe that they were right about, but they were right.
Yep.
They were right that if you gave these people an inch, they were going to take 1,000 miles.
Right. The government does have a responsibility in certain instances to
What's the
protect children.
leading cause of death amongst children in this country? And I'm going to give you a hint. It's
No,
not
hang on.
drag show reading.
Hang on, I'll tell you what the leading cause of death of children in this country is.
Fentanyl.
Do you... No.
Yeah, it is.
Do you know what the leading cause of death of children in this country is?
Obesity?
Abortion.
Oh, no, man, that's not... No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with my framing?
No, I don't.
I think the leading cause of death of children in this country is abortion.
No. I disagree.
Why?
Oh, because you and I disagree with the distinction here, so...
You don't consider babies to be children?
Before they have a heartbeat and a pulse, no.
But that's not what's happening in the vast majority of cases. It's actually like a whole... Yes, the vast majority are before heartbeats, but there's a whole bunch of children who are killed in the womb. Oh, don't yawn at me, you fucking ding dong.
What? It's almost
you're
1 o'clock in the
yawning.
morning.
I
I've been
know it
awake
is.
since 6.
I know. Okay, let's finish up this clip. We'll do another stream tomorrow because we'll finish up the stuff. But yeah, I think the leading cause of child death, if you look at the actual numbers, the leading cause of death of children in the United States and across the world is abortion. Gun crime is part of it, but again, if you were to ask Jon Stewart to elaborate upon where those crimes are happening, he would have to admit that they were within Democrat cities and mostly along black on black related crime. Now, he will never admit that, but because he's a fucking disingenuous liar.
To children.
Correct, yes.
So what is it?
I'm presuming you're going to say it's firearms.
No, I'm not going to.
Ziggy, if you speak like that in my chat, I will fucking kick you. You fucking asshole.
Wait, what?
Fucking asshole.
Say it like it's an opinion. That's what it is. It's firearms. More than cancer, more than car accidents. And
How many fucking people are killed by by fucking firearms?
All right, let's look into it, right? Oh, I don't want to type this into Google.
And also, no, I don't think that anyone before, you know, a pulse or like a heartbeat, any capacity to feel pain, I don't think that's considered a life.
I don't want to look this up. Okay. Current
That's
causes
my
of
definition.
children and adolescents. In children, it's a CDC article. Leading causes of death among children. Well, abortion is not included.
Of course it
So
won't be.
actually, this is very curious. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna share my screen again. Just for a moment. Hang on. Okay.
You're not sharing the
yeah,
screen.
Okay. Yeah, I am now. Here's the here it is. So you can see how just in 2019,
There's a
look at
massive
this
spike.
massive spike in firearm related injury right as COVID happened. Interesting.
Oh yeah, I wonder if that
enough.
could be suicide.
Oh, I wonder if that could have been
Mm.
suicide. So, the motor vehicle crash has always, the car has always been a super huge issue.
It's gone massively down as cars got safer.
But look at this firearm injury that shoots up out of nowhere.
Yeah, look at the other one that also was really high.
That also shoots up, which is
The
drug overdose.
Yeah.
At the exact same
time. Yeah. Wonder why.
Right as COVID happens.
Yeah, right lockdowns.
I wonder why that might have been the case. The left does not want to admit their complicity, and not just complicity, but their exact involvement, precise involvement.
Man, it does not like the screen sharing thing.
Sorry,
It's fucking
it's
flashing like fucking crazy.
yeah. Hang on. It's because I have no. Hang on. It's because I have when I have Discord open, it freaks out. No, it should be fine now. Sorry about the flashing. Sorry about the flashing. It's Discord. It's Discord. But look at that. That's fascinating, isn't it? firearm-related injury goes up
And
right.
the top was always motor crashing. It only got higher
It's
on
always been-
firearms at
Yeah.
2019.
Literally only in 2019.
I don't know
right
what the last 3 years was like.
It's like don't you see a correlation here, you fucking lunatics?
Yeah. So the last 3
This
years.
is COVID.
Yeah, it was COVID. Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's no other way to perceive these data. I mean, it's horrifying, but that's how you. What else?
Firearms was
I'm
massively shot
so
higher
fucking
during.
sorry. Do you want me
um,
do you want me as a statistician to pretend like I don't understand basic correlational level analysis? Like, do you think I'm retarded? No, I'm sorry. And this is what I fucking drive myself insane.
Also,
Ultimately,
look at the number. It's only 4 out of
Yeah.
100,000. That's
Yeah.
quite low.
I know. Yes, deaths per 100,000. Yes. So, but to be clear,
So that's 40 out of a million.
Popped the fuck off after COVID.
Yeah, of
So
course.
did drug overdose. Popped the fuck off during COVID and after COVID. Well, do you think that might be related to something? I don't know. What a fucking curious change in the deaths of minors. How absolutely insane that people are not. Well, you know they're lying. Obviously, they don't want you to look into this data. These data.
And yeah, Eric, I know suicide is. I won't say suicide is used to boost the numbers, but I know the main cause of gun deaths in America are handgun suicides.
Yeah, of course. Anywho, I think we got through. Oh, we had a little bit more of this video, don't we?
Mm.
Just a little bit. Let's go to bed after this, and then we'll watch the rest tomorrow, I guess. Yeah.
Little bit, yeah.
All right, we'll finish this now, and then we'll go to bed, and then we'll watch the rest tomorrow because I have so much stuff, guys. Oh my god, last week has been insane.
Oh, for those of you who don't know my abortion argument, go look at my fucking channel. I've done 2 videos on it, and I probably have a stance on it that most of you will not like because most of you are fucking hard right, and my view on abortion is more libertarian.
I'm an extreme libertarian. You and I do not agree on abortion.
Yes, I know, because I have a different view. I have the Ayn Randian view on abortion. Yeah, and also
I'm an extreme libertarian. I think actually my position comes from a more libertarian position than yours does. I don't mean it. I don't say that to be rude.
no,
but,
you're from a more moral position, not a more libertarian.
No, it because you're violating the rights of the fetus, which is a human being, which is a person.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It will become one, but at the present moment, it's not. The mother's life will take precedent.
How old is the fetus?
I was the mother. The mother is the one that has to make the decision.
It was our first stream we ever did together, where we disagreed on this.
And also, I said that you can be both.
I
said that you can be both pro-life and pro-choice, because they're not arguing from the same thing.
I'm really, really moving back on my position about the potential moral rightness of pro-choice. I don't think it's ever actually right now. I'm sorry. Like
I did not use hard right as an insult either.
Outside of rape, I just and by the way, like we've seen the data on the women who claim to have been raped. They mostly lie about it, and that's and they will lie about it. So whatever. I hate women. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't like women. Some I like individual women, but women are kind of constantly awful, and use men to do terrible things, and excuse themselves when doing terrible things. Let's finish this clip, and then I'm gonna go to bed. I'm sorry that I said something very sexist. I don't care.
Telling me is you don't mind infringing free speech to protect children from this amorphous thing that you think of. But when it comes to...
Because it's sexualization, you fucking dipshit.
Yes, you're trying to sexualize
why are
children,
you constantly trying
lunatic.
to... What is with the constant false equivalence?
They want to sexualize children. They're pedophiles, and there's no other way to fucking describe it. They're pedophiles.
Does anyone remember that, like, when Jon Stewart used to have, like, sense, and now he's, like,
I
gone
did
woke
too.
as fuck?
I did. No, I love my mom. I just don't like fucking feminists. I hate that shit, man.
Children that have died, you don't give a flying fuck to stop that.
You don't give a
because that
flying
shall
fuck.
not be
You know what? No,
That
hang
is
on. Shut the
hypocrisy at
fuck
its
up, Jon.
highest order.
Please stop. Please stop.
How
Jon
many people
Stewart.
die from guns versus kids
You know
versus
what?
adults?
Jon Stewart, you don't give a flying fuck about the millions now of children who are being convinced that they are transgender, who cut their breasts and penises off because they think it's what they need to do because it's what's popular, who will never be able to reproduce, who will never be able to live a normal life because they have literally cut off their sexual reproductive organs. Now, I don't know what that's like to have cut your tits or dick off. I really don't. But I have a kind of idea is that it must be fucking abominable. He wants you to do that, and he thinks that it's horrible if you in any way criticize people outright castrating themselves.
The fact that he has to bring in all of these other fucking elements to make his argument tells me he's not very good at it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, as soon as you have to bring in, like, free speech and fucking children like that, like, okay, poor choice of words, that's when it goes off the rails. Like, oh, what do you think of the children? Like, that's the kind of shit that every jackass uses massive amount of state intervention is used to justify. It's like, oh, think of the children. No, fuck off. There's nothing to do with the children, you jackass.
The insane hypocrisy there is that he's claiming that Dan, the AHM, is doing the same thing. Like, oh, think about the children, think about children. Meanwhile, he's being like, he's doing the same thing. It is complete unilateral.
He's also thinking about the children, but in a very different way.
Think about the children. Well, okay. It's unbelievable. I'm shocked. I'm honestly shocked by how sickening Jon Stewart is. We'll finish this off. I think it's over.
That's how fucking stupid he is.
Like 2 more seconds. We'll go through this and then we'll finish off the episode. We will do another episode tomorrow because I think we got through about a quarter of what I had on my list. So that's it. That's it. All right.
Good. Fuck off.
Good. All right.
Dumbass
So
Jon Stewart.
yeah, fucking bastard. I think that was a truly terrible interview, and that's what we saw of it. It was, again, over an hour, and we got 8. Okay, excuse me. You talked for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and you managed to clip 8 minutes out of it.
And it didn't make you look any good.
And it wasn't a great 8 minutes, but I think that you probably clipped it very poorly. Hasselhofer 5 says, this is why interviews are the worst. John uses this statistic given without context as a bludgeon, when if you can see the data, his argument falls flat. Obviously.
Yeah, because it's 4 out of a fucking 100,000, and the majority of it shut up during the fucking lockdowns.
Yeah, it's
so that tells me the main reason for the gun use wasn't even safety, it was fucking depression.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Anywho, I think we're gonna head out for the night. We will do another show tomorrow night, okay?
Idiots.
No, don't call our audience
Not
idiots.
the audience.
I know. All right, we'll talk to you all tomorrow because there's too much stuff to go over tonight. Bye-bye.
I did.
Bye-bye.